Absolutely, and welcome. Thank you for coming so early. We have our speakers in the house already, and we will be delving straight into this conversation that is centered on leadership. Chioma, I think it's quite an instructive title or topic for this breakfast meeting today, because everyone in this room would probably agree that we have a lot to do in terms of leadership, organizationally and nationally. So we have some heavyweights in the room today who have that experience, decades of experience running organizations, institutions successfully and sustainably. So we'll be hearing from them today. Can't wait.
I must tell you, I'm very excited. I don't know, I think I might be the most excited person in this room. Am I the most excited person in this room today?
It looks like you are.
Excuse me, Chizoba, no, please sit down. I'm the most excited person in this room today. Do you know what it means to be sitting before this big weights,
yes,
up close, personal,
yes,
to dive deep into their thoughts,
yes,
their experiences?
Absolutely.
It's just amazing. And please, I think this is a good place to put our hands together for the organizers.
Yes.
It takes passion to do this.
It does. And commitment in bringing these wonderful leaders today to have a conversation. So well done to IIF, of course, the CEO and the entire team for putting this together. I'm sure that without wasting time, we'll just go straight into the introductions, and then we'll bring our speakers on stage and have the conversations this morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, indeed we are here today to unpack leadership, resilience, and innovation. Now, these are three pillars that not only define thriving businesses, but also determine the strength of a nation. And so there's no better pair to help us explore these themes today than our exceptional guests here today. We have Dr. Toyin Sani, who is the Group CEO of Emerging Africa Group. And of course, we have the he needs little or no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have Mr. Frank Aibogun as well, the publisher of Business Day Media. Both of them are the embodiments of visionary leadership and enduring impact. So we want to encourage you to be comfortable, all right? Get comfortable. You probably want to grab a cup of coffee because these conversations, you go choke. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
No, I didn't hear that. Are you ready? Yes. Seems like it's only a Temore and Chizoba's voice. Are we ready? And to those joining us online, Chioma, always a pleasure to have them join us online. If you're joining online, let's see your emojis in the comment as we welcome to the stage this morning our first speaker.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to introduce to you a man whose name resonates with integrity, excellence, and impact. Mr. Frank Aibogun, who is the chairman of the Impact Investors Foundation, a visionary leader, respected journalist, and the publisher of Business Day, Nigeria's foremost financial daily. Through his work, he has shaped conversations around business, governance, and investment, championing transparency and sustainable growth, a true bridge between enterprise and impact. Mr. Aibogun continues to inspire a generation of leaders, redefining Nigeria's economic narrative. Is that how you will clap? Now, I would not want to sound partial because I'm a woman, but permit me to say whenever I see women thriving, whenever I see women soaring, especially in an industry that is dominated majorly by them boys, by them boys, it's always good to see a girl up there, if you know what I mean. You know,
absolutely,
putting on the red lipstick and the high heels and just making it look so effortless. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcome a trailblazer in Africa's financial landscape, Dr. Toyin Sani, a celebrated investment executive, author, and thought leader whose career spans over 3 decades of transforming markets and empowering women across the continent. As the Group CEO of Emerging Africa Capital, she embodies excellence, vision, and impact, proving that leadership and integrity remains the true currencies of success. Dr. Sani, it is indeed a pleasure having you here today. All right, that's what I like. That's what I like.
Absolutely.
Women supporting women.
Yes, yes, yes. And Chairman, without wasting time, I think I would invite those online and those in the room to get ready because you're in for quite a session this morning with the two heavyweights we have in the room. So I will hand over to Chioma to drive this conversation, and we will have questions afterwards. So if you have any questions as you listen keenly to what they'll be sharing, we will take those questions as soon as we finish the conversation with our guests this morning. So Chioma.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know what to do. Please put your hands together for my associate husband for 2 days. With a man like this in your corner, you don't need anyone else. Thank you so much, Rume. Wow. There are so many questions, running through my mind. No. Oh my God. Please, sir. There are so many questions running through my mind right now. And I know that everyone in this room have got questions today. But we will start with the first one. Let's start with you, Dr. Sani. Over 3 decades. We know it's not been an easy journey, but we would like to hear a little bit about the journey. How did we get here? Because a lot of people know where we are, but how did we get here?
All right, funnily enough, let's, since you said over 3 decades, I'm very excited that this year I'm celebrating 40 years of my call to the bar. So it's actually...
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Wow.
And I'm precisely, that was in August. So we're now in the 4th decade, and I've been working from day one. So, so 4 decades of experience. But when you say, how did we get here? You're talking about as a nation and as a people, or you're talking about me in particular?
So we're taking a deep dive first into you and your brand.
Okay. So how did I get here? First of all, by the grace of God. And I'm not saying that to be a religious Nigerian. I understand we're the most religious and the happiest people in the world. But just because I have a consciousness of purpose, and I really believe that purpose anchors our leadership. Why we are the Impact Investment Foundation is because we recognize the importance of impacting society and ensuring that our investments don't just put money on the table for us and for our stakeholders, but that our investments actually transform our society. So for me, from very early in life, I've had a sense of purpose. And that sense of purpose obviously fueled my personal ambition and made me determined to be not just another person that has passed through the earth. I was, and I told this story very, very recently because very early in life, I was trying to find myself. And whenever I looked on TV, I told this story in Abuja last week and everybody, burst out laughing, but that was the truth. Whenever I looked on TV at that point in time, Fela was reigning and the ladies that I saw were dancing. They were not singing, they were not playing instruments. The role that was available to them seemed to be dancing. And, I was very fond of those dances. Until one day I flipped on the TV and I saw the late Chief Mrs. Bola Kuforiji Olubi being presented as the new chairman of United Bank for Africa. And everything changed for me. The frame changed for me. I suddenly realized that a woman could be this. She had everything that, she was erudite, articulate, looked amazing, and the men were listening to her. And I saw her, they took a picture of her chairing that board meeting on that day, and suddenly the frame changed for me. So how did I get here was discovering purpose very early in life, because immediately my sense of purpose was then to prove to the world that women can actually provide leadership, women can provide corporate leadership, and women can also be women of integrity and competence. And then secondly, I was privileged to have a sound education. My father valued education probably, above everything else that he thought he needed to provide us, apart from obviously moral values. And so I had sound and excellent education, and I then also built excellent relationships. So for me, I would say the sense of purpose, the commitment to self-development, and the quality of the relationships that I built over time have helped me to become who I am today. And of course, all of this grounded in what I believe to be God's intention for my life. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please put your hands together for her. We will unpack a lot of the things you have mentioned there as we go in the course of the conversation. But I'd like to come to you, sir. With the unpredictable market, Nigerian market and economy, I know that there are certain qualities, mindsets, habits that a person or business must have to remain resilient and to remain, relevant and sustained, even in this constant changing economy and market. What would you say those habits should be? No, it will work. It will work.
I'll take this.
It's working, sir.
Thank you very much. I think mine is a very specific question, and I'm grateful for that. There isn't no doubt at all that for you to succeed anywhere, perhaps even more so in a difficult environment like Nigeria, you need not only to imbibe, but also to exhibit and demonstrate some very important characteristics or traits. I am in a field called journalism. And for me, the first thing was simply that of integrity. Building a newspaper around trust, around reputation, and creating a differentiation that could take you farther than your peers. I think for us at Business Day, that is our number one ethos, what we stand on and what drives us on a daily basis. When we began Business Day 25 years ago, everywhere I went, the question that was asked of me was about the conduct, or if you like, misconduct of journalists in Nigeria. And so one had enough of learning to teach me, to make me aware that if we were going to succeed, if we were going to be different, we were going to take a different path from what we met in the market. So that, as I said, was one. The second one was hard work. Not many do favors to newspapers in Nigeria. And so if you are going to succeed, it's going to have to be driven largely by your own work. And I mean, indeed, hard work. And if I look back today, over 25 years, I believe that that has served us a great deal. The third one was, okay, you were coming into a very crowded sector. 25 years ago, there were countless newspapers around Nigeria, whether privately owned or indeed government owned. There were quite a number of them. And you needed to situate yourself in a different position. So positioning was important. And we chose very early on to focus on a niche, which is to cover business and finance and to be the very best at it. So those three characteristics have served us well. I noticed that when Toyin was speaking, she spoke about the place of God in all of our lives. Because of how people have taken religion in Nigeria, some people mock and scoff at such a suggestion. But the truth of the matter is, just like Toyin, my own experience is of a daily dose of the faithfulness of God over 25 years. There's absolutely no question in my mind about that. Because you ask yourself, why you? Why is it that many who were better established, better funded and financed have all gone under and you are still here? I think it is naive to think that it is all by yourself. I will end here, and then if there are other questions.
Wow. I think that your last statement, because the next question I was going to go into, Mr. Frank, is as a journalist myself, for not as long as you have been, we're coming up.
Don't worry.
We will get there. As a journalist, you talked about having a niche for yourself, and you talked about building trust. And like you clearly mentioned, it's a space and an industry where the misbehaviors of the journalist and journalism in general is really out there. What would you say kept you? How did you stay clear on your focus? How did you stay clear on your focus? How were you able to, despite the pressures, despite the general mindset and shift that the industry was taking at that particular point in time? I know that as the head of the organization, everything does flow from the head, from the top. But how are you able to also keep the entire ship, centered on the focus which drives you?
Thank you. If you are standing and you have a number of people around you, when you are falling, you're not likely going to fall to the ground. In my own case, it was important to have people. People talk about mentors these days, and they even, trivialize the concept. But I'm not going to mention mentorship. But I had people who were invested in my success, who were willing to just stand by me. And you know what? Every day you woke up, you were thinking of such people because you did not want to disappoint them. They were invested in you, and you knew that they were watching you, not watching to chastise you, but watching to help you when you need help. There was also a personal determination. It was obvious that you wanted to succeed. I wanted to succeed. And there was a personal determination to pay the price that was required. The truth is, some people seek gains and don't remember that there is a price for everything. I tell you, there is a price for everything. I am careful those that I associate with. I'm careful in what groups I find myself. I'm careful what I do, where I go. But thinking of it now, again, and this is my personal belief, that I have come this far is more than just the personal determination. It's more than just the people who are there. I think that God has simply been merciful to me. The reason why I say that, and I tell this to my people in the office, don't think you are the most hardworking. There are people who do much more work and they get less. There are people who are hardworking, perhaps more than you are, and you have gone beyond them. There is another force that propels us, and that's just a force of the mercy of God. But it is important that as the leader of the team, that you show and lead by example. We're talking about the conduct of journalists. If I have people who work with me and they don't see me, hear of me misbehaving, that's a major source of strength or pressure for them. If I don't send them to go and do the bad things that I'm saying that they should not do, that's a major place for them that helps them to stay where I say they should stay. It will be a totally different thing if I speak to them and as I leave the room, they say, look at this one. You're talking to us, but where did we see you yesterday? Or what did we hear about you yesterday? So I believe that leading by example has carried us at Business Day quite a lot.
Wow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I need you to note, they both talked about purpose. First of all, knowing exactly what you want. Second is being willing to pay the price for what you want. And the third, God in your race, grace. All right, Dr. Sani. Now, Emerging African Group continues to innovate within Nigeria's financial service sector. How do you identify opportunities for innovation in tough economic conditions without overextending your organization's capacity or capital?
So I need to start by saying that for us at Emerging Africa Capital Group, we had clarity from the beginning about what we wanted to accomplish. And I think clarity, both as an individual and as a business, is very, very important if you're going to identify what opportunities are ideal for you and which opportunities you should not go after. First of all, is that all the challenges that we're facing right now as a nation, every challenge automatically implies an opportunity, because the needs of the people, the needs of the nation, the needs of the community, the needs of the economy are potential solutions. I think it's a game of musical chair. Okay, now it's working again. Now it is, now it isn't. All right, can you hear me? So the needs that we see all around us are clear indications of opportunities. But it is not every need that we as an organization are perfectly equipped to meet. It is not every need also that aligns with the clarity that we defined from day one as to the gap that we want to fill in society. And so, you talked about the risk of overextending yourself. If you attempt to fill every need, you will overextend yourself. There are areas of business that we have gone into, and we recognize that at the end of the day, even though it's good business, but it was a distraction from purpose, and we had to exit. And I think success in life is not just about recognizing what is good for you. It's also about recognizing what is not good for you, what you should say no to. So effective strategy is actually about all the things that we should say no to because they are not for us, so that we can continue to say a bigger yes to the things that are actually for us. So over time, and the clarity we had from day one is that we wanted to deepen access to finance. We wanted to serve the underserved. We wanted to do something that had not been done before, which was essentially democratize an area of business that is ordinarily elitist. So investment banking is elitist. And traditionally, investment banking services are availed to big corporates, governments, sovereigns, and sub-sovereigns. And we recognize that that's where we were going to get the bulk of our revenues. So we were not going to blink at it. But we then said to ourselves, is there a way that we can utilize the mileage that we get from the traditional thing that every investment banker does, but to then create value for those who are not who ordinarily are not under the radar of such providers? And that's why we then establish subsidiaries that enable us to do that. So both our fintech subsidiary and our microfinance subsidiary. So we're not doing those businesses every day because it's not who we are, but we're investing in those companies and overseeing them so that we can deepen our impact. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
You have indeed, you have. May I request at this point in time that everyone put your phones on silent, please? Put it on silent, on vibration. All right? It's a small meeting, a small room. We need your full attention. All right. Now, this question is for both of you. Let's look at this together. So, as Nigeria's economy evolves, how can businesses transition from survival mode to sustainable, purpose-driven growth that creates value for both shareholders and the society? Because we are still looking at impact as well, which is why we're here. So let's take you first, madam.
Right.
Then.
Thank you. So I've talked about clarity. And the second thing that I want to talk about is innovation. Honestly speaking, you innovate or you go extinct. And when you are in an environment that is as volatile as ours, innovation becomes what you live and breathe and eat. It's an everyday. And by the way, innovation needs to be a mindset. It needs to be an approach that you groom everybody within the organization. It becomes a lens with which you are asking everybody in the organization to look at our business and to look at our world. And so for sustainable success, and very importantly for you not just to be surviving, but for you to be thriving, you need to be ahead of the curve. So you cannot, it's not enough to be serving the needs that you see today. It is imperative, and that's what we do every day, to anticipate what your market will need 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, and begin to equip your people today to provide that. Now, one of the things that I learned from my mentor, and Mr. Aibogun has spoken about my mentor, and one of my major mentors is Mr. Tonel Melu, and I worked for him for 12 and a half years, and still sit on the board of Transco and still get a lot of support from him. But one of the things that I saw that he did consistently was that he would identify where he wanted to go, and he will be very unequivocal about it. So signaling is very strong. You let the world know this is what we intend. So we will have sessions where we will declare our strategic intent. So this is where we're going next. And what it does is that it commits you. It kind of puts you in a burning bridge situation, because the whole world has heard you say, this is what we are going to do. Now, from that moment on, you and your team, you have, as it were, a bullet to your head, and you have to do it. And that's what we have done consistently. So when we started Imagine Africa Capital Group, we announced and we said we were going to raise $1 billion for African governments and businesses. I remember also saying, the first time we opened our branch in Abuja, I went to Abuja and I said, we're going to raise 250 billion naira for northern states. And, the media just went crazy. They went after us. Where are you going to raise that from and all that? But as I'm counting, we've more than doubled that. For the $1 billion, we've more than doubled that. But you start by making a very clear statement of intent. So you commit yourself. And when you commit yourself, they said when the student is ready, the master will appear. When you commit yourself, you go back to your team and say, look, we've made this commitment. You then find that the strategies by which you're going to achieve those commitments will evolve, and stay through to it. And the last thing that I will say that I also learned is, as you achieve each of these milestones, you go back and let the market know that we said we will do this. Today, we have accomplished this and that. What does it do? There was a word my brother Frank mentioned earlier, trust. It builds trust. Because people then begin to know that, look, when they say they will do this, they do it. They do it. And one of the ones that really blew my mind was when the UBA group that I used to work for decided to go to Africa. And I remember we had one of those sessions at which the group MD said to us, this is our intent. We want to have a dominant position in Nigeria, and then we want to go to Africa. As at that point in time, no Nigerian bank was looking at the rest of Africa. And today, I understand Africa, and by the way, it's always very tough when you start these things. But today, what their returns out of the rest of Africa far eclipses what Nigeria produces for them. So if you, and that's where I'm going to stop. Vision is so critical. As long as all you can see is what's under your nose, you're not going anywhere. You're a barnyard chicken. You're not an eagle. You can't fly. What empowers you to fly is the vision of where you are going that nobody has been to before. Let me just stop there.
Somebody say, It doesn't end at oh. What are you envisioning? Write it, say it, tell it to the world, and let them hold you accountable for it. Wow. Sir, please, your take on this.
Okay. Well, I think that she has pretty well covered the question. And what I want to add, in aligning with her, because the truth is success everywhere. The quantum of the success may differ. The circumstances of the success might differ, but success is the same everywhere. And almost the same way to attain and achieve that success. And I'll come back to that later. I think for me, what has been key is a sharp-eyed focus that makes you almost restless. Yeah? When you are razor-focused, you must become restless because you are seeing what many people are not seeing. And you are not where you are seeing. So you are constantly being propelled towards that which you are seeing. And what that does for you if you are disciplined is the point that Madam made about innovation. Because as you are propelled towards that vision that you are seeing, you are under pressure to begin to do things differently, to begin to do new things. It's so important. There isn't an alternative for that at all. And she made the very interesting comparison between the chicken and the eagle. The chicken is just content, running around on the ground. When we started our conferences and thought leadership unit 14 years ago, 14 years ago, it became clear to us that we needed to do something which has taken other newspapers 14 years to think of. Today, that unit accounts from being zero. That unit accounts for anything from 20 to 27% of the size of our business today. We didn't just do that. We are one of the only 2 newspapers in Africa today that have a paywall on their website. The other newspaper is in South Africa. The truth is that we were the first. They came after us. It was clear to us that the digital migration that is now all over the world must be taken as an opportunity rather than only as a threat. So instead of us to just fold our hand like a baby whose ice cream has fallen to the ground and is sulking, we started to ask ourselves and to interrogate what we were seeing. How can we better leverage the strength of technology, which has democratized access to information, but which also has now made it possible for us to have readers in far places like Australia. We have subscribers today all over the world. And as the Nigerian economy becomes more attractive for global investors, the size of that global focus on Nigeria will increase, and they will need more avenues to better see and understand what is happening in Nigeria. So that, again, is something that we saw and are taking advantage of it. Madam spoke about, and this is a very important trait of leadership, and she spoke about her mentor, or one of her mentors, how he will call everyone together to say, you know what, we are starting another journey. We are heading to this place. At Business Day, yesterday I called all my senior managers once I left here. It was the meeting that I left to go to, which was why I left here early. And what did I say to them? Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a plunge. And God will help us that we don't break our neck. But I know that if you want to go far, you have to go with people. So I want to let you know, on the move, let's go. And the reason why I'm saying that is I will not wait, and I don't want you to wait. Don't say to me, we're waiting for the publisher. I have told you from day one that yesterday marks the beginning of a new journey, which is going to take us 3-4 years to accomplish. So everybody that is important, get up and get going. And they were all looking at me. Where did this come from? But that is the mark of leadership. Yes, I'll be at the front, but I want to be sure that my people are coming behind me. And if they are coming behind me, they know as much as I know about a particular thing at a particular time. And in coming behind, they are coming behind as people who share in the vision because of the information that you have provided. But most importantly, you have shown and demonstrated trust in them by letting them know from day one what the new journey is all about. And even for those who are good in complaining, their colleagues will tell you, but what do you want? The publisher has told you everything. So I think it is important for a leader to better communicate. It's not just to have a vision, but you must communicate that vision, appropriately, and ensure that you do it in a way that you get everyone that is important to put their hands on the plow. That way, there is a better chance of getting to where you are going. Leadership can be interesting. Just looking back and seeing how far God has brought you gives you joy. But the truth of the matter is, what's more important is to always realize that you are not in it by yourself. That there are people who believe in the journey and are willing to pay the price with you to get to where you're going.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Selah moment. Pause and think. All right, so we'll open the floor now. I know we're all itching. I have questions. If you want, I can continue asking. But I know that everyone here is itching to ask a question. So we'll quickly take questions now. All right, we'll begin with the beautiful lady here, then second and third. Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Ayoke. I work with Impact Investors Foundation. And my question is addressed to Dr. Twain. So, Ma, I would like to know, let me start my question with, my background is in law, and I'm quite young, and you're someone I truly admire. So I would like to know, what was it like for you when you were quite younger, breaking into the finance space? Because I can see you have a background in law, finance, and investment banking, and you're truly thriving in it. And it's something I would also want for myself. So I just want to know what that was like for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe the first thing I would say is that all of us are a combination of multiple exposures that we had. So my mother was a businesswoman. She started out as a government employee, but then she started doing business because I think she felt it gave her more flexibility with regards to the children. And my father was an accountant, and he was an incredibly brilliant and talented accountant. And in different ways, both of them were already role models to me. So something told me from day one that I needed to be in the business world. But at the same time, since I was 3 or 4, everybody called me a lawyer because I could always make my point. So when family visited, I can't remember when they did not call me the little lawyer in the house. So I said to myself, so it was kind of like, okay, you're going to study law. But then I also knew that I was very attracted by the commercial world. So I said to myself that I'll study law, but we'll see. I felt law was my destiny, but I had a desire to do more. So I studied law. But by the time I was in the second year of my law program, again, that thing was coming back to me that, look, you need to be in commerce, you need to be in business. So I decided to start picking courses that had to do with. So my choices were driven by a desire to remain in the commercial world. So my courses were company law, international economic law. Those were the kind of, so if they had, I didn't study family law. There were some things I just stayed away from. I just focused. So by the time I was graduating my first degree, I was a lawyer, but I was already a lawyer that was a commercially focused lawyer. When I went for my master's, by that time I knew what I was doing. So I went straight for, I did a master's in Unilag, and it was in secured credit transactions. So my courses were secured credit transactions, international economic law, company law, and commercial law. So there was no way you would see that combination and not know where she's headed. So that focus was very clear. So when I started looking for work, I did my first 3 years in law practice, but it was because I was marking time. I was already looking for my opening into the business world. So when I got a job as a legal advisor in a financial institution, once I got there, I knew I needed. So the point I'm making is that sense of purpose drove me. Probably because, remember, I had seen the picture of Mrs. Kuforiji Olubi becoming chairman of UBA. So it was in my mind that I needed to be. So every step I took, even working in the legal department of a bank, I was a legal department staff with a difference. Because when they came to me, I would ask questions around commercials. I would delve into things that they did not expect. They were thinking you would just be, dotting the I's or looking at legal. So it got to a point where if the bankers needed legal advice in the legal department, they insisted on seeing me. They actually insisted on seeing me. They didn't ask to see my boss, which got me into trouble later. His peers and superiors would call for me and not him. But long and short of it is that, so I started sidestepping. So eventually, when I decided I wanted to go into finance, I looked for the closest thing to law in finance that I could convince people that I could do. And that was trusteeship. So I sidestepped through trusteeship because I realized that trusteeship required legal knowledge, but it was built on, and so from trusteeship, I eventually went where I wanted to go. I went to the heart of, so I sidestepped until I got to. But what I will say to you today is that, since then I've done a lot. I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Securities in the in the UK. I've done a lot so I am very, very at home in the world of finance today. But what I will say to you is that, do I regret starting with law? Zero. I have no regrets, because I find that I am better than most of my peers that just went straight into finance, banking, and all that. The reason is that the foundation for every commercial transaction in the whole world is the law of contract. So when you have a very strong understanding, and contract was like one of my favorite courses. Then conveyancing and whatever in law school, that was also conveyancing and legal drafting. In fact, it was like a game of chess for me. You put a clause there, they put another clause. People found that course so boring in law school, and they failed it woefully. And I would tell everybody that was my favorite course, and they just thought I was crazy. But today I understand it, because it's a game. Till tomorrow, it's still a game between you and it's also warfare, but it's a game. You're protecting this interest, they are protecting that interest. Long and short of it is that you want to go into finance and investments or company, whatever, management. Law is a fantastic foundation. You're going to do wonderfully well. Don't feel disadvantaged. See yourself as having a feather that the other people in this space don't have. I was talking to I've probably exceeded my time, but what I'm trying to say is that one of the ways it helped me was that when we're setting up Emerging Africa Capital Group, for example, some of the challenges I'm seeing some of my peers having with the businesses that they started, I don't have them, because from day one, every single company had a shareholders agreement. From day one. From day one, we had our quarterly board meetings. There is no company in our group that has missed a quarterly board meeting from day one. So from a governance perspective, we were set. In fact, I remember the first day, the first quarter we were starting business, calling arranging a training for our board members. First quarter in business, we had a training for our board members. We had Deloitte, we had KPMG coming to talk to them on governance. We had a legal, and my international director that came in from the UK said to me that I've been part of so many businesses in the UK and everywhere. And by the way, he came from a major investment banking group. I don't want to mention names. He said that most of the startups or the entrepreneurs that we see, they run and go and do all sorts. After 2 or 3 years, they say, oh yes, let's structure up. You are structured from day one. And that's how we set up. Of course, I started Imagine Africa having run a PLC. So the minimum standard for me was, I have run a PLC. These were the standards. And thank you, Mr. Igbogun. 3 times I was on your 25 top 25 CEOs of listed companies award. I enjoyed that award, amongst others. But it was after that we started Imagine Africa. So the minimum standard was governance. So I'm just saying to you is that you are in the right place. You are a governance practitioner, and it's going to help you very much and give you more advantages than otherwise. I know I overspoke. I'm sorry. I'm biased. She's a lady. She's a lawyer. And she wants to be like me. That's the biggest bribe she can give.
Come on.
By the way, my daughter was studying. She was to study. She had her admission and everything to study mechanical engineering. By the way, she did physics, maths, further maths, and had A's across. I think A star A star A or something in her A levels. And when she wanted to bribe us that we should not allow her to she has a master's in accounting and finance from the London School of Economics, and she's thriving, and she's running our investment banking business today. Wow. And they are on the list of the FMDQ list of the most active transaction companies. They're finalists on that list. I pray they win.
Wow.
So all good.
So that's the venison that works. Dr. Sani, I want to be like you.
It's a very effective bribe. By the way, it's a very, all those people that come and say, come and be my mentor, come and be, if you are looking for the person to say yes, it's a very powerful one when you say, I've looked at you. I've seen what you've accomplished. I've seen where you've been. Mr. Igbogun, I've seen, how you started Business Day from zero. When you started, there was nobody in that business space. Today, you're a global company. I just want to be like you. Can you be my mentor? 9 out of 10 times, he will say yes. So if you've been hearing people have been saying no to you, learn the formula.
Wow. All right, so we have the second person over here and the third over there. Does he have the microphone? No, over here, please. Please rise. So he can see.
Thank you for the wonderful panel session. I'm Dr. Joel. I have a background in medicine, data, and analytics. My question is to Mr. Frank and Dr. Twain. Mr. Frank, thousands of mass communication students leave Nigeria annually. Do you have a talent pipeline to be the next generations of Mr. Franks that would come out? And then to Dr. Twain, with your background in finance and law, can we hold you to maybe a few years, you make a declaration in healthcare, so you can bring this commitment and capital to both sanitize and supercharge that industry? Thank you.
No, I think I've spoken. I'm going to respond very briefly.
Well, thank you, Doc, for the question. We have, as a nation, an affliction today. We train our people only for them to go out to other places to practice. Or we send our children abroad to go for education, and most of them would rather stay where they are instead of coming back home. So for me, that's a great affliction, even if there is a silver lining on the other side as well. So at Business Day, we recognize that the matter of talent and a talent pipeline is critical. Even in the age of AI, we believe and work on the belief that people would still prefer to read a story written by a human being and not one that is machine generated. So that makes talent even doubly more important. So what do? We don't just talk about this importance. So we work with a number of universities, creating association with them that allows their people when they graduate to look at us as a go-to place first. That ensures that we have a larger pool now of talent to pick from. And so we tend to take more than we need, knowing that some, regardless of how you work to keep them, will still leave. And so that's what we do. So at that point, when they leave, we still have enough. And then, of course, there is a regular inflow of young talents coming into the system. But I think it's better to work to keep as many of them as possible by creating an environment in which they can see alignment between their personal aspirations and that of the organization. And for me, that commonality serves a great deal in reducing the pressure to jackpot. But without any question, every responsible business in Nigeria today feels that pressure that I just alluded to. I'm surprised you are still in Nigeria. Last time I went to see my doctor, he was asking me to see him in 3 months. And then he said, if I am still here. And truly, when I went 3 months after, he wasn't there. So this is a national affliction. And I believe that companies are doing the best that they can to navigate their way around this very difficult situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one sentence on that one. Thank God I am a positive contributor in that space, because yes, I sent my children abroad to school, but all the 3 of them were returned to Nigeria and they have been working in Nigeria. Don't ask me how I did it. Parents are asking me how I did it. And by the way, they were very, very good and very successful there. And they had options. One of them actually was first hired as an expatriate to Morocco, but eventually they're all back home and contributing actively. Yes, my son is in the UK, but he's running our family office there, so he's still working for Nigeria, he's still working for us. Now, on the healthcare sector, what I would say to you is this. Thank God this is an Impact Investment Foundation event, and the Impact Investment Foundation has sponsored, and the National Advisory Board has sponsored an amazing initiative, which is the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund, and that fund is to raise up to $1 billion for Nigeria, and it's going to be directed as social investments, and the healthcare sector is a big part of the sectors that are being looked at. I was had the opportunity to chair that committee, so I am totally committed. Now, for us at Emerging Africa Capital Group, that sector is also a sector of interest to us, because we are very, very much committed to social investments. So you've said 5-10 years down the line, I will be able to show you our very clear footprint in that space, both through the WIF, which we are supporting, and which I have served personally on, and also through our own activities. Thank you. You will be able to track it. Yes, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, we will show you measurable progress in those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's have the next question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and fantastic session so far. So my question is for Dr. Otoyin, and coincidentally, I'm also a UNILAG alumni. I studied chemical engineering there.
Awesome.
Yes. So my name is Shegun Ogunan. I'm the founder at the Ijebu Market. So it's we're into full backward integration, large-scale agriculture, integrating agro-processing and the supply chain we have been into. So our project that we're looking for the next 3 to 5 years is about $800 million, $50 to $100 million, Ijebu and everything. So we've started the large-scale cultivation. So I have 2 questions for you, ma'am. Question 1 is, when you talk about opportunities, you mostly in harnessing them fully, you don't get clarity from the first day. And for your organization, clarity is essential. So in those kind of situations, which I feel you might probably experience constantly, are there processes that you use to actually assess, to be able to make your decisions to go ahead with that? That's 1. Then 2, have there been certain failures or subpar performance, and what are the lessons learned in that to be able to avoid that happening again? Thank you, ma'am.
Awesome, wonderful questions, and congrats on your ongoing work, and I wish you every success with it. I would love to be kept abreast of the progress. It sounds very innovative. Oh, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Kunle, which Kunle now? I just want. Oh, Oluwatoni. Fantastic, cool. So all good. All right. So now, to your first question, you are so right that at the point when an opportunity appears, there are more questions than answers. And what you then have to do is to gradually separate the wheat from the chaff before you finally, know which way to go. So the clarity that I recommend you have is the clarity of who you are, what you are trying to accomplish, what you will do, the price you are willing to pay, what you will not do under any circumstance. What are your own strengths and the tools that you have been given by God and by your training and your background? What do you do better than everybody else? What can you do sustainably and lead at? And by the way, what skills don't you have but you can acquire, either by hiring the crackshot people or by building yourself up? The more clarity you have around those questions, and by the way, what will move the needle in your market? So clarity about your environment. What are the needs, that are so critical? And by the way, when you're trying to assess the how attractive an investment will be for you, there are 2 things you may want to look at, amongst others, but 2 very important things. The size of the addressable market. So if you are doing something that will only be relevant to the people who live on road 102 in Banana Island, you already know that the scalability gets to a point where that's the end of it. So first of all, the size of that addressable. So potentially this thing could be useful to every human being on the face of the earth. Amazing. Could be useful to every man. Amazing. That's 50% of the world's population. Could be used to every black man. Amazing. Do you get? The second thing you want to look at is how big a problem is it solving for them. If it's just a minor pain, but if it's a deep pain, you know already that people will pay and they will be willing to pay a good price. So that's in assessing the opportunity. But back to you. At the end of the day, when you've had your clarity, okay, so I was talking about clarity also about the market, about the environment in which you work, and about the solutions, alternative solutions that are available. So when you've had all that clarity, by the time you are looking at an opportunity, it becomes very easy for you to dimension it. And those are the thought processes that we go through. But that initial clarity is already clear. Your strategy, how you want to impact your world, and what you have been given with which to impact your world. You are very clear. When you see an opportunity that is not for you, either because it does not fit into that clear picture that you have designed, or because it fits into it, but you are not the best equipped person yet at this stage where you are, or there's somebody better positioned who's already doing it, then you can walk away from it. But in terms of the tools, it's our strategic planning tools. And also, we're one of the few Nigerian businesses that have a properly articulated line-by-line AI strategy. That we're already line by line, what we're supposed to do month by month, quarter by quarter. And our chief information officer is accountable. You understand what I'm saying? So as I yesterday, for example, I got a mail that said we're now ready to release EAG Elevate 2.0 and it's being deployed today. That's so you don't need to redesign the tools. These tools exist already. You use the tools that are best. You get the point I'm making now. I hope I've helped you a bit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll take the lady in yellow and one final one. And the gentleman over there.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Sani. I've been mentored by you online on LinkedIn for close to 10 years. Your word for today is something that really, gives me the drive every morning. Question is this: what's legacy for you? Mr. Igbo, thank you so much for chairing IIF. I'm the staff of IIF. I'm the program manager, Enterprise Support Organization. What for you is also legacy?
Thank you. Legacy for me is people like you who say, I've been mentored by you for over 10 years and I've never met you. Legacy for me is that opportunity to impact the lives of people that I may never meet in person, but that I will believe that I have made a difference in their lives and helped them to become. My obsession is actualization of potential. That's my obsession in life. How many people can I help to become who I believe they were designed by God to become? Either by financial inclusion, by leadership, which is mentorship, coaching, remote mentorship, writing. And I have a feeling it's not very far from the obsession of Mr. Igbogun as well, which is why one of the things I heard him say is that today there are people in Australia, across the world, that are, consuming our content and that are able to invest in Nigeria and all that. For him, it may be, to see the nation. Yeah, we talk about the nation, we talk about Africa, but my real obsession is the actualization of human potential. And that's the legacy I pray and believe God that all across the world, people will be able to say, I was able to become whom I was meant to be because I listened to you, I heard you. Have I answered your question? Thank you.
I think for me, legacy is simple. I have made certain choices, and the interest I have is seeing that those choices work and they are true. For me, that's legacy. So you have chosen to do this or do this or do this. When you have done, or when you are done with all of them, and you look back, how do you feel? Will there be what? Emulation by others? Would you take satisfaction that those who have emulated you are headed in the right direction as well? For me, that's legacy.
All right.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the gems you've dropped. I am Orolo Afawale. I'm an entrepreneur and primarily a problem solver. 3 years ago, I did something called reverse jackpot. I went abroad for my master's, got my master's, and came back home against the best wishes of my family and friends. And coming back, while I was abroad, I helped small-scale technology businesses start up, and I wanted to bring that back to Africa. So getting back home, I realized that what was fueling the Japa movement was unemployment. So I decided to tackle that problem head on. And many people told me I was crazy for doing that. But that's not my problem. I'm just giving you a background. But my question, you said something that struck me. You said we shouldn't stretch ourselves thin. I'm involved in the climate space and tackling this unemployment problem. Sometimes I feel like, what am I doing? Am I crazy? What's your advice for someone like me? And secondly, this question is directly to Dr. Sani. You mentioned structure as very important in starting up. The cost of structure in Nigeria is very enormous. What's your advice in that regard now? Thank you.
Should I go first?
Yes.
All right, so
You're the star.
oh no. You are the superstar. I'll admit to be the star if you tell me if you admit to be the superstar. Okay, so the cost of structuring is high, but the cost of structuring can also be very low. It's not as expensive as you think. You don't have to, you can have, for example, you can even start with an advisory board and then have a very, very compact. Every company still has to have directors, even if it's one director. I think the law now allows one director. So you can have a very compact actual board, but have an advisory board. So you are listening to people. You are not on your own. You have access to wisdom, and people can see that you have structure. Today, the cost of incorporating companies, a lot have gone down. A lot actually have gone down. Taxation, for example, is amazing now. So you can have your LLC or limited liability company and still up to 100 million of revenue. So a lot has gone. So don't let's run away from structures because we assume it's expensive. It's not as expensive as you think. There are AI solutions, for example, that will help you to produce all. I mean, my daughter has a startup now. My youngest daughter has a startup now, and she's working on it. And there's an AI platform that the company is on that will produce all your governance documents, policy documents, to everything practical. You act. So it's not as expensive as you think. Just make up your mind that you want people to trust you. You want people to believe that it's a real business, and so there is a minimum standard in terms of structure I would always recommend. Now back to the first question about stretching yourself too thin. The reality is that you shouldn't spread yourself too thin. I say it again with my full chest, because he mentioned the word focus. Just look at it. The sharper a knife is, the more targeted a knife is at where it's going, the more impact it has. You can't be a jack of all trades and master of none. You can't be everything to everybody. You can't do everything. The more you are trying to do this, do that, the more it whittles your impact away. So it's very important, even when you are a generalist at what? You can't be generalist of everything. So very early in life, and you cannot do everything as well as everybody else. There's some people that simply will outdo you in that space. So why are you trying to be there? I'm a dancer, singer, instrumentalist. I'm the same me. Not everybody can be Eddie Murphy. So it's very important for you to know the areas, your strengths, and play to your strengths. So I will still say, don't spread yourself too thin. One of the things that spreading yourself too thin does also is that it dulls your ability to think clearly. So you don't have enough time to think clearly. You don't have enough time. If you don't even have enough time to think, whatever you are doing, you have failed already at it. Because the greatest value is from your personal intellectual. If you don't have, whatever you do, you don't have time to read, you don't have time to think, I'm sorry, you have failed already. So go and reduce. If you are doing 20 things now, reduce them to 6 or 5. And use the other times to study. And even the Bible says, study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman that needs not be ashamed. I'm a pastor in my other life.
I think I will just add to what Madam has said. The point you made about cost of proper structuring, it's not exactly the case. Yeah? For me, my experience is the cost of being properly structured is not the cash that you flow out. It is the discipline that is required. For me, that is what is important. At Business Day, for our newspaper, we have a board. And for 13, 15 years, directors did not ask for any compensation. Unless, of course, they are flying from outside of Lagos to attend a board meeting. They didn't ask for compensation. Apart from having a board for the company, we also have an editorial advisory board that meets, the board of the company meets quarterly, 4 times a year, maybe max 5 times. But the editorial advisory board meets once a month. In fact, I tell people that it is the part of the work that I've been involved in that has never failed. In 18, 19 years, we have had meetings 12 times a year for 19 years. No meeting, not a single one has been delayed. Our meetings are held first Monday of every month, and all our meetings have held then. The people on our advisory board are not journalists, and they hold our feet to the fire. For 13 years, Dick Kramer, God bless his soul, was chairman of our editorial advisory board. When I'm arriving at his house for a meeting at 4, and he's coming down from upstairs with a file, and I see markings on business there, I know I'm in trouble. But that's the price. Remember I said earlier that you have to be ready to pay the price. And so when the board says to you, please tell me, why did you use this story this way? You're going to have to answer. But you know what? It will help you get better subsequently. So for me, the price of being well structured, I think we're the only newspaper in Nigeria with an editorial advisory board. And I can tell you, we wouldn't be where we are now without that board. In all honesty and humility, we won't be where we are today without that board. I think Madam has answered the question about not being too stretched. You need to be focused. It's good to come back. There aren't many of you who went out and came back. But the truth is, you would find that Nigeria is a much better place. The opportunities are there. That's what I hear from foreigners. If they say it, then Nigerians must believe it. But before I go, let me just say 1 or 2 things very quickly. We're talking about some business concepts, things that can work. But I also believe that there are some personal, I talked about price that you have to pay. There's some personal discipline that you need to imbibe to help you in life. First is, Nigeria is tough today. Yeah?
Yes.
But Nigeria is not gone, as some people say. It is difficult, but you know what? There are opportunities here. I agree things are not what they used to be. But if you look around, you're going to find people of your age who are making progress in life. That's one. Secondly, I talked about discipline, but you also need to be sure that you are open and honest to yourself. Be truthful to yourself. My experience tells me that when people invest in you or your business, they are investing in your person. And you have to have that characteristics that bring good people to yourself rather than repelling people. People saying, that guy, I don't have any time. Dr. Sulaiman told us a story at LBS on one of the seminars that he had someone who says he's a mentor, that he's a mentor to him. And this is important because all of us talk about mentor. And so one day the guy came to his office to say to him that he wanted to resign the next Friday. And he said he looked at him and said, you say I'm your mentor. You have decided to resign. You have appointed a date to resign. So you're just coming to tell me. And he said to him to get out of his office. He has no time to mentor such people. If I'm your mentor, I should be part of the decision to stay or to leave. Again, price to pay. When we started Business Day 25 years ago, the first person that I employed was my accountant. The first person. He was the one who completed the process of opening the accounts for the company, Standard Trust Bank those days. When he completed it, the opening of the accounts, he had the checkbook with him from day one. When Capital Alliance was going to invest in Business Day, you know what they told me? Part of the reason why we're investing in you is that you were true to yourself. You didn't put the checkbook in your pocket, withdrawing money, and you alone knew what you were doing with money. At least we are not asking you not to take your money, but you didn't mind that someone else had the records of what you were doing. It's part of the reason why we're investing in you. There are people who will move from here seeking capital. Our doc is already pointing to Madam to see how much she will influence the footprint for healthcare in 5 years. But there are certain things that you need to just learn and to take on board as you go on. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. Any final words, ma?
Final words is dare to dream, dare to believe, but don't stop at dreaming and believing. Dare to do. And by the way, just in case we didn't tell you, just in case we made you think otherwise, the road will be very, very rough. But the only people who lose are those who quit. Just keep going. You got kicked, you fell, dust yourself, get up, just keep going. Just the only thing that matters is where you and your God have decided you are going to reach and how you are pursuing that goal by his leadership. You'll get there. Thank you.
Wow. What a way to start the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree with me, they deserve a standing ovation. Please arise, put your hands together for our speakers. My God, this is the best way to start the day. Pictures, please. Let's have our CEO. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've started the morning, but guess what? We're going to be taking it a notch higher. You know what you need to do. Remember, you dare to dream, you dare to act as well. And so we are going. Now we're going straight into the hall, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move straight into the hall for the continuation of our annual Convening on impact investing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move in straight into the hall.
just events. They are the foundation of a movement which all of you are now part of.
Looking ahead, we aim to expand our collaboration further to scale up impact investment in agri sector, promoting innovative financing instruments such as blended finance, green bonds, and promoting data-driven solutions that help investors assess impact and less risky investments effortlessly.
In this environment, impact investing stands out as a powerful frontier. One that bridges purpose and profit, and one that gives investors the opportunity to do well while doing good.
And this can support all of us to contribute towards what will be useful for us as an organization. So it depends on you and your contribution. If you're sitting and waiting for a study or an activity to come and benefit you, it may be too late for that. So the national policy framework and coordination needs to happen very proactively from all partners here.
For every SME that graduates through this initiative, they have very clear financials, a very clear growth strategy and milestones. The capital we deploy, it is equity-like. It's not quite equity, it's performance-based. So we're deploying capital tied to those outcomes. By the time they're done, they have the infrastructure that a large SME would have.
We're here as a collaborative force to help shape the future of impact investing. So it's important that we have these conversations.
I think for us, this convening provides a strategic platform for policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and other relevant stakeholders in the innovation ecosystem to convene and jointly discuss and shape existing and new pathways
convenings are not just events. They are the foundation of a movement which all of you are now part of.
Looking ahead, we aim to expand our collaboration further to scale up impact investment in agri sector, promoting innovative financing instruments such as blended finance, green bonds, and promoting data-driven solutions that help investors assess impact and less risky investments effortlessly.
In this environment, impact investing stands out as a powerful frontier. One that bridges purpose and profit, and one that gives investors the opportunity to do well while doing good.
And this can support all of us to contribute towards what will be useful for us as an organization. So it depends on you and your contribution. If you're sitting and waiting for a study or an activity to come and benefit you, it may be too late for that. So the national policy framework and coordination needs to happen very proactively from all partners here.
For every SME that graduates through this initiative, they have very clear financials, a very clear growth strategy and milestones. The capital we deploy, it is equity-like. It's not quite equity, it's performance-based. So we're deploying capital tied to those outcomes. By the time they're done, they have the infrastructure that a large SME would have.
We're here as a collaborative force to help shape the future of impact investing. So it's important that we have these conversations.
I think for us, this convening provides a strategic platform for policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and other relevant stakeholders in the innovation ecosystem to convene and jointly discuss and shape existing and new pathways using impact capital to grow and scale Nigeria's economy in a sustainable and inclusive way.
I think first of all is the national data architecture and structure. I think that's the first thing we must look into, having this national data that cuts across sectors, that's not just focused on, we have silos of data.
Because it's grant funding, you are unable a lot of times to specify or to insist, I'm using the word insist in a fluid way, to insist and say you must have what we would call in our own parlance governance structures. You must have this in place. So it's fluid, so it's grant, so they come take it and they leave, right?
These convenings are not just events. They are the foundation of a movement which all of you are now part of.
Looking ahead, we aim to expand our collaboration further to scale up impact investment in agri sector, promoting innovative financing instruments such as blended finance, green bonds, and promoting data-driven solutions that help investors assess impact and less risky investments effortlessly.
In this environment, impact investing stands out as a powerful frontier. One that bridges purpose and profit, and one that gives investors the opportunity to do well while doing good.
And this can support all of us to contribute towards what will be useful for us as an organization. So it depends on you and your contribution. If you're sitting and waiting for a study or an activity to come and benefit you, that it may be too late for that. So the national policy framework and coordination needs to happen very proactively from all partners here.
For every SME that graduates through this initiative, they have very clear financials, a very clear growth strategy and milestones. The capital we deploy, it is equity-like. It's not quite equity, it's performance-based. So we're deploying capital tied to those outcomes. By the time they're done, they have the infrastructure that a large SME would have.
We're here as a collaborative force to help shape the future of impact investing. So it's important that we have these conversations.
I think for us, this convening provides a strategic platform for policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and other relevant stakeholders in the innovation ecosystem to convene and jointly discuss and shape existing and new pathways using impact capital to grow and scale Nigeria's economy in a sustainable and inclusive way.
I think first of all is the national data architecture and structure. I think that's the first thing we must look into, having this national data that cuts across sectors, that's not just focused on, we have silos of data.
Because it's grant funding, you are unable a lot of times to specify or to insist, I'm using the word insist in a fluid way, to insist and say you must have what we would call in our own parlance governance structures. You must have this in place. So it's fluid, so it's grant, so they come take it and they leave, right?
These convenings are not just events. They are the foundation of a movement which all of you are now part of.
Looking ahead, we aim to expand our collaboration further to scale up impact investment in agri sector, promoting innovative financing instruments such as blended finance, green bonds, and promoting data-driven solutions that help investors assess impact and less risky investments effortlessly.
In this environment, impact investing stands out as a powerful frontier, one that bridges purpose and profit, and one that gives investors the opportunity to do well while doing good.
And this can support
Chioma Agunobi, and it is my pleasure to be here today.
Fantastic. We would like to especially recognize the members of the National Advisory Board for Impact Investing, as well as the chairman of the Impact Investors Foundation and the CEO of the Impact Investors Foundation, as well as other representatives of the government here with us. We would like to welcome you. The hashtag for this event is ACII 2025. Please do well to share comments, insights on social media as we proceed with the event today. Another announcement is that we have a first aid point at the back of this auditorium. It is to my far left, which is your far right. So there is a first aid point there. If you have any issues you'd like to see a medic, would have somebody on standby at the back of the auditorium.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we please rise for the national anthem. May we rise in honor of our land, rise for the national anthem. Torpedo will lead us in the anthem.
Thank you. You may be seated. Choma, as Torpedo played the national anthem, I was reminded many years ago when our national team used to play. And I don't know how many people in the audience could relate to those moments where the camera would be going around the first 11, the squad, and you would see that at that time some of our players will be probably chewing their mouths, trying to follow the national anthem. And as soon as the cameras get in front of them, some of them will just really close their mouths so that they're not too embarrassed on camera. Especially in those days, you had a huge following and audience for the national team. And then now we have a change of national anthem. I think sometimes it's best to just, if you don't have the multimedia supporting like today, just in honor and reverence of the nation, decide not to chew your mouth. But ladies and gentlemen, you could look around the room this morning and see that there's even a national theme to the decor in this place. We have a green carpet, we have green and white balloons. And what better time to be hosting the Impact Investing Convening, the 8th edition. Ladies and gentlemen, officially, we would like to welcome you again to the 8th edition of the annual convening on impact investing. For all our partners and the organizers, can we please put our hands together and appreciate them for putting this event together, the 8th edition, day 2 of this event. Choma.
Please put your hands together for yourselves as well for being here today. Now, I see a lot of us from yesterday, and we're here again today. This really does let us know that there's no better time to be having the conversations we're having in this room. No better time than now. Earlier in the morning, during the breakfast conversation that we had earlier, we pointed out the fact that Nigeria, this is just the beginning for Nigeria. Some people feel like it's time to write her off, but we say her mourning is just beginning. If you understand what I mean. This is that time to invest in Nigeria. This is that time to believe in her. And this is that time to contribute whatever quota you have towards ensuring that she rises as the giant of Africa that she is.
Absolutely, Chioma. And you have put it so aptly. The theme for this year's convening, no coincidence that it is strengthening and scaling the Nigerian impact economy. So, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, please a round of applause for our partners and the organizers of this event. We would like to recognize Business Day Foundation, Business Day Media Group, Circuits, the UK International Development, GIZ, who have come on board to support GSG Impact, of course, as well as the National Advisory Board of Impact Investing. We will proceed to invite a very, very special lady who is going to be taking us off today on day 2 of this incredible event. And I would allow Chioma do the honors of introducing her. She doesn't like the accolades, but she deserves it. And she can't run away from it. So, Chioma.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me, give her the accolades that is due her. Join me, welcome the CEO, Impact Investors Foundation, the one, the only, Etemore Glover, as she takes the stand here.
We
Please
can do
put
much
your
better.
hands together, put your hands together. It takes a lot of work to make this happen.
Absolutely.
8 years and counting.
Please keep clapping till she gets on stage.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. I'd like to welcome you again to the second day of the 8th annual convening on impact investment. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. I don't know if you know me by now, I don't like the stage. So but when they call me, I always wonder why they call me, and I forget that, oh, no, you're supposed to say something. So please, yesterday was really exciting. We had a long line of conversations, and for those of you who weren't here, just my quick highlight. We had a good opening, and it was clear that at the opening session, we need to mobilize capital for the nation. And it's not the depth of capital that is the issue. It's the right kind of capital that can catalyze sustainable development for Nigeria is what we require. From the presentation that we had in the mapping report, we also learned there are sectors that we also need to mobilize the right kind of capital towards. A few were mentioned, and you will get the QR code today to take a look at that very instructive report. Thirdly, we had some interesting panel conversation, one on innovative finance. We need to innovate when it comes to the deployment of capital. We can't use the same traditional finance that we have been using for sustainable development in Nigeria. We need to think outside the box. So we had a panel session where we had practical examples of how people were solving problems across the various value chains. And one thing that came out quite clearly is the role of AI and technology that we can leverage to help us in deploying capital. We also looked at various things. I'm sorry, I'm not with my notes, but I'm just going to try and let you understand that today we're going to go a little bit deeper into other sectors. One of them I'm really excited about is the creative sector. Now, the creative industry is one area that promises to provide jobs for our teeming youths. The question is, how do we mobilize impact capital to support the growth of that industry and also to address the problems across the various value chains? And tonight, if you haven't got your dancing shoes, please check on your desk, bring out your dancing shoes, and let's celebrate men and women who have been doing incredible things in the impact investment space. So without further ado, I just want to welcome you to day 2 of the annual convening on impact investing, and let the conversation begin. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause to yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to our CEO, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep your hands together for her as she proceeds to her seat. We had to bring her up because we're very aware that we had a few people who were not present yesterday and day 1 who are here today. So to be able to set the tone properly, we had to hear from our CEO with the opening remarks. Once again, the hashtag is ACII2025. Do well to tweet all the insights that you'll be getting from this event today. And like she said, please put on your dancing shoes. If you didn't bring a change of shoes for the dinner, the awards this evening, please make sure that you make arrangements quickly to get your dancing shoes here. That will be happening much later this evening. We will move now to a set of goodwill messages, and we will be having 3 goodwill messages from some distinguished guests in our midst. Our first goodwill message this morning is coming from none other than the Executive Director of the Business Day Media Foundation. Lily Adimefe is the Executive Director of the Business Day Foundation, and she leads inclusive and strategic initiatives through the media-driven programs at Business Day. With over 15 years of experience, she has been able to work within the communications, leadership, and stakeholder engagement. She's also delivered high-impact programs, campaigns, and events that drive social equity and systemic change. She holds a degree in international relations and media and communications, and she has, I beg your pardon, previously served as the group head of marketing and corporate communications at a Nigerian conglomerate, overseeing brand strategy across multiple sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the stage Lily Adimefe, who is the Executive Director of Business Day Media Foundation. Please keep clapping until she makes her way to the stage.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. It is an honor to stand before you on behalf of the Business Day Foundation and to bring warm greetings to the Impact Investors Foundation and all participants gathered for this important convening. Let me begin by commending the Impact Investors Foundation for its consistency in sustaining this vital platform, one that convenes key stakeholders, but actively also shapes the future of impact investing in Nigeria. The theme for this year's event, Strengthening and Scaling the Nigerian Impact Economy, is both timely and deeply significant. It speaks to a reality that many of us here know too well, that Nigeria's future prosperity will depend not only on economic growth, but on how inclusive, sustainable, and equitable that growth truly becomes. We believe that building an impact economy is not only about moving capital, it's about moving consciousness. For over 2 decades, Business Day has chronicled Nigeria's economic evolution, the triumphs, challenges, and the opportunities that define our national journey. The foundation extends that legacy by focusing on how information and partnerships can unlock sustainable solutions for people and communities that too often left out of economic growth. When we talk about strengthening the impact economy, we think about finance, innovation, and enterprise, and rightly so. But there's another pillar that determines whether impact truly scales: visibility and narrative. The truth is that people cannot invest in what they cannot see, and they will not support what they do not understand. This is where the media, and by extension, institutions like the Business Day Foundation, play a catalytic role. Through consistent data-driven reporting, stakeholder convenings, and policy accountability, the media helps Nigeria to illuminate what is working, hold accountable what must improve, and inspire what is possible when capital meets conscience. Globally, the impact investing markets is valued significantly in assets under management. Yet in Nigeria, where social enterprises, renewable energy ventures, inclusive finance initiatives are rising, visibility remains limited. Much of the innovation happening in local communities never make it into mainstream coverage, not because they lack value, but because the stories are not being told at scale. Imagine what could happen if we began to tell these stories more intentionally, if investors could see the breadth of social enterprise innovation across our states, if policymakers could track the real returns on gender-smart investments, if citizens could identify with impact as a movement, not just a buzzword. Our initiatives seek to bridge the information and opportunity gaps that exist within the impact ecosystem by spotlighting purpose-driven enterprise is enabling capacity building for women and youth and shaping conversations that reframe how business and society interact. Our work also spans some of the critical levels of sustainable development, such as trade and investment, digital economy, and climate resilience, all grounded in the conviction that inclusive narratives create inclusive growth. This is why gatherings like today's matter. They remind us that scaling impact is not the work of one sector or one institution. It's a shared mandate. It requires sectors to innovate, development community to collaborate, and to invest differently, and the media to tell the story with depth, data, and dignity. Every investment in strengthening media returns value in better governance, smarter capital allocation, and citizens who are informed participants in this development. A strong media ecosystem, therefore, is not peripheral to the SDGs. It is the nervous system that keeps the agenda alive. As we gather here, let us remember an impact economy is not built only by finance. It is built by facts, trust, and voice. And as we seek to fulfill sustainable prosperity, let us invest not only in projects, but in the platforms that keep the nation accountable to the promises. On behalf of the Business Day Foundation, I would like to extend our goodwill and solidarity to the Impact Investors Foundation and to every organization represented here today. We applaud your commitment to driving sustainable development and impact, to supporting enterprise and redefining how capital serves people and the planet. As you deliberate over the next sessions, may the ideas shared here move beyond policy papers and conference rooms into real partnerships, measurable investments, and enduring outcomes. We stand ready to continue collaborating, to amplifying this important cause, documenting its progress, and ensuring that the impact economy is not just an economic concept, but a lived reality for millions of Nigerians. I thank you, and we wish you fruitful deliberations and lasting impact.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not clapping. A round of applause, please, for Lily Adimefe from the Business Day Foundation. Thank you very much for that. We will be moving on to our next goodwill message coming from Imade Helen Bibowe Oshobeni. I believe I pronounced that properly. I'll just read very quickly her bio and then invite her to stage. Imade is the Chief Operating Officer at Circuit, which is Africa's premier virtual cinema transforming low spaces, transforming how audiences experience film and entertainment across the continent and beyond. Under her leadership, Circuit is pioneering a new era of digital storytelling, merging technology, culture, and creativity to make African stories more accessible to global audiences. Imade brings a strong track record of over 20 years of operational excellence, policy formulation, innovation, and strategic growth, driving Circuit's mission to advance the African film ecosystem through immersive, technology-driven cinematic experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the stage for the next goodwill message, Imade Helen Bibowe Oshobeni, the co-founder and senior vice president of Circuit. Please keep clapping until she makes her way to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. If you don't clap for me, I'll clap for myself. So try. It's an honor to be here today for such an important conversation. And I say this with a sense of humility because we are in virtual cinema space, and that means that we're driving the creative economy across Africa. And I know that most times we have conversations like this and it becomes a talk shop. So I'm hoping that today we're going to engage honestly and take away feedback that can transform the sector and also make the impact investor space a one that we want to be with. Thank you for coming, and we hope that we have an amazing time together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Imade. And then We are proceeding to our final goodwill message. And I think we do need these goodwill messages, ladies and gentlemen. We do need them on occasions like this. So our final goodwill message is coming from Hajia Fatima Sheji, who is representing the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause as we welcome Hajia Fatima Sheji. Please keep clapping till she gets on stage. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Hajia.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be here today. The CEO, Etereme Global, the chairman, Impact Investors Foundation. Before we came for this program, the government is passionate about investing in Nigeria, sub-hubs, entrepreneurship for people. We know deep in our hearts that as the government, we cannot make Nigeria go forward without the collaboration of the private sector. Before coming for this program, we thought it was a small event. But having come here, having been on all the sessions yesterday, we are now aware that Nigeria is ready. Nigeria is ready to drive itself forward. I know that together, we, the government and the private sector, can make this happen. With the passion of Impact Investors Foundation, because I see the passion that Etemore has for this. We've had different collaborative meetings with them, and I know that they will make this happen. So on behalf of my principal officers, I'm going to read a speech to help us Nigerians to know the commitment of the government to place that passion in our hearts to make this happen for tomorrow, for the betterment of Nigeria. So permit me to stand on existing protocols and read this message to you. Thank you. I need to wear my glasses. To be here today at this year's annual Convening on Impact Investing, a platform that continues to inspire strategic dialogue and action towards financing inclusive and sustainable growth across Africa. Nigeria's development trajectory demands innovative financing mechanisms that complement public resources and accelerate socio-economic transformation. We, the government, recognize the traditional public financing alone cannot meet the state scale of investment and required to achieve our national aspirations. That is why the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning is working with Impact Investing Foundation and Kuramo Capital on the establishment of the Nigerian Wholesale Impact Investment Fund, a catalytic platform designed to unlock long-term financing for enterprises that create measurable social, economic, and environmental impact. The fund is an essential vehicle for channeling both domestic and international capital into sectors that foster inclusive growth in agriculture, renewable energy, education, and affordable housing. The ministry is fully committed to development partners and state governments to localize impact-driven investments through initiatives such as the Renewed Hope World-Based Development Initiative, which seeks to ensure that the benefits of growth and impact are felt at the grassroots level. As we engage today, and as we have engaged yesterday, let me reaffirm that Nigeria's vision for impact investing is not just about capital mobilization, but about shared prosperity. Shared prosperity between the private sector, the public sector, cut across around Nigeria. We need to make this happen. kindly permit me to appreciate the growing ecosystem of you investors seated here today. Social enterprises, policy champions, because I call you champions. You are doing a great job. Without the private sector, I don't think the government can push forward. We need help from you all. We need to move Nigeria forward. Having listened to yesterday's impact investment from countries like Ghana, Israel, and the UK, the message behind it was that for it to even work, it needs a collaborative effort of both the private and the public sector. The backdrop of it all was that together, we can move impact investment forward in this country. I thank you for being here, and I hope together we can take steps further to make this a reality, to make the Nigeria socioeconomic demand work. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Hajia, for sharing that. Thank you. All right, so we have now come to the close of our goodwill messages today, and we will be proceeding further as we begin to look at conversations, very, very critical conversations. And just as she alluded to yesterday, we learned quite a few things from Israel, the UK, and
South Africa.
Ghana.
Yeah,
Ghana. We had Amma sharing some insights from Ghana yesterday. And then we had quite a very interesting session as well on how technology can be integrated. We talked about a impact finance dashboard from the report by IFAD. But without going into too much detail about what happened yesterday, let's move into the next segment of the event for today. Choma, what do we have next?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move into our first panel session for today. And here we'll be unlocking Nigeria's impact capital, policy reforms and data-driven strategies. This will be happening here, and we have a fine lineup of speakers.
Absolutely, we do. But before we introduce the speakers, we'd like to specially recognize a board member of the Impact Investors Foundation, Mr. Gbenga Hassan, who's here with us. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, sir. We appreciate your presence. Now to the conversation, unlocking Nigeria's impact capital, policy reforms and data-driven strategies. Our first speaker, or panelist, in no particular order, is Prince Ogbonna, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Molu Venture Lab. A round of applause as we invite him to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you.
He would also be joined by Gbenga Hassan, who is the Managing Director at Gentil Capital Management.
A round of
Please
applause.
Put your hands together for him.
Thank you. And then we have Ifat Mahmood, who is Regional Representative of Innovision Global Africa.
We did enjoy her presentation yesterday, and
Absolutely.
so we look forward to a very, very insightful conversation here today.
And this session will be moderated by Fin Ogunlesi, who's Managing Partner of Regalstone Capital. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as she makes her way forward to the stage. She will be driving the conversation policy track. This is the policy track, and we're going to be hearing insights. I would say, please get your notepads, and those of us who are online, please continue to use the hashtag and follow the conversation. So, Fin, over to you. We have 40 minutes for this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, panelists. I'm particularly excited about this panel. So please be locked in and enjoy the conversations. Again, yesterday, a lot of the conversations are leading up to today's panel session, which is about policy. How do we move on from here? What suggestions, what recommendations can we move on with from here? And so this panel is key to the conversations that we'll be having and some of the takeaways that we'll have taken back to our offices. So I would start I'll start with Benga. Good morning. A lot of work has gone into this report, right? With data saying there's innovation, that there are different systems that need to be put in place, right? How there's a lot of gap or lack of depth in terms of local currency as well. So the first question is, what immediate steps, again, coming to you first is because you have, again, vast experience in the space, energy, infrastructure, you've worked with local capital, you've worked with foreign capital, and so it's important to put that context. What immediate steps can financial institutions and regulators take to deepen local currency, impact markets, and attract that long-term domestic investors that we're all looking for?
Hello. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Benga Hassan. I'm the Managing Director for Argentine Capital Management. We're the investment, private equity principal investment side of the business. We invest in SMEs, primarily targeting agribusiness, clean energy, consumer business, and tech-enabled businesses. We're also interested, and we've partnered with Chocolate City to create the Founders Fund for the creative sector, because we think that that's another key sector that can provide significant impact. We invest primarily in Nigeria and Ghana. We've deployed about $50 million of capital in about 16 investments. I'm very happy to be here, and thanks to Impact Investment Foundation for having me. In terms of, so I think just so that we don't always start from the bad side. So the reality is that I think AFCA did a report recently, and it showed that domestic capital coming into private markets has, I think it was about 25% in sub-Saharan Africa, and that's grown from about 10% over 10 years. So there is positive traction in the right direction. But again, I think the point is, how do we get it from 25 to, being the dominant player, right? Because what we've seen is the world has evolved, I would say, and a lot of the reliance on development funding is changing, because the developed world have different priorities right now. That's the reality. And it's very important that in this part of the world, we come up with homegrown solutions to solve our problems. Just to provide that context, that things are improving, but they have to improve quicker, and the world is changing. So there's a lot of, there's more need for us to create the local capital pool that can ensure that, money can be deployed into private markets, right? And I use the word private markets because private markets are where the bulk of the SMEs, the micro businesses sit, right? They don't have access to the public markets like the banks and the big companies have access to. So the point is, what can the private sector and, the regulators do? And obviously, one thing that obviously always comes at the forefront is actually catalytic capital. Because the big insurance companies or pension funds are looking at a pool of investments. And for them, they want to ensure that they deliver on paying pensioners. At some point, we will all draw from our pensions, hopefully. And they want to ensure that when that time comes, they're able to do that. So it's important that they're able to deploy capital in a way that gets them that risk-adjusted returns, because they're commercial investors, right? So the fact is, what can government do? And I think the minister noted about what had been done with the wife, where the government is going to play a catalytic role to support a fund-of-fund manager to deploy capital into the space. That's the kind of structuring that government can do and needs to do more, because the reality is that if government leads and can give the private sector assurance that capital will be deployed, and I mean, government isn't there to underwrite, because again, I think we need to step back from looking at blended finance as something that can blend bad deals. It's not there to, if a deal doesn't work, financing shouldn't go to it, right? But blended finance is supposed to help efficient deployment of capital to sectors that would otherwise not receive that capital, but are commercially viable. And I think, you know, that is a key area that government can sort of support. And also, I think there are some DFIs here as well. I think both foreign and domestic DFIs have to wear that hat, because I think we've seen DFIs come a bit more being too commercial, and I think they need to kind of step back and go back to the original mandate of being catalytic, such that the commercial investors can be crowded in. Because today, I believe we sit on about 25 trillion naira of pension assets. If you assume 15% based on the new regulations can go into what will be the private market space, that is a significant amount of capital. So we need to find ways to unlock that. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Gwenga. I think that was a really good way to kick off. And so it leads me to, I like that the fact that you were already sort of speaking about the SMEs and the MSMEs. And that leads me to Prince. You work with the SMEs, right? And there's this thing called the missing middle. They are really big ticket sizes, maybe 5 million and above, right, in dollars. And then they're really the small ones. How do we solve for the small ones? How do we solve for those 20 to 500 million that are underserved? Do you have, again, it's good for people in this hall to take away have practical takeaways, right? Models, mental models that are useful, systems that have worked. So do you have, again, can you share partnership models that are useful in this space?
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So I'll just give you a background of what we do at Molu Venture Lab. So at Molu Venture Lab, it's a sister company of Molu Venture Capital, and we're an operating venture studio that very strong in research, innovation, and policy. And so for the past 2 years now, we've been able to accelerate over 500 MSMEs and startups, all right, in different incubation programs, you know, and some of the things that we've realized, just like what the report said, the missing middle, the challenge with the missing middle is that they are left behind, right? There are no instruments that are catered for them, all right? The commercial banks, for the MSMEs, the commercial banks' interest rates are high for them. And for the startups, investors have, you know, very crazy demands and all of that. So what we've been able to do is create investment readiness program, ensuring that the pipeline is rich, all right, from the demand side, all right? So one of the things we've noticed is that even in the investment readiness programs that we do, okay, we just, we're concluding one with WIRA, where we have over 100 women, you know, in our investment programs, startups and MSMEs. So what I would suggest or propose is having a finance and accelerator finance partnership. What does that mean? Most people go through programs and then they are waiting for money, all right? And then before 3-4 months, what they've learned, you know, they've forgotten that and all of that. But if we create programs where there's a linkage between that program and a particular outcome of monies, all right? So that if you go through this program, you have these monies, and then it's also channeled to the point where we can see how that money has impacted your business. So if we have that kind of partnership programs between the government and ESOs, that would be very good. And then my brother spoke about blended finance. Finance, it's something that is very important. Why is it important? The commercial banks are saying, okay, they want you to de-risk, right? And make guarantees for them. These monies are not their monies and all of that. So if we have DFIs, de-risks in terms of saying we can do first cover, first loss cover for these banks, have guarantees for them. And then these monies are now, I'm happy that there's an ESO pool IIF is doing and created. We're able to establish, that sum of pool and a great governance in place. What will happen is that there'll be enough monies to go into MSMEs, and ESOs will become like due diligence officers, ensuring that the right pipeline is there and a good reporting and monitoring, is done from their end. So I feel that these two initiatives can greatly, reduce that, missing middle. And now it's also important to note that there's value of debt even for the side of the ESOs. So beyond what you say, startups or businesses experience value of debt, even ESOs experience value of debt. Because if you look at how they are structured, their customers are startups, are MSMEs. Most of them do not have enough monies, all right, to pay them. So there should be some form of concessional, technical assistance instruments that are created basically for this set of growth. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Benga has spoken about how blended finance doesn't mean the deal isn't good, right? Prince too has spoken about how capacity building plus an outcome is important. I know IFAT works a lot with data. You do a lot of research, you speak to a lot of markets, you can benchmark, right? So what practical lessons, again, it's good to have case studies from markets across the world that we can use. What models have worked? What didn't work? What are we saying that might not work, right? It would be good to hear your perspective.
Thank you. So I think we have to understand the problem we are trying to solve, right? The problem is there's a lot of duplication of efforts. If everybody in this room wrote down what we are trying to solve and do, you will see that maybe, most likely, a lot of us are doing the same activities, right? Donor agencies have multiple technical assistance programs across similar sectors. Impact funders are also trying to chase a few deals, right? We all know that funding pipeline is not that simple and not that easy. We have government agencies working heavily on trying to support the MSMEs. Now, all of this needs to happen in a coordinated manner, which is the problem we are trying to solve. Now, data plays a huge role in enabling us with that coordination. If I don't know who is doing what, there is no way we can coordinate. And that needs to be an efficient and cost-friendly process. Ghana has an interesting platform called the Aid Information Management System, Ghana AIMS. This is exactly what they do, but for the aid industry, where they map all the programs, what kind of aid is being dispersed, which sectors are being dispersed, and who are the major recipients of it. This allows for efficiency within the system, which means no two donors would be approaching or investing in the same company or the same problem. That is very important. So we reduce efficiency because money doesn't come easy, as we know, right? We also have another platform in Indonesia. Asia is very good with data and platforms. There is a platform called SDG Indonesia Forum. And what they do is they track all the SDG relevant investments and TA programs. Once again, what it does is for the policymakers to have visibility of what the SDG programs are, where are the gaps, and how do they improve their programming. The private funders can now see where they can come in. So they already want to see if the government, if the donor agencies are supporting some sectors, supporting some entities where they can support with private funding, because it is already kind of de-risked, right? So these are the kind of examples we can aim to replicate, and it is not complicated at all.
Thank you, Ifat. I think, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense and clear and simple. So let's move to the how. Let's move to the how. I want to come back to Benga because, again, you've worked with different forms of capital and with different DDFIs, commercial investors. There's the data, and again, we're always talking about the pension and the insurance companies allocating less than 5% or maybe less than 2% is the data that is being put out there. How best do we attract them? How should fund managers or how should businesses be pitched to them? How best do we approach them to, again, bring them into the pool? A lot of conversations have happened around that space, right? But it would be good to know what's the way forward, how? How do we do it now? They have the largest pool of capital. We need them in.
Yes, thanks. You're actually generous. They're not at 2%. They're probably point something percent in terms of their allocation based on what they should be doing and where they are. But when you speak to the investment team of the pension funds, you realize that there is appetite for them to want to participate in the private markets. But as my colleague noted, data is key. A lot of them, are used to investing based on benchmarks, right? So there is a bond benchmark, there's an equity listed benchmark. The benchmarks that their investors, their board can monitor them against, right? Which is, did you do better than the stock market? Did you do better than the FMDQ bond market, etc.? In the private markets, given it's not traded, there is that challenge that they have, and I think one of the things where Impact Investment Foundation and other ecosystem partners, AFCA, PEFCA, etc., can support is to create those benchmarks, right? Such that, there's that data that this is how private markets are performing, and publicize it such that the commercial investors have that. Because again, as one of them once told me, even if the whole investment team is bullish about an investment, they have to convince their board of trustees who are more conservative, right? So, having benchmarks that are there is very important. And I think one of the things my colleague noted here was the fact that sometimes there's inefficiency in how we do things. So we're all trying to structure for one opportunity, right? But at the end of the day, in order to attract capital from a pension fund that sits on 1 trillion naira of capital, the opportunity has to be scalable and repeatable, right? So we have to find ways that when we fix a issue for a particular deal, or we use blended finance for a particular deal, or we use a particular structure, or we work with the venture partners here on a particular opportunity, we need to see how we can permutate that wider than just that opportunity, such that it becomes repeatable and scalable. Because then all that learning that we've all had to do and achieve can now ensure that that opportunity is repeatable and scalable, and it can obviously be quicker to deploy capital. Because one of the things that a lot of people face is the fact that when they speak to capital providers, it takes too long. By the time you say you need the money, if you're lucky, you get the money in 18 months. I mean, what do you do between day 1 to 18, right? So again, having scalable, repeatable opportunities, I think, is one way. And it comes to what my colleague noted on data, right? So we need to have that ecosystem that ensures that the private capital markets, the ongoings that are being done are being reported accurately. The data is being pushed out to the commercial investors who can see that they're missing out. Because, and that's why I said, commercial investors are there to make money. Yes, they also want impact, right? Because they live in Nigeria, they see what's going on. They would like to have better healthcare, better food, better security from businesses that provide that. But at the end of the day, they need to look at it from the prism of commercial returns from the onset, and then the impact later. Thanks.
Thank you, Benga, for that. Thank you for sharing that. I want to come to IFAT because, again, Benga mentioned something on data. And this question is around this Nigerian Impact Finance Dashboard. Can you share just a bit more what that dashboard will do, how we should look at it as ecosystem players, again, and just outcomes? What will it do for us?
So the idea for the impact investing or impact outcome dashboard came because we were finding it very difficult to find the data, right? And going through the entire process of trying to collect impact data as well as data from the funds and the DFIs, we realized that the need for a singular dashboard, which is not static, right? It cannot be static, it has to be dynamic, is extremely important. Now, what would it solve? Again, I come back to the problem it can solve. For limited partners who are playing in the private funding space, for DFIs and government agencies, they need data, as Venga was saying. They need data into which are the sectors and what types of companies can I invest in, and what would my returns look like. This cannot be a process, again, where you have to invest immense amount of resources into doing a market research, which is something that a lot of people shy away from. We are not used to doing a lot of market research, right? So we need a singular platform which has credible data that supports the funders to come forward and invest. So imagine a situation where all the pension fund assets, and we are increasing the targets, yes, but they have visibility of where to invest. They have a story that they can tell themselves. For example, maybe I want to invest in women. I want to invest in girl education. Are there companies within my space, within the country, that I can invest in? Is there that data? Right now, even if they are, they might forget it because that data is not available, and getting someone to actually find that data might be too cumbersome and costly. So that's one of the problems we want to solve with this dashboard. So what would it look like? A is dynamic, which means it gets updated on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis. So if you see the likes of Crunchbase, which collects data on startup VCs and BEs, if you look at PitchBook, I just had a call with them this morning. They asked for $30,000 per year to be able to provide data on just VC funds, right? We have steers.ng, which is a Nigerian platform. They're doing excellent work, but their pricing is $12,000 a year. And it doesn't even cover all the sectors we're talking about, right? So there are platforms that exist, but we need to be able to collect data from them, as well as the missing data from the DFIs, the foundations, the high net worth individuals, and look at expressing that in a digestible manner for each counterpart on a regular basis. So that's how it should look like. It should be on your desktop that you refresh, and it gives you all the metrics that you require. The technology exists. This is not going to be a rocket science. It is all about getting access to the data.
Follow-up question. How are you thinking about, again, moving forward with this, getting access to data?
So I would like to actually formally say that Innovision, the global company that we are working with, we are committing towards moving this forward. The first would be partnership. We need commitment from public and private agencies to be able to provide the data. So we are going to start working on partnerships. For example, we are going to reach out to the Development Bank of Nigeria. We are going to reach out to BOI, BOA, private funds and platforms to be able to have an agreement that this data will be provided. So that's first, access. The second is to develop an MVP, a minimum viable product. A minimum viable product the center of it would be to ensure that this has returns for our users. No one provides you with any information or any activity without a clear return in sight. So the MVP would be able to provide that case and the use case for each of the investors and counterparts that we're looking at. And once we do that, we will go into fundraising and launching this product.
Okay, so there are partners in this room. Please, you need to speak to IFAT after this conversation to move this dashboard forward. Again, useful for our fund managers, useful for investors' decision making. I want to come back to Prince. Thank you, Ifat. Because you work with SMEs, you work with MSMEs. Again, today there are a number of different models that have been spoken about: revenue-based, first loss guarantees. Realistically, right? Realistically, what will enable that missing middle? The SMEs, the MSMEs. What is ideal? If you also have, if you have access to, again, if you work with creative businesses, what would that look like if you had to, again, solve for the capital gap there?
So I would say that two ways: mobilizing capital within the country, all right, and then secondly, technical assistance from DFIs and all of that. So, but for the first, earlier in the year, we had the opportunity to work with the minister, and he gave us more of like a challenge to do mapping per state, all right, to understand the needs of every state and how incubation hubs, ESOs, can solve the problems within the states based off on innovation support systems in the country. So that was a good revelation because everybody's trying to be like Lagos, right? Everybody is trying to be like Lagos, but Lagos has its own unique landscape. The research institutions, the people, the demands, the coastal commercial viable productions that happens. But it doesn't happen like that for every state. So my proposition would be that for every state should be able to have state governments stepping in to work with DFIs and hubs to solve the problems of these states. All right. So for a Borno state or any state in the north that their priority areas are health or agriculture, all right, that thematic area should, the solution should be around that thematic area. So hubs can work with governments and probably DFIs, to solve these problems for each state. So it's not a one direction thing, but I would say that if we are able to do that, it goes a long way. Then for TAs, I know if you've heard of AFAWA, all right? AFAWA is a good example of how TA, technical assistance design, can work. What we've realized also is that most ESOs are just doing support, entrepreneurial support, but they should be transiting to innovation support, right? Transiting most of these MSMEs, giving them the right tools, basically to scale. Because the difference between startup and an MSME is basically that a startup uses technology to scale its operations. So what we are suggesting is for TAs, ensuring that technical assistants are designed with the incubation ESOs in mind. ESOs should be part of the design. And so if ESOs are part of the design, because they have direct relationship with MSMEs and startups, they're able to design these TAs to fully capture the needs of the MSME. So I'm saying that going forward, if it's possible, we'll have a platform where startups MSMEs, venture studios can co-design with DFIs, can co-design. I was just having conversation with IFAT, very interesting stuff that happened earlier in the year. We got into two as implementing partners for 2 projects, and in those projects, the monies came into the country, and we just brought in, and pictures were snapped, and all of that happened. All right, in Nigeria. So transparency needs to be brought in, and every stakeholder needs to be part of, from the design stage to the intervention stage to the mail to the monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Every stakeholder needs to be together and needs to be given an opportunity to speak about the program and all of that. So I feel that these 2 ways can greatly can be used as a good instrument to affect the outcomes of MSMEs and startups. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. We're wrapping up. So if there are any questions you have, please let us know while we go around. So I'll come to Benga first before we then go around and speak on maybe quick wins across, so you can start to think about it, quick wins across all the stakeholders on the value chain, the government, DFIs, fund managers, the SMEs. What are the quick wins that we can take away from today? But I want Benga to speak on how to really mobilize that local currency capital. There's the target of 100 to 200 billion of local currency impact fund for 2025 to 2027. It's important to speak on how can we govern it, how can we get that capital out?
Okay, thanks. So I think, the reality is that like I said, the pension funds sit on significant pools of capital. And I think the regulators just actually increased their capital base as well, their minimum capitalization that they have to achieve. So the reality is that they are going to become bigger, and the bigger they become, the more challenging it is for them to deploy. Right now, they can't even look at deploying 100 to 200, right? So it has to go through partners, right? So at the end of the day, and I think the representative from the ministry was noting about the wife. Perhaps they have to do like a similar one as well, but targeting that lower base. Because for that money to go to that base, it has to go through what I'll call fund managers, right? Institutions will really struggle. I remember one of the reasons why we actually created the investment side of our business was we've had an advisory business for years, and people came to us and said, oh, they want to raise $1 million, they want to raise $500,000, $1 million. We were like, as an advisor, if we help you raise that and we charge our fee, it just doesn't make sense, right? So on the back of that, we created the business that allows us to actually deploy that pool of capital, right? So again, I think for that capital of that size to go to where it's needed, there needs to be a creation of more intermediaries who can push out that capital. Banks would never do that. So forget what banks tell you. They would never do that, right? They're too big to concern themselves on that. So you really need more intermediaries who are focused on doing that and have a track record of doing that as well. Because it's not easy to deploy capital in that chunk size as well. You have to have a structure that allows you, because you're going to be doing a lot more transactions relatively. So you have to have a system that allows you to deploy that capital, track it, monitor it, and get it back. Thanks.
Thank you, Gwenga. Very, very good takeaway from that conversation. Thank you. Let's start with Ifat. Quick win. And go to Prince and then Gwenga.
Quick win in terms of this conversation, or quick win for us?
It can be, yes, in terms of this, in the context of this conversation, of course, and then for us, any of the stakeholders across the value chain.
I think the quick win would be to have started on this platform we are talking about. So it's a marketplace for impact data. And I don't know if you were here for the conversation yesterday where the co-CEO of Impact Investing UK was mentioning how they have $75 billion in impact capital, but they did not necessarily tag it as impact capital. I think we also have to be aware that any capital that goes into Nigerian ventures at the moment would be impact, highly likely to be impact, right? So we need to have that dashboard and that database with or without impact. And eventually, it definitely will create impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Infat.
Yes, outside the DFIs, right? The DFIs operating programs in Nigeria should, when they are designing their programs, ensure that they ensure that venture studios who work directly with MSMEs are brought to help them, in that path. Then for the venture studios, I would say that there's a lot going on right now. AI is kind of changing how education and understanding for MSMEs. So how are you able to disrupt yourself as a venture studio so that you can also use the disruption within yourself and impact the MSMEs themselves? So it's a call for us to be smarter, for us to be more caring, in the process. Then for MSMEs and startups, for startups, I would say that the landscape is changing a lot. Investors' confidence is coming back gradually. And so what that means is you have to be ready. How ready is your business? How is your data room looking like? How is your compliance looking like? And all of that. So be intentional. Go for investment readiness programs so that you are ready. And then get yourself exposed to where you can get opportunities to meet investors and pitch. For MSMEs, which basically for the most part, lending instruments debt is usually how they get their funding. I think you should begin to use blended finance, if possible, and ensure that your corporate governance are in place. All right, all of this will ensure that they're also ready for investments, whether it's coming from the DFIs or it's coming from commercial banks or microfinance banks. They're actually ready for investments. I think that is my take. Yeah.
Yes, thanks. Look, I think, to be honest, again, I was on Tuesday, I was at an event that was organized by a Japanese investor in Nigeria. So there are interesting things happening here. And I was speaking to one of the companies, and he's a financial director of a company. And he said he's quite excited for one of the few times he's quite excited in Nigeria, right? So things are looking better for sure, right? So again, I think that's a quick win, because if the business environment is looking better, then it means that a lot of what we've said we want to do can be done, right? Because if the business environment isn't functioning, then it's just more challenging, right? So, but I think one of the things that I would like to see, especially since we're talking about policy and regulation, is that I think the timeline for impact funds to be set up and be SEC approved has to be shortened, and the cost has to be reduced. Because if you really want, like I say, to have capital go from commercial big institutions go further down, you need to have intermediaries that can do that. And in Nigeria, and I guess in most other places, you have to have regulated intermediaries. And if you've ever, I don't know if there's any SEC person here, so let me be careful, but it can be challenging and it can be expensive. And I think, a quick win that I think the IIF and the ecosystem can help push is ensuring that impact funds as a priority are given a fast track such that from a cost perspective and from a timing perspective, the time from them to set up and be fully registered is no more than 3 months. It should not be, don't let me say it, but it should be 3 months. Thank you. That'll be my quick win.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gbenga. Just to, again, to wrap up, again, we've learned a lot on this panel with regards to how data needs to be more transparent, how we pull the data to help with investor decision making, the different models that we can use. Blended finance is a word that has been used in different forms. There are different models under blended finance that can be deployed. It's important that as ecosystem stakeholders, we sort of find the best way to reach that missing middle. We support them, we grow them. Again, entrepreneurship is really what's going to grow the continent, grow Nigeria as it were. So thank you. Time up. No questions from the audience? Oh, I don't see any hands. Oh. Okay, there are a few hands. Okay.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Shegun. I'm the founder at Ijebu Market. And great session so far. And it's also, I'm actually delighted to see Ifat Mahmoud because I've been following your post for 2 years on LinkedIn. And I think one of the posts that she made about agriculture being much more integrated for efficiency, when we're trying to begin our implementation back there, it was a post that I saw that was like, okay, she's asking a question, and this is the right line to go. So back to the impact investment side. What about data-driven strategies that actually allows impact investment to have much more mileage in terms of the number of enterprises that plug in, so that ventures that go into the impact investment don't just sit there. You try and actually have probably the strategies that allow other forms of commercial capital, even if some might not be fitting for venture. You could actually have, I think you also made a post like that in such a way that can you actually have much more commercial instead of us limiting. So are those things also going to be factored into the data-driven strategies that you will consider in impact investment, so that ventures don't just sit there. They only stay there for a while, a few years, they exit to other form of capital, while others can actually come in, allowing us to do much more with limited capital. Then I think we also need to talk about the other ones, where the final one is, what about situations where people that are also trying to actually access different forms of impact capital or climate-related thing, where you're told, okay, for your project, can we have your ESIA, your ESMP, your technical designs, your pre-visibility, and these things cost millions. For what we are doing, I'm just spending on all these things, but those things are essential. So please, those things, can you help us address that particular one too? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you did answer your question yourself, which is great. That means you understand the value of it and how to go about it. But I think one thing that we keep not talking about is how difficult it is for the funders, doesn't matter if it's a bank or a DFI or an impact fund, to create a pipeline. And why is it difficult to create a pipeline? Because the data is missing. It's expensive to go down and create that pipeline and get that data. So on the other end, on the investee end, if you are an SME, even if you're an enterprise, let's not say what size you are, to even know what is required from the funders, it's quite a challenging task. And then you have to be sure that what you're investing in, that ESIA, will actually be accepted and is actually a criteria for that funding, right? These are the gaps that we need to bridge with these kind of platforms. And this platform has to be credible. It has to be verified. So it's certainly something of value for all parties involved, for the enterprises themselves and the funder themselves. Now that is where crowding in of investors come in. In the report, we identified 3 categories of enterprises and the kind of support let's not say support. I actually don't like this word anymore because support somehow means it has to be non-financial. Support somehow, puts you at a backseat and say, I'll do it if I can. The investments that we need at different stages of an enterprise and which players should be playing at different levels is actually very clearly identified in the report. You cannot expect a commercial financer, as Benga was saying, to go and invest in a $100,000 venture. Because, as you said, it's too much management fee. It's too much to actually invest in that company and actually expect the returns. But at the same time, we also can't expect these investments to go into all SMEs. Not all SMEs need to be funded. They shouldn't be funded. Only the competitively good ones should be funded. The ones who can bring the returns should be funded. But how do we know which ones are, right? How do we know how I can crowd in the commercial investors? Once there is a proven case by the DFIs and the other impact funders. That's when these commercial financiers crowd in. Again, if you don't have the data, if they're not talking to each other, it's not going to happen, right?
So we can only take 2 questions, and we'll take the second one from here. If there are no questions here. One here, one here. Let's do one here. Hey, get the mic.
Thank you very much. My question goes to IFAS, and I'll be talking about the singular dashboard that you're talking about. So, from my own understanding, because you mentioned that it's been pretty difficult to have a pipeline, I would just suggest that why not have a kind of collaboration with stakeholders. For example, in the health sector, I know that it's been quite difficult to have adequate data, and that is most of the time we have misrepresentation. You know, somebody can come up today and say Nigeria is having the highest case of this and that and that, and that goes to the fact that from the grassroots, or maybe from the lowest part of it, the data being generated is not properly captured. You know, we have this problem of digitizing. Take, for example, even in our hospitals, we still have hospitals that make use of a manual method of getting the data. So eventually, by the time it gets to the ministry, we are not having good representation. So I want to suggest that please collaborate with relevant stakeholders. And whenever we are supporting investment, please let it be data-driven innovations. You know, whatever innovation anybody is coming up with, let it be a kind of data-driven one, okay? So I believe data is very key, and look around and see how it can be made available, because the singular impact investing dashboard will really go a long way to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Because
for
it
that.
wasn't a question. So maybe we should take over your question.
Recording in progress.
Okay. It was her.
Thank you very much. Nonyu Mai. Thank you for the panel. Just in line with what she just said, we've met before, and I'm interested in what you are saying. We've trained up to about 600 entrepreneurs in the past 5 years, and we get data on them across different sectors. So I think that's something that we can look at and see what we can pull. Because matching what he said, we're in the trenches with these SMEs. Once the trainings are done, they don't go forward. And I found out 2 major problems, which are 2 areas investors usually look at that is the issue. 1, they don't have anybody doing BD for them. They can't hire. 2, they are not online. They are not visible. They are not marketing. They are entrenched in operations. They can't move forward. They are working on the business. They are also working in the business. So and I don't think we've seen any support and also funding in that area, because for most SMEs, what they need to do is actually to do these two key things, and you see the exponential growth they are going to have. And Benga, I agree with you with what you said about the DFIs to be more catalytic, because most of the fundings just sit there and they don't do much with it. So if the investors can marry more with the DFIs and then they do more, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Madam, you didn't ask a question.
I didn't ask a question, yes.
All right, thank you, everyone. It's important that I speak about how, again, all of this data is impacting how we think about the creative industries as well. I'm excited that there's a conversation, a more robust conversation coming up later on today. But at Regal Stone, we're also constantly working with the industry. We recently put together a music report as well, sizing the markets, trying to know how revenue flows in, what works and what doesn't work. So please look out for it. It's coming out soon, and it's, of course, will add to all of the investment decision making that we have to do for the sector. So thank you very much, panelists. So good to have you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than that. Please put your hands together for our panelists.
All right. We'll have a quick photograph with the panelists. And
group photograph.
I wanted to invite the CEO to join them, if that's not too much. Thank you very much.
Please
Let's
put
welcome
your hands
her.
together for her.
Chama, you know, very interesting conversations about the preparedness opportunities for SGBs, small and growing businesses. We also had the reiteration of the Impact Finance Dashboard to track and monitor investments that are being made, and then the impact and the successes of the businesses as well. So thank you once again. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much. Awesome. So we will be proceeding, and very, very interesting questions. If you're joining us online, would like to see some engagement in the comments, applause, and having you share some of your comments and insights. And please remember, if you're joining online, you can send in your questions as well, and we will be able to take them here in person. All right.
We'd also like to mention that we've got exhibition booths outside downstairs, and would like for you to kindly visit those brands. We have some brands that are exhibiting, so please do visit, find out what they're all about, connect, and possibly patronize.
Yes, it's part of these opportunities we're saying about SGBs, small and growing businesses. Some of them are here showcasing. Please, as we talk, and also make the efforts to patronize them and encourage those businesses, so we have more businesses succeeding in Nigeria and on the continent. So we're looking forward to having you visit their stands much later. Another announcement is that to the back of the auditorium, your right, which is my far left, there is a first aid point. So if you need to see a medic for any reason at all, please proceed to the back of the auditorium. My left, which is your right-hand side. We will proceed to a presentation shortly, but we have some recognitions, very key recognitions to make, because it's important that we also recognize those partners who are here. Mr. Umar Idris, would like to recognize him. He was also part of the panel yesterday. Thank you, from RISA Fund. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Great to have you here again today.
And then we also have the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning representatives here with us from that ministry. Would like to thank you for joining us. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move straight into our first presentation for today. And here we will be looking at catalyzing growth through care, unlocking the impact potential of Nigeria's care economy. And to help us with this presentation today, we have a very special woman who is, really pushing the boundaries. And I like to call her an innovator of some sort in our industry today. Please join us, welcome the founder and CEO of Caring Africa, an organization pioneering the continent's care economy by building systems that recognize, professionalize, and empower caregivers. A trained chemical engineer with global experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Blessing Adesina, who is championing solutions that place people, productivity, and compassion at the heart of Africa's growth story. Please join us, put your hands together, and make welcome the CEO, Caring Africa. Great to have you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. We need to, wake up. Did we have coffee this morning? I'm a coffee person, so I already had 2 cups of coffee. So today I want to share it's part story, part data, part hope for the growth and the ambitions that we collectively have for Nigeria. Fun fact about me, I have 4 kids, ages 16, 8, 6, 4. So care is deeply personal to me. I'm also a chemical engineer, worked for Fortune 100 companies in the US, and that experience really opened my eyes to the need for care, not just as a catalyst for business, but also as a catalyst for our society, as a catalyst for our economy. So today we're going to talk about how do we catalyze Nigeria's economic power and economic growth through care. And I believe that we can unlock our productivity, we can unlock our economy by investing in the care economy. How many of you have ever received care? Just raise your hand. Well, if you don't raise your hand, I'll raise it for you because you received care when you were born. How many of you have given care to a child, an elderly one? So we all at one point in our lives are going to give and receive care. And here is the data that we're not talking about. Nigeria is on track to be the 3rd most populous country in the world by 2040. You and I are still going to be alive. And that is behind India and China. And so how do we care for our younger population? How do we care for our growing population? How do we ensure that those people can live with dignity and respect? And oh, by the way, because that number is growing, it means that the working population, you and I, are going to have to either give or receive care, right? We're more than likely going to be giving care to our younger children, to our aging parents. And if we don't have the care system, then we're really going to be twiddling our thumbs in 2040. So care as economic infrastructure. So when I talk about care as economic infrastructure, I am talking about care services like childcare. How many of us have kids in school today? How many of us have nannies, housekeepers? How many of us have children in childcare centers? So basically, you and I need those infrastructure in order to work. And so I always position care as I need roads to get here today. I need bridges to get here today. I need electricity to iron my clothes and look presentable to be here today. But I also need care to be here today because I have 4 kids. And in order for me to continue to contribute to the progress of our economy and our nation, I need childcare. And so now can we see how care is truly infrastructure? It's not a nice to have. It's not something that I have to think of as an afterthought. It's something that needs structure an investment so that I can show up as my best self every day. And this applies to those of us that are in workplaces. We need our employees to show up with dignity, with respect, and structured care. So we're talking about child care centers, elder care centers, community care hubs, and I'll share some case studies down the line in this presentation. And I heard a lot of conversations around our MSMEs, our small businesses. And can I submit to you that a lot of those small businesses are started by amazing and brilliant women in our community. And those women do not have access to quality and affordable childcare. And so when we talk about scaling businesses, how do you expect a mother of 4 like myself to scale a business without childcare? I mean, you can train for as long as you want. You can give them all the business development, the fancy websites, but if they don't have childcare, if they still need to stand up and go pick up their kids, or their husband calls them that, have you made dinner? Or somebody calls them and says, grandma or grandpa is sick, trust me, your investment is going down the drain because you have refused to solve for care. Globally, unpaid care work actually equals about 9% of the global GDP. I already spoke about Nigeria being on track to be the 3rd most populous country in the world, which means that this is no longer a drill. This is happening. We need to solve for care right now, like yesterday. And we have a young population. About 50 million of our children are below the age of 5. Think about that. We have 0 care systems, 0 infrastructure for those people. We are essentially leaving this work to, guess who? Women. The same women that you and I want to scale businesses, to contribute into the labor force in this country. 85% of those women are locked out of the workforce and are unable to scale their businesses due to care work. And Nigerian women shoulder 80 to 85% of the unpaid care work in homes, workplaces, and in our society. And we can change that. We can change that if we think about care as infrastructure. Imagine if you and I had to build our own roads and bridges to get here today. But because we know that it's not a good use of our time, because we know that if we can just contribute and make this, provide the infrastructure, it's going to be easier for you and I to get to work. It's the same way that we need to think about care. Next slide, please. So care, I believe, is Nigeria's growth imperative, especially with our population. I don't think we're taking our population growth seriously. I don't think we are considering our population growth and the need for care in our business models and in our economic models. So somebody mentioned this morning about, the amazing business environment. We're seeing some recent macro reforms that have stabilized our FX and our growth. We're seeing that our economy is expanding, but that expansion must translate into inclusive prosperity. It cannot be that only the few benefit from the growth and the expansion of Nigeria. And the only way we can do that and multiply the effect of our economic growth is to actually embed care into the fabric of our society. And we can unlock the care economy through social impact, which is why we're here today. So unpaid care. How many of you understand the concept of unpaid care? Unpaid care is all the care that you and I provide every day to our family members, our loved ones. But may I submit to you, to our churches, our mosque, guess who they call when the PTA needs something, when the library has run out of books. I mean, it's ongoing. And today, we know, because we've started collecting some data around care here in Nigeria, that if we invest in the care economy, we can actually create 17 million jobs. Meaning that we can convert and monetize a lot of this unpaid care work and bring them out of the informal economy into the formal economy and actually create jobs. Think about it. If we professionalize and formalize our care workforce as is today, our nannies, our drivers, our chefs, our housekeepers, our child care centers, and we can actually train them, give them the right skills, and they can charge really well, and you and I can go to work with confidence and resilience, knowing that we have skilled people taking care of our young ones and our aging parents. I know a lot of family members that don't have children in childcare centers. Guess why? Because it's not structured. Because they're like, oh my God, when I take my child there now, they will drug the child will fall and stuck, and something bad would happen to my child. People are scared to even leave their elderly ones with nannies, with adult caregivers, because they are worried that it would beat them to death. That is the economic consequences we're grappling with every day when we're actually stifling our people from going into the workforce. So here are the current gaps in care infrastructure: limited regulated child care and elder care supply. 76% of child care providers and elder care providers face financing constraint, and that is because investors don't understand the care economy. And that's one of the reasons that Care in Africa is here. We want to teach you, we want to help you understand how big the care economy is. In the US, one of the things that I was able to do was help quantify the care economy. And we quantified it to be around $650 billion yearly. Globally, the care economy is around $25 trillion. This economy is operating in the underground because it's powered by women. And if we can just structure it and regulate it, we can actually extract a lot of that economy into the formal economy, and you and I can take credit for it, and Nigeria can be on its way to prosperity. So here are the investable opportunities. Urban childcare networks. Think about it. If we have professionalized, skilled, and upgraded childcare centers all over Nigeria today, the number of children that we go straight into those childcare centers and the number of women that we return into the workforce, we already train and educate our women. Our women are not productive enough in this country. 2, community care hubs and home-based care models. We know that our elderly ones, we are not like the Americans or the Europeans. We want to take care of our own elderly ones. But we don't need to send them off to nursing homes. We can have them in community care hubs where they can have fun and engage with each other and support the younger population. The community care hub can serve as a care center for children, women, families, elderly ones. We can also invest in tech. I see a lot of, when I came back to Nigeria, I saw, fintech and agri-tech, and I got excited. I said, where is family tech? We all need family tech. We need parent tech. We need care tech. You and I need to optimize our home. We need to treat our home as our most important organization. If we optimize that, then we can optimize our economy. Lastly, care workforce professionalization. We can professionalize our care workforce. I mean, I hear stories about, caregivers who beat up people or, they perform a lot of violent crimes. And a lot of them, it's because this economy is unregulated. It is so informal that people are working 14 hours straight and we expect them to be nice to our children. It's not possible. And then we pay them so little and so low because we don't believe that care work is work. We think, it's not just to wash dishes. It's not just to watch these children, but it actually requires skill sets that you and I can benefit from. Next slide, please. So what are the financing mechanisms? Blended finance, we've already talked about, first loss layers. We've had some conversations with the IFC and the World Bank because a lot of the investments that, DFIs are bringing into this country is really for other infrastructures, not for care, because we're not thinking of care as an enabler, as a catalyst. So how do we invest in this ecosystem? Outcome-based contracts, especially when we invest in childcare centers, we can invest in them and tie our measurement systems to enrollment and productivity of our economy and our workforce. Lastly, local currency debt for care SMEs, employer co-investment models. We already launched that here in Nigeria, and I'll share that in the next slide, I think. Okay, maybe it's the upper one. Impact measurement framework, economic social system policy. We need a state-led policy. We need a state care policy that enables us to think about how we track our child care, our aging care, our care workforce, and care investments into the country. We need quality child care access, improved learning, and health outcomes. And we need a number of accredited providers, investment volumes mobilized to ensure our economic progress. All right. Case study, I talked about case study. This is an employer-sponsored childcare case study that we have run in Nigeria for the past 5 years. One of our key partners is the Baby Lounge. It's a childcare center that has been in operation in Nigeria for over 20 years, and Providus Bank. And so one of the things that we did was really look at how these companies can embed care into the fabric of their organization. And then we said, let's see if we can increase productivity, if we can increase business performance. And so we started tracking with Providus Bank and Nigerian Breweries. Nigerian Breweries has an on-site baby lounge. Providus Bank provides child care credits to their employees. So essentially, if you have a baby, you get X amount of thousands of naira per month for your child for 12 months. And if you have an aging adult, you receive up to 1 million naira a year for the care of your aging adult. And guess what? Providus Bank is now recording less than 8% in attrition. Women are returning to work because they know that this company cares and my children are fine. Guess what? I am going to show up to work excited, with confidence, with resilience. We also saw that Providus Bank saw increase in engagement, mental health of their employees, and the well-being of their employees, similar to Nigerian breweries. And in fact, last week we celebrated the International Day of Care, and we recognized 5 companies in Nigeria as caring workplaces: Providus Bank, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Standard Chartered Bank, and, I forget the 5th one. Can't remember, not Access, but five companies. And the reason is that these companies provide care solutions. And not only that, we followed it on with care policies, and they are already reaping the rewards in performance, in retention, in the quality of the interaction with their customers. Only happy employees that have proper their care needs sorted can actually interact with your customers happily. Case study 2. This is in Bogota, Colombia. One of the things that they did in Bogota, Colombia was basically put together what we call a care hub. So think of our local government. They had care hubs in various local governments where they offer child care services, elder care services, health, education, and job skilling services. And this was an experiment they started about 3 years ago. And I will never forget, I spoke to the Secretary of Women Affairs in Bogota, and she said, Blessing, what is happening is that people are actually getting jobs. Because people come in here, they bring their kids, and at the same time they are learning a new skill, and they can take that out and actually get jobs. And so they recorded about 300,000 residents being served, getting jobs, women getting jobs, their partners getting jobs. And so this is not just about care. It's also the fact that care in itself is an economy that we haven't exactly paid attention to and monetized, and really think about how to translate that into economic progress. Next slide. I think we're done. So here is our call to action. One of the things that we're doing here in Nigeria is actually partnering with companies, we're partnering with the government. How do we come up with a state care policy, for example, here in Lagos, which is the commercial nerve of the country? If we can do it in Lagos, then the rest of the country will follow. And then how do we partner with companies, with employers like Providus Bank, like MTN? How do we partner with them so that care is woven into how we work? If you want your employees to show up, if you want them to be productive, it goes beyond just giving them, throwing a nice Christmas party. You need to solve for care. So we're going to pilot, we're going to license and support childcare centers. Think about it. Right now in Nigeria, can I submit to you, I have been to just about every state in Nigeria asking our leaders, how are we supporting how do we know what is happening with our children? So we went to childcare centers, and a lot of our childcare centers are not even licensed. They don't even understand what the minimum requirements are for care. And so you and I are here, and our children potentially are in a childcare center that is not licensed. That is an opportunity for us to unlock the power of the childcare economy. We also want to scale the care workforce. We want to formalize it, and we can do that through blended finance facility. So let's transform care. Let's transform care from a cost center to a growth engine. I believe that care work powers all work. Care work touches every single sector, Every single person in your organization needs care. So it's no longer something that is personal, it is business, and it makes economic sense. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, care
Thank
work
you.
powers all work.
Care work is a business.
It
Thank
makes
you.
economic sense.
It does. Thank you, Blessing. Family tech, care tech. Very, very passionate presentation. And I think one thing I particularly loved about Blessing when she came up was there was a little embrace she gave to both of us, showing, demonstrating this care message and taking the care message beyond just talk. So thank you for that,
you.
Blessing. And really appreciate family tech, care tech, and seeing the business. And you've said it all, very passionate presentation. So please, as we proceed during the course of the event today, if you need to ask questions or get some more information, you can see Blessing about it. But let's see more investors put some money in that industry. Right, Chioma?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, so we will be proceeding now, but before we proceed, we have to recognize another special guest in our midst today. Would like to specially recognize Dr. Godwin Ehigiamusui. I believe I pronounced that properly. A round of applause. He is the founder of LAPO, and he's also a board member of the Impact Investors Foundation. You're welcome, sir.
Great
Thank
to
you for
have you
joining
today,
us.
sir.
What do we have next, Chioma? It's been quite an interesting session so far.
You know that usually we like situations where people can have conversations, network, and also have, will I call it like a bit of a brainstorm session with each other in twos, in threes. So we would want that to happen now, but we would want it to happen over breakfast, over tea, a cup of coffee. You look like a coffee girl. Over a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, you know, and some healthy snacks.
Absolutely, and that takes us into tea break. Yeah, it's good time for a tea break, and then we would also network, just like Chioma has said. We would like to please appeal that we all remain seated. We have ushers that will direct us to pick up the snacks just outside the auditorium, and then we can proceed, we can return into the room and have that conversation, network, get to meet people, get to forge partnerships here in this room, and we will be back in 20 minutes, I believe?
Yes, 20
minutes. And we have quite a lot of things packed for the rest of the day. So please make sure that you engage and that you are not stepping out just yet beyond the break.
Just to let us know, later in the evening, we'll be having our dinner and award night. We can't wait for that one, right? All right, may we have the ushers kindly help us with assigning tables that need to go out for breakfast real quick. We have just 20 minutes. Yes,
right.
please.
We're relying on you, ushers. Thank you. And we'll have some light music to just entertain us. And then I'm sure we can recall Torpedo much later.
The one and only.
Torpedo, the man of the
One
sax.
of Nigeria's finest exports to the world. Torpedo in the
Absolutely.
building.
Absolutely. Enjoy the tea break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have just 10 more minutes to wrap up with breakfast. So if you're here, you've not gotten your tea yet or coffee, please do well to go out there and get it. 10 minutes, we will wrap up and get into our next session as fast as possible. May I also request that the ushers kindly help us clear up tables? Kindly help us begin to clear up the tables. Thank you. put your hands together for Torpedo, Tokwe Sachs. All right, ushers, we're ready to kick off. Can you please help us ensure that the rooms are ready for us? It's been a very impactful 2 days. My. We've basically been unboxing so much, and yet it seems like we haven't even gone halfway yet.
We have, from all the conversations about unlocking capital, the leadership conversation this morning with the breakfast meeting where we had Mr. Frank Aibogun, and we also had Dr. Toyin Sani, to the first conversation that we had, the panel discussion around financing and just seeing how to ensure that a lot more growing businesses and small businesses can get the right access to funding, but put the right systems in place as well. And then we moved from there to the passionate presentation by Blessing, talking about care tech, family tech, and saying care work is now becoming a business, and that opportunities for investment exist in that industry. Imagine all our SME founders and our business executives if we didn't have the care industry and if we're not paying the sort of attention that's required for that care industry. She also talked about attrition, and she compared the effect or the impact that care has, especially with the case studies that she highlighted, some banks, financial institutions who already are paying attention to care and how that translates into return of the workforce and increase, especially in the workforce, especially for the women team members, who have families or who have children and, have to do more or are able to do more because they have access to care services, the right professional care services. So it's been a wonderful time, Chioma. Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know that for the breakout sessions, we will be having 3 concurrent sessions going on, 3 sessions going on concurrently. We have 2 rooms downstairs. One will happen here, one of the sessions will happen here, and 2 will happen in room 1 and 2. This here is room 3, which is the main stage. So we will announce the sessions and you figure out which one you are here for, and then we'd expect you to go to your room.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chioma. We will be announcing the breakout rooms and the titles. So the first one, without further ado, the first breakout room, which will be happening downstairs, just like Chioma has said, is going to be discussing strengthening food and renewable energy systems through strategic partnerships and investment. Very interesting conversation. And right there we have the CEO and co-founder of Vestance, Ridwan Bello. We also have the manager of Technical Services Food Health Systems Advisory in the person of Osmond Nwose, I beg your pardon. And then we have another panelist, Riches Atai, who's the CEO of Winich Farms. And then our final panelist or speaker at that breakout session is Tayo Ajayi, who is the Vice President of Nigeria Infrastructure Fund, NSIA. And this session will be moderated by Eva Abel, who is Partner and Chief Investment Officer of Orinx Impact. That session will be happening in breakout room 1. And then, of course, breakout room 2, Chioma.
And just to note that breakout room 1 is on the first floor.
First floor.
Now breakout 2 is happening here on the main stage. And this, here we'll be looking at so it's happening here, breakout 2 is happening here, main stage, and we'll be looking at the creative value chains, financing, distributing, and scaling Nigeria's soft power. And our speakers are...
What a lineup we have, actually, Chioma. Our speakers star-studded this afternoon for the breakout room 2. We have Mohammed Sadiq, who is the Associate Vice President of Content Acquisition at Circuits. A round of applause. Please go ahead. Thank you. And, well, I think we are...
So since we're calling, yes, for this session, we might as well have our panelists come up stage. Please come up.
You're welcome. Okay, and then our second panelist is Joy Odiete, who is the founder of Sierra Africa Hub and CEO Blue Pictures Entertainment. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Please put your hands together for the very beautiful Joy who's coming up stage right now.
And then we have Rena Usimi, who is Managing Director of Zcrest Wealth. A round of applause as we have this speaker make way up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you. And then we have Dr. Shuaibu Husseini, who's the Executive Director of National Film and Video Censors Board. A round of applause as we welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much.
And of course, this is our policy, regulation, and industry standards.
Absolutely.
Ooh, good to have you, sir.
And then we have Damilola Aderemi, who is founder of Billion Laughs Comedy, content creation, and digital entrepreneurship. A round of applause as we have Damilola come up on stage. Thank you very much. And then, of course, a man who needs no introduction, we have actor, producer, and creative entrepreneur, film production and talent development, none other than Lateef Adedimeji.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. One of Nigeria's finest actor and producer.
We can do much better in celebrating our talent.
Nigeria's export to the world.
And then this session will be moderated by Imade Helen Bibowi Oshobeni, co-founder and senior vice president of Circuits. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. And then the final breakout session, which is happening on the first floor, is unlocking business value with climate action and sustainability reporting. Our speakers are Oba Olua Dairo, who's venture development lead, circular and economy innovation partnerships at CEIP Africa. Our second speaker in that breakout would be
Kingston Elendu, who is the head ESG sustainability and traceability at MedPlus Pharmacy.
And the final speaker is Dr. Yinka Opeke, CEO Smart Energies. And this session will be moderated by Nina Afani, who's Chief Innovation and Growth Officer for Clean Technology Hub. All right, so please, ladies and gentlemen, let's make our ways to the different breakout rooms. If you're going to be remaining here for the main stage, we will hand over now to the CEO of Circuits to drive the conversation at the main stage.
I'm sure everyone that came for this conference did not come for this particular session. Or you have all decided to migrate.
I thought it was just me, Chioma, but it seemed like we had limited movements.
All right, so please go through. I'm sure we have scanned the QR code so that you can figure out what room you're meant to be in. And please make your way to your room. We would not want to have your moderators and your panelists waiting. Thank you.
All right, and we will take questions afterwards. But in the meantime, we have 45 minutes because we have quite a packed panel here. So 45 minutes, and we're sure we'll be taking questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for staying. Can we just say hi? If you're with us, just say hi. Amazing. Thank you. So we'll be having the Creative Economy panel session today. Who has seen Lishabi? Lishabi. You've seen it. Did you love it? And this is the man behind Lishabi. So let's clap for him. He has won several awards. And our session today is the creative economy, and we'll be having a very robust conversation. I used to work at National Pension Commission, and it's always a pleasure when you have the regulator and you have the operators in the room. So we're going to have a swell time this afternoon. And if you hear the creative economy, it's not just films, it's not just comedy, it's not just music. It's saying, how do we ensure that this economy that has the capacity to create 2.7 million jobs by 2030, how do we finance this sector? How do we scale this sector? As you also know, no matter how much we produce, so we've heard Lishabi, but there are many other content, comedy, music, arts. And if you don't fix distribution, how do you get the gains from the sector? And so when we're having that conversation, we have the distributors in the room, we have producers in the room, and then we have the regulator in the room. And I'll start with Joy Odiete. This is not scripted. It's very, very fun. And Joy Odiete, she's the founder, CEO of Blue Pictures and the Africa's Sierra Hub. And like I said, if we have a lot of production and we don't fix distribution, how does the industry make its mark in job creation, in GDP increase? So Joy, you're a distributor, right?
Yes, I am.
What are the challenges? Let's be honest. We have plenty of people who create content. What are the challenges in your sector, in your work, and in your industry?
With regards to financing, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me. For distribution, I'll give two points that I've identified that is part of the challenges that we have in distribution. One of them is we don't really have proven data for us to be able to buttress the amount of film work that have come through the sector over time. So we need to have that data-proven programming where it's easy for investors, distributors, exhibitors, the entire value chain for them to have that particular data. And I know that there was a panel before now, and they really spoke extensively about data, how true it is. It is what investors look at. Because if you say you want funding and then there is no data for you to show that this is how much that the sector is making, it is difficult for anyone to want to fund, because funders, they ride on the wings of data. And it has to be data that is proven, that can be analyzed. It's not just something that comes from your mind. It has to be realistic to the figures. For instance, now in the industry, we know that Nollywood, which is our local market, produces 2,500 films a year, right? That data, if you want to analyze it as a distributor, you ask yourself, okay, I operate in film and I operate in cinema. I know we did not distribute 2,500 movies this year. So where are the other figures coming from? You see all of that, and then you begin to wonder, okay, what is actually happening? So if I'm asking myself as an operator within the sector, how much more a funder? So that is a gap. Then there is also the gap with actual monetization in terms of the platform to monetize this content. So you've produced your content, and right now what we have is cinema and streaming. But early this year, we realized that some of the streamers that we used to have, which essentially is Netflix and Prime Video, they cut back on their business. Not exiting, but cutting back. Prime exited, but Netflix cut back. So cut back means that if, for instance, they used to do 100 films a year, it is now maybe 20-ish, which doesn't do justice to the 2,500 films that are being produced within the sector. So that in itself it's a gap. Then in the cinema where you have screens, currently today we have about 307 screens in the cinema, about 92 cinemas. But it is not sufficient going by the figures of what we are as a population in Nigeria. For instance, we are over 200 million people, right? So that means that for you to have screens that can feed that amount of people, you need to have like a one-to-one, like what is operational in India. But here we just have 307 screens to cater to 2,500. It's not realistic, the figure. It is a distributor's nightmare, if I must say that. So those are the gaps that we have.
Thank you for sharing, Joy. And while you were talking, I think I will let Mohammed speak, because that speaks to the fact that streaming is important. And it's also why we also founded Circuits, to see how can we bridge that gap. So Mohammed, how is Circuit as a streaming platform, which is by the way, the very first virtual cinema in Nigeria? Clap, please. It's a good time to clap. It's the very first virtual cinema in Nigeria. How is Circuit bridging this gap that she just pointed out right now, to say how are we doing that, and how are you ensuring that it's being done transparently?
Thank you very much, Imadi. Thank you, I, for having us. Circuit is helping creators bridge the gap by taking on films. Since inception, we've spent billions on licensing and payouts to ensure that filmmakers are not just making their films and keeping them on the shelves. We are Pan-African. Apart from ensuring that the Nigerian filmmaker is monetized, we're also doing this in Uganda, we're doing this in Zambia and Kenya to follow. We have millions of streams globally, over 40 countries. We don't just cater to films, we do comedy as well. Dami is here. We're looking at finalizing a deal with Dami on the content, the comedy front. We did do AY Live, which is usually done during Easter, only for people who are able to go to eco hotels. But this time, we were able to show it across 40 countries globally. And, people in the US, in the UK were able to access this content. Circuit is here to stay, to ensure that we meet the needs. I mean, it's a tall order, but we are here to ensure that this happens. And we will do everything to make sure that the filmmaker is able to make his film, have a place, a home to put it, and at the end of the day, go back and make more films, because that's what makes you a true filmmaker. I dare say that based off of what Circuit is also doing, I don't think any other streaming platform does it, where the royalty system, it may not sound as if it's a royalty system, but that's what it is presently, because producers who have their films on our platform get monthly payouts in millions. Every month, millions are due to producers who have their films on our platform, and they get their monies within 5 working days of processing after they've confirmed what their back end looks like. These technicalities, if you have your film on Circuit, you'll definitely understand. But this is not just for film. We're also looking at exploring with music, exploring with, skit making as well, because we want to make it an all-round entertainment platform where it's not just film. We want to help the creative industry as a whole.
All right, thank you for sharing. Thank you. And I'll just go to Dami. And that's because he mentioned comedy. And I know you founded 1 Billion Labs. How has that been? Is funding a problem? Just share your experience in that sector, as it has been so far, and what you envisage, and how can finance help to achieve your dreams in that sector?
Yes. Thank you again, Mo, and thank you, Circuits, for what you're helping to do. But I think I should start by saying that just try to state the importance of comedy or humor as it is. Because often when you go to creative economy panels or you go to conferences like this, comedy is often down the radar, or it's not even mentioned at all. You know, we talk about fashion, we talk about music, we talk about film, you know, but comedy is always often down the radar. And it's funny because, no pun intended, it's funny because laughter has always been our survival technology in this country. You know, in a country where pressure is constant, you know, humor is how we think, humor is how we process, humor is how we heal, humor is how we reimagine our reality, right? So if we're talking about investing in comedy and digital storytelling, what we're actually talking about is investing in the emotional, in the social, in the cultural infrastructure that keeps this country from falling apart. That is how I see it, and that is why I got into the work. And so if we talk about it that way, like the way I see the value chain, you know, we started touching on some of them, the way I see the value chain for comedy and for the creative economy entirely will be that, yes, there's talent, people who produce the work, people from whom the IP come, and then there's the development of the talent. Not just the development of the talent, but also developing of the IP that they create. How do we build it, not just from skits or from films, but how can we build an ecosystem out of that? There are multiple opportunities to monetize that. And then it will now be, how do we preserve that? Because one thing is, you know, part of the challenge is we create a lot in Nigeria. You know, the number of movies, like we've seen, but then now talk about the number of skits that are made daily. Lots. So we make a lot, but they go to waste. You know, it seems to be some kind of memory loss. Like we just keep producing, but we don't build upon them. We don't preserve them. So there's that. So there's a challenge there. You develop talent, but how do you develop the IP? How do you preserve them? And then we now get to monetizing, which I think should come before the soft power, you know, before exporting them. So we monetize them locally, know how to make them locally, so that when Netflix or Amazon Prime exits, we are not reliant on them to build our industry. So we monetize here first. But what has often happened is that, no, we export first. We try to get the foreign in, and then we make the money before we now start thinking, oh, now they're gone. Oh, now everybody remembers YouTube. Oh, okay, now what can we do? We have to build something. We have to support somebody. So we monetize first before we now think about exporting. And then when we make money, we can now reinvest that. I see that as a continuity loop, right, for the system. And so if for comedy in particular, and I think for digital storytelling, I think from the loop that I've described, you can begin to see where the gaps exist, number of gaps. You know, for instance, one that is not often talked about is, for creators now, the source of everything is, yes, they need money, you know, and people are beginning to do stuff around that. Like Chude Gideon, he just launched a fund called the Fourth Mainland Fund. And he says he's putting about $500,000 of his personal funds into digital creators. He's not looking at film, he's not looking at music, he wants to look at content creators. It's exciting. Because people that have done that in the past, like when the government tries to do that, it gives grants, but grant does not ensure sustainability. Right? And even when some private firms are trying to do that, like when YouTube Black Voices came up, it was platform specific. It wasn't focused on, I mean, this Chude Gideon ones is platform agnostic. So it does, wherever you are, Instagram or TikTok or Facebook, it doesn't matter. We're going to support you and make you work. So, but I think, yes, what would the funds do? Is it to help them buy cameras, to help them build studios? Yes, you should do that. But I think you should do more. I think we need to start thinking about, and maybe some people are already innovating and I'm not aware, that we need to start thinking about stuff like, what does health insurance look like for creators? They're not 9-to-5ers. They can't afford the platinum or the gold or the silver. Or what does health insurance look like for them? What does pension look like for them? So that they can be, so that, you know, out of every 1 or 2 or 3 creators that blows, there are probably like 5, 10, 100 of them that never make it to limelight. So how can we create something like that, for instance, that covers that for creators? Can somebody innovate a creative health insurance pool or a pension system that takes care of creators? And yes, this is here, requires some kind of impact funding, but I also see that there is so much commercial viability in it. So I would say yes for equipment and stuff, but also thinking about stuff like that is where I'll start from. You know, we can talk about the other part of the loop. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dami, for sharing. Interesting, Latif, I'll come to you shortly, but Dami touched on 2 things that we're currently doing at Circuit. So in January this year, Circuit launched what we call the Film Veterans Fund. And what does that fund do? We select veterans in the industry that are above 70 years of age, And then we give them monthly stipends for life, and then they also have health insurance for life. And currently we have ER Rainbow, we have Pipita Edoche, and we also have Palere. And they have gotten their monthly stipends for life. And it's very big. It's more than most of our salaries here, if I dare say. So, and that's one thing we've decided to do for the veterans. Interestingly, this is the very first announcement. October 16th, Ekiti State partnered with Circus and AI Notion to launch the Ekiti State Creative Impact Fund of $15 million. And through this fund, Circus will work with partners to ensure that we build the creative sector in the state, we generate jobs, and we just do what he's saying. How do we keep them healthy? How do we keep them after they are no longer able to work? How are they able to earn livelihoods after they're no longer able to work? So yes, we're doing things in that regard, but it has to be structured. The industry is still very informal, very fragmented. There's too much hype and less grounded work, and we hope that with things like this, we're able to overcome those challenges. Now, back to Latif. You are the Odogu of film production in Nigeria, and you have done amazing work in the field. How has that been?
Thank you. It is nothing close to the word easy, not in any way. So that we should know. But it is very important that if this is the field you have chosen and this is what you think you want to do, then you must give it your all. And without looking back, without thinking of what am I going to make of it first. Because the problem I think we all have is if we want to set out to do a film, first we start looking at what is coming back to me in return. And then when you look at what is coming back to you in return first, there is the likelihood of you not trying to put so much into what you want to do because you're trying to imagine, if I spend this amount of money on this film, what am I getting back? That will limit your creativity of putting all that you need to put into that job. And that's a big problem. For Lishabi, when we wanted to do Lishabi, we had a budget of this amount. And then when we got into the production, it was ×3 of what we budgeted. But there is no stopping. We have to move and make sure that we achieve what we need to achieve. But eventually, at the end of it all, the scale of the film would tell. When you see a film and you see the scale, you can tell, whoever is going to buy from you can tell that this is the likely amount that this is worth. So one thing I know that is always scary for filmmakers and producers is the funding is not there. And that limits us a lot to want to create the magic that we are supposed to create. We've seen a lot of foreign films. We see people shoot a foreign film for a year, 2 years, 8 months, and people keep going back and forth. But you try that in Nigeria, you will collapse. That's the end of you. Because how do you want to continue? How do you want to shoot for 8 months and then not thinking of, who will buy this from me and all of that? So the funding is not there. But for me, I'm a very stubborn person when it comes to getting it right and pursuing what I think is correct. And then the kind of impact that we in AL Notions has chosen to follow is we love to tell original stories. We do not have documentation of our own stories in Nigeria. We don't have documentation of stories of our heroes in Nigeria. We don't. We've seen Troy, we've seen the Spider-Man, we put in so much into all of these things from abroad. And then when you see an epic film telling our own original stories, people tell you that, what is it? What is this one that you people are doing? Can you not do something good? But this is where you come from. This is what you need to embrace. It's our own story. When we wanted to do Lishabi, even for me that produced the film, I do not know who Lishabi was until I started making the research and I realized this is a young man that fought for the liberation of the Egba people in his 30s and died in his early 30s as well. But he fought. He was a strong man. How many people know this story? Nobody knows. But bringing it to film, then a lot of people get to attach themselves to it that, okay, my mom once told me about this, my dad once told me about this, and all of that. And that's what we have decided to keep doing. And the next one we're doing is the Ekiti Parapọ̀, the longest Yoruba war that was fought for 16 years. A whole lot of people are not aware of this story, and we need to put it out to people. This documentation is very important. And to achieve all of this, it's a lot of funding. If you need to build a house in the 18th century, 1835, and with the houses that we have now, it's you building from the scratch for you to look like it is happening then. Because filming is reality. You need to see it and be able to attach to it that it is happening at that time. So funding is a whole lot of problems. So when we have a whole lot of fun, we can go all out and do what is needful. And then we're certain about the fact that when you do a good film, it will surely sell. And the money will surely come back to you. Yeah, thank you.
The elephant has spoken. And he has just thrown shades at Reina, who is the money woman. So Reina, what are your thoughts around financing? I know that from my background in investment, people want to put in money and get it back, and also earn from that particular process. What are the issues? What stops you as the funder to fund? What are the risks? What do you look out for? What should creators look out for? Just share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. So ZCrest as a group, what we do, or part of what we do is investments across the sector, right? Most of it has been in financial services, but we've also invested in oil and gas, in real estate, and in the creative economy. So, and it's mostly in film. So we've partnered with Inkblot in the past for a slate of 3 to 5 films, I believe. We've done direct investing in Finding Hobby 1 and 2. We've also created, in collaboration with Labari Africa, a film fund, or a creative fund, if you like. And what part of what we assess would be, what is the rate of return? We are money managers. And it means that for the stakeholders, we need to be able to give back return, right? We need to be able to dimension that risk. And I do know that, there's some understanding that needs to come into, how film is made, the entire ecosystem. It's part of why we are partnering with experts in the sector. But what we've also seen is scale. We've seen issues with structure. Joy spoke about data. When she was speaking, I said, you've answered my question. We need to see that you have properly dimensioned these projects, because we would assess it mostly as we do other investment projects. What is the business plan, right? You have embarked on this project. What is the cost of production? You might not know everything because obviously there's changing dynamics, but you need to be able to share the story with us. We need to have clarity on cost of production. We also need to know what are your distribution sources and sources of revenue. So we've spoken about cinema. We've spoken about streaming, right? We also are aware that Netflix has cut back, which is why I'm really excited about what Circuit is doing, because you need a lot of homegrown participation, as well as, should I say, diversification, because there's sort of some level of monopoly on that front, right? But what are the sources of revenue? And then what is your total return? So at ZCrest, for instance, one of the things in any investment we do, we want to see the internal rate of return at a minimum of 15%, right? So if you don't even cross that bucket, then we can't be having a conversation, right? But for us to even have the conversation, you need to show us the data. We already have the fund. There are not many managers that invest in film, and that's because we don't understand it at scale. People are not bold enough, if you like. But also, no matter how brave you are accountable to the owners of the fund. Whether those funds belong to you, or they belong to institutions or other, high net worth individuals or retail investors, you need to be able to explain to them so they know the kind of risk they are also taking, right? It is not a money market fund that you are saying, oh, give me 10%, 20% or something. There's cost, there's the time to production. There's the marketing, then there's the distribution, then there's the waiting time to get your money back, and then you have to answer to the people, right? So one of the ways, which is part of why we then, in collaboration with Labari Africa did the fund, is because you need to be able to diversify your risk as much as possible across titles, across producers, across different genres, right? But the first thing would be, assessing the risk. What is cost of production? What is revenue? Just, how much did I spend? How much am I going to make? What is my return? That's what we want to know, base level. And that data, because if you say, oh, these are my funding, these are my revenue sources, then I need to be able to, is there data that backs this, right? Have you done this before? If you haven't done this before, what similar projects can we look to? The data is so important. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. And I don't know if you can share. Did you actually make profit or get your returns back on your investment? We just want to if you can't share, it's okay.
So let me talk about. For some of them, we have got some return.
You've lost or you gained?
The last one we did. Yeah. The last one we did, we have not booked in our money. Okay. It's still in progress.
Okay.
Because different things are changing.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, part of the funding source was supposed to be Netflix licensing, and then Netflix cut back. So where's the money going to come from? Yeah. Right? So you are at the risk of actually losing your money. Don't get me wrong. This has a lot of potential. We've seen the potential is why we're even going in the first place, right? It's one of our most vibrant exports, should I say products, if you like. So we know that there's potential, but we need structure. So this last one we did, we have not still seen the money yet. We are hoping that, and it's interesting because it is a fund, that the fact that we don't see our money on one project doesn't mean that we will not make times 3x or 5x on another project. The one before that, nominally, we didn't make any money. What had changed was devaluation, right? So in nominal figures after devaluation, it seemed like we made money. But we always have to look at the cost of fund and the timing and all of that. Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you for sharing. But you said something really critical, and I hope IIF is listening. That investors need to understand, did I get you correctly? Need to understand the space and need to understand why they need to invest in it, right? So maybe IIF can take that up and do like sessions to just make investors understand the space, understand the risk, and also understand the benefits for investing in the space. And I think that would be a good idea from our conversation. So I'm coming to our regulators, sir. I'm not sure many people here know what you do, so it's nice to just have an idea of what your agency does, what your role is in building the particular sector, and more importantly, what you do to ensure that creators are protected, IP, licensing, registration, and just your entire work, so we get to meet you and see the amazing work you're doing, sir.
All right, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited to be here. I mean, if I was in Abuja and I heard about this, I would have been angry with myself, but I'm happy to be here and then sitting with very powerful people on this panel. And I want to just congratulate Secute. I have been following your work, and I like the idea of the pension scheme and the rest. It's a very difficult thing that you're doing, because I know a lot of people will be approaching you by the sites now and say, we are due for pension and so on. I mean, I'm planning a program, and I want to celebrate those who are 60 and 50. And everybody started coming. I'm 61 this year. I'm 62. The industry is crazy, but it's well. It's a pleasure to be here. I heard the National Film and Video Censors Board, but it will soon become a classification commission because censorship is an aberration presently, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm a creative myself. So I know that there is nothing like censorship now, but we do a lot of classification. And then we also regulate distribution in the country, and we regulate exhibition in the country too, in terms of licensing and in terms of knowing what they do. Generally, we just help to regulate the production part, the distribution part, and the exhibition part of films, and ensure that films that are exhibited are properly classified, before they are sent out to the public to see. So basically, that's what we do. We are regulators of the industry, especially the business of distribution, exhibition, and production.
Okay, so let me put it this way. What is the one headache that the operators give you? What is that one thing you wish that your operators would do better?
We have, in fact, the democratization of the digital space now has been a major challenge for us. It has not allowed us to gather those data that we need for the industry. I sat down here during that first panel, and most of what they were talking about is getting the right data. Now, everybody is a content creator, everybody is a filmmaker. You don't need to go through the cinema to be able to get your film out. So what they do is that they just produce their films and then they just upload it without having to pass through for us, not necessarily to classify the film, but to have it as data to know. I mean, earlier, Madam Joy mentioned that we make 2,500 films, but that's just the official figure. We make more than that annually. In fact, when UNESCO came for that study in 2006 and declared us second largest film producing society, the data they got was 26,000 films. They got 26,000 films. That's what we make annually, because we make not just English films, but not just the films we make in English language, but we also make films in folk languages. You know, the Kannywood people are there producing almost daily. At the time, in Enugu, they were producing almost daily. Even up to now in Asaba, I know somebody who makes 3 films a week. Even now. So we don't have those data. And the finance people, they need data. They need information. And then the other problem that I also have is that we want to also capture what the films make, not just about production, not about the volume, but what do these films make? It is what these films make that can attract an investor. But you find out that you make these films, in fact, it's so informal. The industry is so informal and it's a problem for us, but we're trying to see how we can fix, you know. You make the films, you grab the money, it doesn't pass through any banking, any bank, you just put it in your pocket. The next thing, you are buying a house, you are buying this, you are buying that. And then the man says, okay, this film, how much has it made for you? And you just told him, it made, we just go on social media, it made 1 billion. It has made 1 billion. But you can't track the 1 billion. And the man wants to invest, wants to see that, the investor here is telling us that they want to know how much, 15%, 30%, but these things are strange to us. So the informality of this industry has been our challenge. The fact that they don't subject themselves to, I don't know how to put it now. I mean, yes, compliance, you know, it's another challenge for us. So, but we're trying as much as possible to engage with them through their sectoral bodies, like the Film Distributors Association, Cinema Exhibitors Association, and every other person that is doing, who is in the value chain, so that we can be able to get right data, we can be able to get them to comply. Because when we get letters from people saying, do you trust this production company? We should be able to provide guarantee. You know, that's what government should do, not giving people money. Government should just provide the right environment for business to thrive. You know, I should be able to stand up and say, this film production company, you can do business with them because you can track their records and all that. You know, that's what, you know, the other things that we do too at the Census Board.
Thank you for sharing. And I was just thinking about it. This is why platforms like Circus should be supported. 1, it's indigenous. 2, we have the data for every content through our platform. We can tell you how much the film had made or the comedy had made, right? And more important is the fact that we want to grow the ecosystem, and with that support, we can actually grow the ecosystem. It's also interesting that Circus launched in December last year. We've created over 10,000 jobs, indirect and direct jobs, right? And we have people who are earning on a monthly basis. Yep. So I'm coming back again to Joy. And we have like 11 minutes more, and we'll just take it back step by step. Joy, Reina, our regulator, Dami, Latif, and then Mo. What is the one thing? What do you see? Because they say, as you see it, so it happens, so it becomes. What do you see for your work? What is that one thing you wish can happen? And how can partners like IIF support to make that a reality? So I'll start with Joy, and then Reina, and then Dami, and then Latif, and then Mohammed, and then we'll come back to our regulator.
Thank you.
One thing.
I have plenty.
Just give us one.
Should I? Let me just give one. Okay, the one thing that I would like a take home from here, like a take out for everyone and investors, even within ourselves, is for us to democratize the distribution process in such a way that you fund a film today after production, it goes through hybrid. So there's nothing like a must be in a particular window for a particular time, because again, you have to understand, she spoke about the time value of money and the turnover time. We don't have the luxury of time when it comes to funding, especially within the sector. They don't understand it, as if funders don't understand it, so it becomes very difficult for them to extend a long-term funding for you to produce your movie, right? So you want to be able to quickly do your production, make sure that you have return, you exit, that's distribute the movie, and then get return on investment. But for that to quickly happen, we need to be able to embrace a hybrid system of distribution in such a way that it goes to cinema, it goes to circuits, for instance, it goes to Netflix, it goes to your airlines, it goes to all of these platforms, including cinemas at once. That way, you are able to recover quickly, turn around quickly, but the way it's going from one window to another, it stays on one window, cinema window, maybe it stays for 4 weeks, and then you transition to streaming, and then even the waiting period between when you are in cinema and then when you get onboarded on the streaming platform is a long wait. And then your funders are just there looking at you when you want to enter. Do you understand? So it's difficult.
So Joe, in one word, you're saying cut the wait.
Let us cut the wait and let's democratize the process. And for us to be able to have that, we also need to support financially our local streamers, like circuits, like, you know, there are quite a number of them.
Like circuits.
Like circuits. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. Right now, 1 minute, please. What are your thoughts?
So you understand what I mean? Because
understand
for
what you mean.
distribution to happen and for you to be able to pay license fee as a streamer, you need funding.
I understand.
Good funding.
Patience.
So please help my ministry fund circuits so that they can be able to pay me $1 million for my film. Praise God.
So, but who cuts the weight? I think that's the...
Who cuts the weight? Who cuts that wait time? Whose role is it to do that?
Sorry?
Whose role is it to cut this weight you're talking about?
I mean, as distributors, we have to come together to determine that, because we do have a distributors association, right? It's for us to collaborate one with another and democratize. I think that's what we need to do.
All right, thank you so much. We're not in 1 minute.
Yeah, I think a lot of education, both ways, and standardization. So the Fund Managers Association of Nigeria, for instance, or the Bankers Association, right? What if IIF can then say, oh, you know what, we're going on this project and we need to collaborate and things like that. That helps us understand, but in understanding that, we can standardize certain processes so that even before you even come to us, right, you have put certain things in check and in place. So it makes it easier for us to make decisions, you know, when we're funding.
Dami, 1 minute or less.
Yeah, so mine would be to see, I've heard a lot of, I attended the session earlier and I heard the language of blended financing. So I think we can also deploy that in the creative sector. And one way I can, quickly think of that is maybe there should be about like 3 levels. Yes, Rena cannot give us like all the money at once because there's a risk and she cannot wait. So maybe the first level should be like a donor that gives us like 5M and say this is at first loss rate. I give you 5M, don't worry, if it doesn't come out to anything, I give you that. We start with that. And then we now have like a development bank. Then that gives us like maybe 10M, but at a low interest rate, right? And then at that point is where Rena comes in and says, okay, you guys are balling. Okay, let me give you guys 100 million because I can, 100 million. And so she gives us 100 million because you can see how we've used, you can see the trajectory, right? And that can, take us somewhere. There's a lot to say, but that's
Thank you, Dami, a true entrepreneur in comedy. Latif, yes, say your thoughts.
Okay, so yes, the funding thing that goes. So whatever I'm going to say is going back to the people that we're doing this thing for. So our audience needs a lot of sensitization. They need to be told that when people make film with a whole lot of money, and then you go into the cinema and you will record the full film, and then the film will come out the same day, is the same day you start sending the link to people. Who are the people, you know? So that's a loss already. So the audience should also support these creatives, we the creatives, by not engaging the wrong way to watch our films, to watch what we create. You know, that way our funders are going to be able to get their money back, and we all are going to be able to be happy. You know, people will come to cinema and stylishly record a full movie. I don't know how they do it. And the next thing, they put it on the YouTube, they put it on, and there is no regulation for any of these things. Even YouTube films that is on somebody's channel, another person is downloading it on his own channel, and there is nobody holding you responsible for all of that. So it's, God help us.
So he's saying, I beg una, no to piracy. And this is what Circuits really does differently. We are very, I'll let Moshe, we're very...
Yeah, we are, so we have a DRM, an anti-piracy DRM, where we have two protection layers. If there's one thing that Circuits is known for, is the fact that you can never find any film on Circuits on any other platform. Whether Telegram, whether YouTube, anywhere else you won't find. If you find it, send us the link. In 2 hours, it is down.
Oh, shit. Baddest.
And I'm believing this is my 1 minute to say what Circuits needs, right? Yeah. Everybody has said financing. Everybody has said investment. I just want everybody here to know that investment doesn't need to come in millions. It doesn't need to come in billions. I will ask, since we started this panel and you've been hearing about Circuits, how many people have downloaded Circuits on their phones? Nobody yet. That is part of an investment. That is part of helping the system thrive, helping the local platforms. When you check most people's phones, you'll always see Netflix, you'll always see Amazon. Whatever monies you pay there, it goes there. It doesn't come here. And that's why we need to begin to understand that everything we do has a direct impact on whatever is happening to our economy. It helps Latif, it helps Dami, it helps everybody. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 that you pay to watch a film is an investment that you are making, and we need you. We need every Nigerian to download Circuits. We need you to propagate Circuits, because if Circuits succeeds, Nigeria succeeds. Filmmaking succeeds.
Mohammed, off your mic. Thank you very much for sharing. And before I come to our regulator, do we have questions in the house? I can see hands. 1, 2, 3. Let's count. Okay, so 3 questions. We'll start with, Etimore, I can't say no to you. Let's have your question first. And then we'll go to you, ma'am, and then you at the back. 4, okay. Going, gone. 4, okay. Ma'am, please, let's hear your thoughts. Okay, the mic.
Thank you very much to the wonderful panelists. I usually don't ask questions at my event, but I would ask. But first, I've downloaded Circuit, so please a round of applause for me. So please download it too. So I think this question is to all of them, but particularly to the government official there, Mr. Shuaibu Hussein. I know that movie industry, any industry at all, evolves. You know, you start, you grow, you put together your body of knowledge through which your practitioners, are guided, and it helps them to professionalize, right? So my question is, how are you doing that to help professionalize the film industry? And then going to regulation, we also need regulations, right, to regulate the practices of that industry. So it's so important to go through a process of formalizing the movie industry. So I want to know what each of you think about it, what you're doing, and how do you, as the government official, help to fasten the formalization of the movie industry? Thank you. creative industry, not just movie. Thank you.
All right, I will speak for film and video. And one of the last comments I wanted to make was that I think that we needed a lot of training in financial literacy in that sector. We also need to align our business with other sectors of the economy, like banking, like legal. And one of the things I'm doing at the Census Board is to ensure that any new distributor, any new exhibitor, any new production company that wants to come for registration must ensure that we don't have production companies that are, the man is the manager, is the MD, is the head of legal, is the head of business and all that. We must have a legal firm, a firm that works for you, whether on retainership or whatever. Then you must have not just a legal firm, you must have an accountant. You just find out that some of these production companies you see, like on television, those ones that they end their films with to God be the glory. A lot of them don't even have books. You can't check any books and all that. So we are planning that as much as we engage them, we're going to have financial literacy engagements and programs for them. And then we're going to make certain requirements for you to be able to operate in the industry. Because whether you like it or not, we need film financiers. The man who makes the film cannot raise funds for himself. Let's face the fact. Because what time do you have to go chasing for funds and making the film at the same time? When there are legal issues, the man cannot handle the matter himself. You find out that that's the point you begin to hear, I'm looking for a lawyer pro bono, and all that. So we need those structures to be able to properly formalize this industry. Once we have a formal industry, most of what we are complaining about will be eliminated. Things like finance, will be eliminated. And the regulation will be easier for us to deal with, So that's my take.
Thank you very much. I have questions for all of you. And circuit, thank you very much. I've never heard of circuit. So I'm going to download just like Etemore said. I wear 3 caps, so I'll mention the 3 caps so I can create context for my questions. I'm a medical laboratory scientist, I'm a BDSP, and I'm a soprano singer. So, first question, thank you. Latif, I didn't know you were the one. So pleased to see you. So I would like to ask, as a BDSP, I don't believe there's any problem that cannot be solved if you look into it well. You said something that we can't make movies for 8 months like is done in Hollywood and the rest of them. What do you think is the problem? Why that cannot happen? Because I'm sorry, don't say I'm not patriotic, but I like to watch movies, my hobby. And I prefer to watch foreign movies but the Nigerian movies I watch now are the very good ones, like the ones you guys are making. So I want to know, what is that problem? Why good movies cannot be made? Rena, we do musicals, classical music concerts. Is this something you would like to work on? Mohammed and Helen, circuits. Somebody that has a music album that is not yet online, is this something that you can work on? Then for Dami, I believe in laughter. It's one of the things we preach in wellness. Would you like to do some work during a classical music concert? And for you and Latif, is it possible to get a health insurance package for actors and skit makers working with HMOs to get something that works? Because the problem really, if you check most of the people that go down, is diagnosis. That's where the problem, if you pick it early, then you can live longer. Then for regulator, Dr. Shaibu, with AI, are you guys doing any work? Because that's number one thing that is going to disrupt IP in this industry. Policies and standards and regulation, what are you doing in line with A-Line? Thank you very much.
Okay. You said, why can't we make films for 8 months and all of that? Yeah, everything boils down to the fund. Because if you want to make a film for 8 months, put in every cast on board, put them in the hotel. How much do you want to pay a cast that you want to tie he or she down for 8 months? So everything boils down to funding. And then what kind of film are you making? Building, okay, for the one that we want to do, we've been building in the last 6 months. And then we're going to start filming next month. And then we're going to film for another 2 months. That's check the process. It goes through a whole lot of funding. So if there is no money, there is nothing you can actually, what do you want to use to keep pushing yourself for the 8 months? It's funding, it's money. And then, so that's why. So we do things according to, do it in a short while, quickly sell it out, refund, and then, that's the problem. Yeah.
Professor, I wanted to know, what's the meaning of BDSP, though? Oh, okay. Oh, all right, yeah. Good to meet all the BDSPs in the house. So, yes, we can partner, sure. There is a comedian, I was one of Nigeria's finest comedians. His name is SLK, he's here. He's released like a number of, yes, he put together the very best comedy shows. And he's released a number of comedy specials, right? One of his most recent work is both a comedy special mixed with like sort of like a musical comedy special that he released, and it's on YouTube, so you can go watch it. I think it's called, please remind me, it's okay. Just in Case Child. Yeah, so there are opportunities for partnership along those lines. So we can talk more about that after, or you can even talk to SLK. Yeah.
I think NIDA, which is the National for Technology, they're regulators for technology. They are working out a national framework on adoption of AI. And as soon as that is ready, which will have an aspect of it that we can get from our own part of it. So let's wait for that. I mean, it's just evolving. It's just that in Nigeria, once there's something new like this, everybody starts using them. But they are working out a framework. And as soon as we get that national framework for ourselves, which we are aligning with EU, EU has a framework for the adoption, yes, already, but we want to adapt so that we don't use a big hammer on a small issue as AI, even though AI is not actually a small issue. So we are waiting for that framework.
Yeah, so your question, do we do classical music? We haven't done any. We are not close to it. It's still under the creative economy. I don't understand it to be very niche. So again, the data will help us make an investment decision, right? So if you can share that, yes.
Yeah, same thing. It'll be good to know more about the project before I can say if it's something, but we're open to those conversations. Just let me know, and then we'll see where the conversation heads. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adetitu. Firstly, Mr. Latif, big fan. Your wife is gorgeous. And secondly, my question actually goes to National Film and Video Censors Board. I don't know, while the session was going on, I just did a quick research and I saw that, I may be wrong though, but you guys are working with an act from 1993, I think, the National Film and Video Censors Board Act 1993. I mean, obviously, 1993 till now, I don't know if there's been an amendment, but we can obviously see that the industry has evolved, dramatically. So is there plans for an amended act to, incorporate the current changes we're seeing? And also, for the creative economy, I didn't see us really talk about piracy and copyright issues. What is being done in that aspect to protect, filmmakers, actors, and creative people in the, in their space. So you also talked about, changing the name, right? Beyond changing the name, would there be like new policies and new regulation for, creators so that they are protected? And also to the man beside you, Mr. Dami, I think. I don't know if you can answer the question, but for the creative content, the content creators, the influencers, and the like, what is being done with, I won't call it censorship because that's a bit harsh, but how do we control the kind of content, they put out? Because we're talking about impact investing, and then so we would see that investors would want to put funds into, content that would have a social good. And if you're going to go by that, more than 50% of content creators will not be funded because of the kind of content, they put out. So what is being done? Also, national film, I'm sure you guys will also be pulled into this. Like, how do you control is not the word, but how do you censor? I guess I'll just have to use censor. How do you censor it, basically, so that we can have a robust economy and, funds can easily come in and be sustained, not just unlocked, you get? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that question. The act was amended in 2004. That was the last amendment. And as at that time, we had not had this kind of explosion in the digital space. So as soon as I got to office last year, we went to the National Assembly because you cannot amend the act on your own without going to the National Assembly. That's why I'm very confident that in another month or two, the amended act will come out with a different name, without the censorship, and then it will come out with some policies that meet with this time. Because if you know, as at 2004, we were just doing films. In fact, 2004, we were doing films on VCD. We had not gone to the digital age now where we do films in other platforms and the rest. As at that time, it was just selling the DVDs in the market and cinema that were popular. We've never had things like streaming platforms. So the amended act, when it comes out, it will reflect all this. The amended act will also, I like the fact that you mentioned, and this is the first time I will hear somebody say this beyond us, saying that if an investor, truly, if I want to invest in content, there are some contents that I will not put my money in because some of these contents are not for some social good. We're not saying that we must make movies that are generally for social good, but if you watch some of those content, you just ask yourself, is this what I want to put my money on and the rest? So our amended act is going to capture some of these contents, some of these ways of making contents that have come, especially dramatized contents. We're not banning any work. We're not telling the filmmaker how to make the work, but we will, as much as possible, classify the work so that the right audience, the right people can watch that work. But one of the challenges we're having now is that when we even announce that, they must submit their films for their dramatized contents for classification, they went on Twitter, they were shouting, waiting government even give us self. Wait, then they're almost on our heads and the rest. But when the act comes out, it will capture those kind of contents, and then we'll just find a way to classify them. And I'm giving my word for it. The fact that we're getting off censors from the world is an aberration. Nobody censors a work. But we can give advisory on some of those works, especially when we find them. And we have been doing so even now, even before the act comes. So good observation about the act. It's coming out. I'm working on it. Not even just because of the other policies, but about that name. If I attend international conference and they are introducing my colleagues, the moment they come to my part and they introduce censors, those people just they be looking at me. And that has been some kind of embarrassment to me. But I've gotten that past that stage. We're just waiting for National Assembly to give us that act. But I want to thank you for that observation.
All right, thank you. We're out of time, so Dami, quickly answer the question.
Yeah, I'll try to be as quick as possible. But I think it's all intertwined, right? We don't, like you said, we don't only want creators to make content that drives social change. In fact, that is not practical because, content creators and comedians find their voices, differently. Some people would have to create all kinds of content and they get to a point where they've owned their voices so well that it's okay, now I don't want to do that kind of content. I want to do content for social good. But if they didn't start out that way, they won't get to the point where they have enough resources and have owned their skill to be able to do that. Yeah, some people have started with a very clear voice. They have this very sharp sense of direction. They want to start doing content or create work that is, aimed at social good from the start. And those people need all the support and that we can. So for that reason, I think there's that. I think also part of that is because of how we monetize, how content creators monetize as it stands. The ways to monetize are very limited. It's mostly like brand partnerships, and then you get money from YouTube or from the platform. We need to expand how we monetize. For instance, for all of the monetization that exists now, or most of it can be tied to reach. We're not yet monetizing very well via belonging. There's a lot of possibilities there. So when we start unlocking those kind of avenues, then we can even have a wider range of content creators that make all kinds of stuff that will drive social good, but that also just be for straight commercial impact. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And for the issue of piracy, like Mohammed shared, we're doing a lot of work on that. And we're also working with the National Copyright Commission to enforce that as well. But we're out of time, and thank you so much for listening. I know your question, maybe another session, sir. IIF, maybe another conference to discuss and take your questions, but we're out of time. Thank you so much for rolling with us. We had fun. Did you have fun? Because I had fun. Thank you so much. See you for your question.
All right. Thank you very much. Round of applause again. We'd have some photographs with the panelists, and I would have to invite the CEO for this one. You heard it. If you are one of those people that are pirating and recording films in cinemas, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. After today. I have downloaded Circuits. I don't know what you are waiting for if you haven't downloaded it. But yeah, thank you so much. And to the regulator representative. Did we enjoy this panel? We did. Do we want part 2 of it? We want part 2. We don't want to move on. Awesome. So really, really interesting. And I think kudos to IIF for also making this very integrative panel. Comedy represented, film represented, entertainment generally. And I think that we have to have more of these sessions after today. And then, of course, Circuit taking control of this particular conversation and ensuring that. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you to IIF. We look forward to seeing you again on another conversation. Thank you. I'd like you at this point, ladies and gentlemen, to just ask the person next to you, what do you need to stop? What are you doing that is wrong that you need to stop after today's conversation? And what are you going to do to enable the creative industry or the creative sector? Very, very important. Choma, that was a very enthralling conversation. They almost didn't want to end.
Exactly. You know that it's the creative industry, and so even when we're discussing serious matters, there's always like a fun, exciting touch to it.
Absolutely.
And so you just asked a question, what can they do differently? What should they be doing to help the creative industry? Absolutely. They can employ you and I.
Yes.
Whenever you have job, call us.
That's true. Choma, that's true. Mm-hmm. And some people far. Now will say, clock it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate all the panelists on that conversation. We will be proceeding now. This is a very important part of the event because sometimes, Chioma, we have these conversations, and one of the good things about IIF Summit or convenings is that they always bring the actors, the stakeholders into the room. Some panel conversations or events like this would have the investors speaking, the ESOs speaking, but IIF has brought in even business owners and founders who are doing the business, boots on ground, rolling up their sleeves to come and share some of the work that they have done with their businesses over the past few years. So I think we have 3 businesses in the house today. But before we go into that part of the conversation, it's important that these breakout sessions, we have to synthesize. Synthesis is very important. Synthesis, there's no photo as preceding the synthesis. If you remember photosynthesis, Chioma. But synthesis in this case is bringing all the thoughts from the different breakout rooms together. So I'd allow Chioma to invite. Okay. So I know we're having some pictures with some of our, and I want to encourage us to learn to also celebrate our own, celebrate our people, celebrate our talents, and I'm sure that that's what's happening right there. So for the synthesis session, we have moderators from the breakout sessions. So Imade, I'll be needing you back on stage, please.
For the synthesis.
For the synthesis session. Okay, we also have Eva Abel, who's the partner, Chief Investment Officer of Oryx Impact. And then we have Nina Afani, who's the Chief Innovation and Growth Officer for Clean Technology Hub. They will be taking us through some of the highlights of the breakout sessions.
Can we please request that the coordinators help us get all the participants in the other rooms?
Absolutely.
We need to come back here. May we get our moderators and
Yes.
the participants as well, so that we can go straight into the synthesis of the session.
Absolutely. So if we have Eva in the room and Nina, please make your way to the stage. Please give them a round of applause as they take us through conversations that we had in the breakout sessions. All right? Thank you very much. And the moderator is Samuel Efosa Austin, who is, I beg your pardon. The moderator is Evans Emmanuel, who's head Life Africa Foundation, Del York Group. Thank you very much, Evans, for joining us. And we will be handing over now.
All right, coordinators, please give us a go. Can we quickly get our moderators into the room so that we can have this conversation?
Just a quick reminder, ACII 2025, hashtag for this event. And we do have a first aid spot at the back of the auditorium, your right, which is my left. If you need to see the medics, you can make your way down there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, may we be seated? May we be seated? We're not done with this session yet. Right after this session, the synthesis, then we can have a bit of room for networking. But please, can we allow our guests sit down? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have our seats as we proceed to the next part of the event.
Thank
We're
you very much.
synthesizing now all the conversations. So please,
May we have Eva
Abel, Partner Chief Investment Officer, Oryx Impact, coming up on stage. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. And I'm sure that Nina will be joining us. If we have Nina in the room, Nina, please, can we have you on stage? Thank you very much.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, may we all be seated. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Let's have some decorum in the room. Thank you. You may start, sir, Mr. Moderator. When she comes in, she'll join you up on stage. Thank you.
Hello. All right, good afternoon, everybody. So this is the synthesis session. We're going to be synthesizing those interesting conversations that we'll be having across the different rooms. My name is Evans. Of course, I'm with the Del York Group, Life Africa. And today, my job is to make this as short as possible. But what we also want to do is have absolute clarity on what next after those interesting deliberations that we've had. So we're still waiting for, waiting for our final speaker. These are brilliant minds. They've done a fantastic job to the different topics that they've been given. We've had some fantastic conversation. I was just sitting there listening to the conversation on the creative economy, and it was so robust and rich. So thank you very much. Welcome. Yeah, so I understand I have 30 minutes for this conversation, so I'll keep it as brief as possible. So we'll take it like this. So I'm going to start from Eva, right? Okay, so Eva, I know that you led the conversation around food and renewable energy, and I'm sure that conversation was also extremely interesting. But my question to you, Eva, is what key insights from the conversation on blended finance and partnerships can unlock private capital for the Nigerian food and renewable energy sectors? What key insights came out from the conversations that you think that we should bring to the fore now? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I think it's important also to have a bit of a context around the conversation. And within Nigeria, agriculture and energy sectors are really, really key to the economy. They employ over 60% of Nigerian workforce and contribute to almost 35% of the GDP. But both of them face chronic infrastructural gaps, underinvestment, and are vulnerable to various factors, including climate change. And that's why we're thinking of how to use renewable energy, which is it is a great opportunity that it presents to kind of fill the gap within the energy production space in the country. And then it is really important for the food systems and for the agricultural space, both in terms of food production, harvesting, but very importantly, storage, especially cold storage solutions, and logistics, so that we avoid post-harvest losses, which currently are at about 30 to 40% of what we produce. So we lose so much food, and at the same time, we import $10 billion worth of food every year to the country, even though we have such an amazing potential to produce more. And in terms of the kind of partnerships that work best to address this problem and this gap, what we were speaking about is the partnership between, well, of course we have the smallholder farmers who make up 80% of food production, food producers in the country. Then we have the providers of finance. So all kinds of institutions, banks, although we all agree that banks are not actually the good partners for most cases, like for financing smallholder farmers. Although there were a couple of initiatives by Sterling Bank and Providus Bank mentioned where they enable payments for smallholder farmers. Then you have your energy producers, renewable energy producers, and agribusinesses, and when all of them come together, you're able to basically improve income for smallholder farmers, to lower the risk for financiers, because with the cooperation of the government and with different blended finance solutions, you can have guarantees that lower the risk of your investment. So it is a win-win for all the stakeholders involved.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Eva. You tried to compress all of that 1 hour conversation into 3 minutes, so thank you. Let me move to Imade, and I think I was listening to your session as well. And I liked the approach of Eva, where she sort of gave us like a summary of the conversations that we had. So if you can just give us a quick summary, and then I'll follow up with a question for you about the conversations as well. Thank you.
So in our session, we discussed the creative economy, and we knew that it's not just films, it's comedy, it's music, it's arts, it's across the board. We also discussed the fact that the sector needs patient capital and not just commercial capital, because it's patient, it needs time. We also discussed the issues around data collection and why it's important to have data that can back investment decisions. And we also then discussed why it was important to protect creators' IP, because your
competition is really free. So if I can get your content online for free, why do I have to pay for it? So that copyright and protection is very important. And then finally, it was the idea around the fact that we need to create quality content. And to do that, we need money. But again, who gives their money when they can't be sure of how they get it back, which is why data is very important.
Yeah. I see. So my follow-up question with that, and just listening to your overview of the conversation, was the first one is, what practical financing and partnerships models were identified during the conversation to help creative entrepreneurs and within the space?
So the first thing, just taking it back, was even financial literacy. To say, one, investors don't know a lot about the sector to invest in it. Secondly, even the producers themselves, the creators themselves, need to understand what it takes to keep proper books of record, accountability, transparency. So it's more first of literacy, right? To say, let's teach the people how to access finance, one. And then two, how do we get finance that is patient, that can do the long haul? And thirdly, it was also discussed that we have to shorten the time frame of sales. How can we have multiple exhibitions at the same time instead of just having cinema window and then streaming window? How do we compress that whole sales process to ensure that people get their money back as soon as possible?
All right, thank you very much for that, Imade. I'll move over to Nina. Right, Nina, you led the conversation around climate action and sustainability reporting. And I'm sure that was a very interesting conversation. But I think for me, I want to get a very quick overview of what the conversation was like. And my question to you after then would be, from a discussion, what concrete steps can Nigerian businesses take towards moving from compliance-based sustainability reporting to ESG as a strategic driver for business growth?
Okay, thank you very much. Just as an overview of the conversation we had today in the session 3 on sustainability and ESG reporting. So essentially, we looked at the landscape, both on the private and public sector, and the need for us to have a stronger movement in terms of moving away that concept that we have, that sustainability or ESG reporting is more of CSR. So we need to move away from that concept and understand that for us to be able to thrive in the current landscape where we are, is that we need to move into that space of ensuring that we understand what sustainability is across the value chain of what we do. Across for those SMEs and entrepreneurs, having a greater understanding of what the concept of sustainability and ESG reporting is, first and foremost. Understanding that starting from your sourcing point to your processing, to manufacturing, to your end product, and how that is incorporated. One of the key things we also discussed was looking at how we can ensure that we make this as a key KPI component for each organization. Because when we're dealing with DFIs, VCs, global international organizations, these are prerequisites that we need, to be able to scale through some of the projects or funding calls that we need to do with them. So we need to incorporate that. And most especially right now, this isn't something that is huge in Nigeria, but some organizations are already on it, some aren't. There has to be a lot of education that needs to happen for this to be able to, catch on across the board. We need, of course, the government to really come in and play in this space to ensure that we're driving down and ensuring that each organization ensures that this reporting, ESG reporting and sustainability, is a standalone component in their organization and it's being looked at a broader scale. Now, in terms to your question, one of the key things that we identified is, building that capacity. Currently, that isn't something that is huge. People that have the portfolio for sustainability and ESG are quite few, and we need to continue to enhance and talk about this and ensure that there's capacity building in this area. For us to be able to do this, we need to, engage, keep collaboration and partnerships needs to happen, and we need to ensure that we are getting the right people in the right spaces to be the ones to drive this across the board.
All right, thank you very much for that, Nina. I think that was very insightful. So just keeping to time, and thank you for keeping it very short as well. I would move over to Eva. I think there's a conversation around, financing there, the local currency, and then policy barriers around that. How are innovators and investors addressing the local currency and policy barriers that limit long-term investment in sustainable agriculture?
The barriers that came up a lot have to do, I would say, more with building efficient business models around financing, but also around, running a business. A smallholder farmer is also an entrepreneur, and then it's really important to build solutions that work for the smallholder farmers. So we had NSIA at the table, and the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority has developed many very interesting projects around providing the right fertilizers, renewable energy solutions, and Tayo mentioned that they are now working on establishing a renewable energy fund. But that's geared more towards large industrial players in the agri and food system in the country. So it's not really targeting the smallholder farmers, but it can, but not directly. And so you need to build businesses around this ecosystem within the value chain that really understand the smallholder farmer and can provide, for example, equipment that can be leased by smallholder farmers. But then it also has to be done in a very efficient manner so that you don't provide something that is huge and has enormous capacity, but really what the local cooperative of smallholder farmers can use is like 10% of it. So it all has to be very, very smart. When it comes to FX risk management, what we've heard was some financing solutions that focus on exports, so kind of managing the risk between selling only within the local markets versus going more internationally. We've also heard a plea for more open borders so that we can sell more, cooperate better across different countries with our neighbors.
All right, thank you very much for that, Eva. But what I'm seeing is actually a connection between the three different conversations, especially listening to some of your summary of the conversations that we've been having. And there's a similar question I'm going to pose to you, Imade. It's around how investors and policymakers can better support the creative economy to become a consistent source of jobs. I think that's extremely important. Exports and national branding.
Thank you. For policymakers, it will be regulation, because for them, they create an enabling environment. So it's like you heard from the regulator saying, put the right policies, put the right frameworks, put the right things in place to protect the creators, to protect their earnings, and also to protect their IP. For investors, Rina mentioned capacity building. We need to understand the space. They need to understand why they should invest in the space. They need to understand the how. We heard Dami talk about the fact that he wanted free money and then commercial capital to blend both, because it's patient, it's longer, and it's more impactful. So for those two components, one is saying, how do we get the right policies in place? How do we get the right regulations in place? How do people understand it? Because most times you have policies in the shelf. How do we ensure that policies move from paper to implementation? And it's awareness, it's sensitization, it's ensuring that those policies are also tested to see how best they work and how we can actually tweak them. And so when you merge that, policy making, regulation, training, awareness, and a bit of, again, motivation. Why should the investor give you their money? They want returns, they want impact, right? How do we blend those sectors? So when the regulators make the policies and then the investors actually understand the policies, I believe that it will give us the impact that we truly seek in this sector.
Interesting, Imade. Thank you very much for that. And like I said, these things are totally connected. A very similar question as well, Nina. What insights from your conversations on how climate action and data transparency can attract the needed investments, reduce risks, and strengthen stakeholder trust?
Okay, for this one, we looked at so many things in this area. We gave examples of different organizations like Dangote's of this world, even some of the co-panelists, Smart Energies, some of the great innovations that they're using, and how they're using climate smart innovations to drive sustainability across the board, across their value chain, and how they are able to innovate by coming up with unique product services as well as unique enterprises that drives the current operations that they're doing, and how they've been able to use reverse logistics, for example, to de-risk some of the challenges that they face for some of the entrepreneurs that we spoke about, and how they are able to come up with innovative ideas by coming up with smart cars that they're using to drive distribution for LPGs. And also, we looked at ways by which organizations that are playing in waste to wealth, waste to energy, waste to health, are using different innovative ideas in driving some of the unique products that they have out there, and they're able to convert these different product lines that they have, and generate a profitable business chain. And transcending this across the board to different areas that they have been able to successfully do different great projects and are successful till date. So to your question, for instance, MedPlus, some of the things they have a traceability system which is in place, which they use with both their local and international partners in sourcing medical supplies into Nigeria. And they've been able to do this successfully and ensure that they are able to gain, their customers' trust by ensuring that, they don't encroach on, the integrity of the product. Neither do they encroach on, the quality of the product that they provide to their teaming customers. So these are some of the things that we discussed in that area, and how they are able to stay profitable and ensure that, sustainability is something that across the chain they are doing their due diligence.
All right, thank you very much for that, Nina. And so what we're going to do now is we'll bring everything together, right? And the idea of bringing everything together is to have clarity on what's next. So we've had these conversations, but I'm very sure that from our deliberations, there must have been some ideas about, moving on with this. So my question to you is, Imade, and this is, what immediate actions were proposed to scale the local solutions that enhance productivity, resilience, and energy across? And that story is for Eva, right, rather. What immediate solutions were sort of proposed from your conversations, and how do we move from conversations to real action?
I'm not sure that we arrived at specific action points, like what to do. The calls for action that we had were around including smallholder farmers at the table when new policy is being created, because we need their voices heard. We need the policymakers to understand their perspective, to see through their eyes. There was another, let's say, plea for all the investors in the space, on the one hand, not to view agriculture and agribusinesses as a social endeavor. It's real business, it's real lives, it has to be profitable. Commercial viability is something that came up a lot during the conversations. But on the other hand, capital that goes into agriculture needs to be patient, and maybe there needs to be some element of blending. So it should be also concessionary to make it more attractive to other players. So you might need to bring in a catalytic investor, a concessional investor, to make the space really attractive to private investors such as pension funds. There is a lot of funding that is now being released from the pension funds. They're looking more into investments into private space, into endeavors within the country. And this is something that they could really look into, but they need some support because they are, of course, they cannot lose pensioners' money. there was also a call for better design of solutions based on the actual demand and data available on the ground. So instead of building solutions based on our assumptions, we need to build them on evidence. So as we create these solutions, it's really important to keep that in mind.
All right, thank you very much for that, Eva. And still, thinking about what next from here, let me bring the conversation to you, Emade. And I know that some of the conversations were around IP protection, right? Digital distribution and infrastructure. The question is going to be put like this: what systems or collaborations are needed to strengthen intellectual property protection, digital distribution, and infrastructure within Nigeria's creative value chain?
So the first thing we discussed was, one, the fact that the distributors will have to meet so that they're able to shorten that entire circle for monetization. Because right now it's cinema, then streaming, and it's just a long process, right? So they agreed that they will have to have a meeting where we shorten that particular value chain to ensure that the people are able to earn their money faster. The second one was for the regulator as well, that we need to collaborate, we need to educate, we need to enlighten all the players in the sector to ensure that we know. You heard the producer pleading, say no to piracy and stop sharing links in the cinema, right? So it's also saying, how do players come together to understand why they shouldn't do certain things and what should be done. And lastly, it was to also say that we need to collaborate more with the government and private sector. So we have the National Copyright Commission that protects IP. That's their primary responsibility. How do we push their message forward? How do we partner with them? How do we ensure that people even understand the requirements of that space? And how do we protect these creators of content in a way that they can monetize their content sustainably?
Okay, thank you very much. So that sounds very clear. And then to Nina, still on the same team, because a lot of these conversations are sort of intertwined as we're synthesizing. For you, where are they? Of course, within this space, you know that to be able to achieve what we want to achieve, there needs to be a lot of capacity building and training and support in that sense. So were there any immediate capacity building and market support needs that were identified from the conversations that could accelerate corporate readiness in the space?
Okay, so some of the things that we took key takeout from today's discussion across the board was in terms of there's a need for massive education of organizations to understand the importance of sustainability and ESG in their business operations, and how it is very pertinent that we need to incorporate that as a key KPI component going forward. So no longer as a CSR, but more as a standalone entity on its own, and how drive down the importance of what ESG and sustainability can achieve across different organizations. We also looked at there's a critical need to have public-private partnership across the board to understand, the different areas that are key to the strategy and running of organizations. We need to also have a stronger pool in terms of policy and regulation, and more push towards advocacy for sustainability and ESG going forward. That's the only way by which we can drive this, and by making sure there should be also some form of way by which the government and its MDAs can also ensure and monitor that these components are being adhered to, and as a standard, it's being reported across all the organizations that we have playing in the space.
All right, thank you very much. And please, a round of applause for our speakers here. They've done such a fantastic job to the topics. I'm going to put one more question to each one of you and say that we've had this extensive conversations today at the annual convening. If you looked forward, say 5-10 years from now, from the conversations, what is your idea of an utopian future from where you sit in 5-10 years from now? I'll start from you, Imade, and I'll go to Eva, and I'll go to Nina.
5-10 years from now, and I'll be a bit selfish here, I would like to see that, unlike what she mentioned, I walk into a room and every single person knows of circuits the way they know of Netflix. Because we are building the infrastructure for Africa, and we're ensuring that African stories are seen globally, and we're bringing the monies back to Africa and Nigeria in the first instance. So for me, it's saying from this conversation, how does Circuit become the go-to platform for digital streaming in Africa for African content? And that's what I would want to see in the next 5 years. That I come into a room like this and people know of Circuits because they invest in Circuits by downloading the app and watching films on Circuits because it's our platform by Nigeria, for Africa and the world.
All right, thank you very much. And Eva?
I might go a bit wild here. Well, what my dream is that every business becomes an impact business, and that entrepreneurs are people driven by values, so that as a business person, I not only think of how to make the most profit, but I think of how is what I'm doing profiting everyone around me. Not only my community, my country, also my continent and the entire planet. And I would like to see a system, currently we call it accounting, in the future a reporting system that every company would have to abide by that would exactly measure that. How am I contributing to making this world a better place?
Thank you.
All right, for me, here's what I'll say. My ideal would be, to walk into a room where we have, industry captains who totally are on board, who understand what sustainability is, who understand what ESG is about, actively playing in that space, actively driving that space, and are able to use and derive, some level of business, advancement, growth, innovation, as well as profitability for their businesses from engaging and actively reporting and adhering to the standards of sustainability and ESG governance.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for them again. It's been an extremely exciting synthesis of the different talks, and then a very big thank you to Nina, to Eva, and to Imade. And just to pull everything together, I think from my own notes, I've been able to pull a very quick note to summarize everything. I think what I'm hearing from all the conversations, because everything is sort of connected, is data. We can't scale without what we can't measure, essentially, is extremely important. I think the second point is also on policy. Reforms must follow innovation and not the other way around, and I think that's what we're learning from these different conversations. And then the third point is around collaboration, right, between investors, entrepreneurs, policymakers, because impact is a team sport. All right, thank you all again, and it's been a pleasure having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick photograph, very quick photograph. And while we have the photograph being taken, I would like to ask us, ladies and gentlemen, how many of us have downloaded the Circuit app? How many of us, show of hands or show of phones? Can we please do that? I have downloaded it. Okay, so can we all download the Circuit app, please? Thank you very much. Let's download the app. And then your feedback. A round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel on synthesizing the breakout sessions. Thank you so much. All right, so we have feedback forms, or the barcode actually. Now we're not using forms anymore. They're attached to barcodes, and we're integrating technology. So your feedback is really, really important as we get into the home stretch of the event for today. So please look to your name tags. We have a barcode on your name tags. We would like you to scan them right now. So please, if you're listening to me, if you can hear my voice, can you scan the barcode on your name tag that takes you to the feedback form? I'll give you 60 seconds to do that, please. Your feedback is very, very important. Thank you. I'm giving 30 more seconds so you can scan and start filling the form. It's one thing to scan the barcode and open the form and get sidetracked. It's another thing to actually fill and complete the form. So please, we'd appreciate you completing the form. All right. Thank you very much. Don't forget to download Circuit, the Circuit app. We're going into a very, very interesting part as we begin to wind down. I have some good news for us, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch will soon be served. All right, lunch will soon be served. But before we delve into lunch, a very important part of the event, like we mentioned earlier, it's great to have businesses actually represented in the room. And it's my delight to call up 3 businesses who are going to be making short presentations about what they have been doing. They have received some sort of financing or funding. They have put it to good use. They have been able to create impact with it. And we're going to be listening to them. So I would really appreciate our attention, because these are businesses who are changing the landscape in Nigeria. So ladies and gentlemen, your attention will be required as I invite the first business that will be making a 5 to 10 minute presentation, very quick presentation. And this person is the Chief Executive Officer of Palm Valley Limited, Ezekiel Jatau. Ezekiel Jatau, please step forward if you're in the room for your business spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, these are businesses that are doing great work in Nigeria amidst difficult conditions. They deserve their flowers. So I'm going to introduce him again. And I would like us to please give him a warm and rousing applause. I call to stage Ezekiel Jatau, CEO, Palm Valley Limited.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Thank you. Can you see me? All right. My name is Ezekiel Jatau. I work with Palm Valley Nigeria Limited, and I sit on the board of Palm Valley Nigeria Limited as the CEO. Together with our team, we make things work in PVNL. I want to thank the organizers of this event, and especially EUVAS, that they are the reason why we are here. Palm Valley Nigeria Limited has been in the agri space since 2008, and we have been providing support services to smallholder farmers, especially women and youth in agriculture. Let me just take us a bit back to my background. I studied agriculture from Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, and I graduated in 1990. And I have a master's in agronomy. And recently, I'm a PhD student in the Center for Dry Land Agriculture. Area of research is bioresource economics. I said it's better late than not at all. PVNL, for the past 5 years, has been supporting smallholder farmers through input financing. Coming from the background of the banking sector, I had a little bit knowledge about finance, and so I focused on the gender. So why the gender lane? I work with an NGO, sometimes in 2014, a development organization. And when the project ended, we had some reserve funds, and then we decided that we are going to share these funds among the critical partners who were women group as well as the male group. So we gave the male group 3 million Nigerian naira, as well as the female cooperative 3 million Nigerian naira. You can guess what happened. Few months after, we went back to find out what they have done with the money. And we realized that the male group have squandered the money. They shared it among themselves. And then the women, they injected the money into business. And over the years, we have been working with this same group of women. the reason why we decided to be working with these women, and we, provided linkages to them to access funds more from other investors. And lately, PVNL also engaged these women through input financing. And to tell you the truth, from that 3 million, today their turnover is in over 200 million Nigerian naira. And I have no regret in working with these smallholder farmers women. So we provide also embedded support services to smallholder farmers women, and so we input finance them, and then at the end of the season, we aggregate and we add value to the produce, and then we sell, and then we pay the bank. So in the past 4 years, we accessed funds from Sterling Bank under the SWAY project, and we started with 271 million Nigerian naira, and for the past 4 years, we have grown our balance sheet to about 2 billion Nigerian naira. We've quickly run through this. So this is the overview of the agricultural value chain in Nigeria. Please, let's go. They gave me 10 minutes. Let's see our vision. Okay, so this is about Palm Valley. I have mentioned this before, and I've also mentioned the support, empowerment to rural communities that we have been providing over the years. And we have covered over 75 rural communities in 5 states in Nigeria. And so today, we are working with over 250,000 hectares, targeted at 195,000 community partners. This is our journey since 2008 to 2020. This is how we have evolved to where we are today. All right, so we also work with development partners and other investors to also support this value chain. 3 years ago, we signed a contract with Wofan Icon 2 to provide intervention funds for smallholder farmer women, especially within the ages of 18 and 35. And this project is taking place in Kaduna, Benue, as well as Nasarawa State. So over these 3 years, we have onboarded over 195,000 smallholder farmer women and youth. So the value chain in which PVNL is interested in ginger, rice, soybeans, and sesame is here as well, but sorry, it wasn't captured. Talking about ginger, in the past 2 or 3 years now, we had serious blight in ginger in Kaduna State, and I come from Kaduna State where ginger is grown. A lot of farmers made losses as a result of that. So thanks to EUVAS, which are trying to revamp the value chain. And so PVNL is, in projecting ginger in the next 5 years, through regenerative agriculture, microtuber propagation to ensure that we produce clean seed for our farmers. Right. Okay, this is our model. I've explained it. We support smallholder farmers, and then we aggregate the finance. Of course, Sterling Bank has been our backbone all these years, and then we provide market access to our smallholder farmers. And in the projection, we are looking at value addition. Talking about ginger, you all know how ginger, Nigerian ginger, is rated has high quality, but then sometimes our ginger is rejected at the international market. So we are trying to see how we could add value to ginger, reduce the level of aflatoxin, through sterilization. And one of the reasons why I had to attend the Canton Fair, so that we could get a processing line, automated processing line, that we could help to add value to ginger and then make our ginger much appreciated in the international market. All right, and then talking about working with smallholder farmers, we know their lines are fragmented and a lot of issues that has to do with that, and we have contend with those issues till date. But going forward, we are looking at how to scale to block farms, where we can take advantage, of the economy of scale to produce. Next. Okay. So we met, I pitched yesterday with one of the investors, and so this is where we want to go in the next 5 years. This is our investment ask. For agricultural inputs and aggregation, we are projecting 1.1 million USD, and that's 37% of the 3 million investment ask. For capex, we are looking at $1 million. That's 33% of the of 3 million. And then for farmers training and support services, which we know that our farmers need to be trained very well on good agronomic practices, on modern farming practices, digital, extension, and all that. So we are looking at 550,000 USD. That's 18%. And the operational cost there is also at 10%, about 350,000. But so how we have aggregated this, the debt will be 50%, and equity and grant. Equity will be 20, and then we are also looking at 30% for grant. We are in the agri sector, and we know how difficult it is, the terrain is. And then with blended finance, I believe, is going to help a lot, in the food systems in Nigeria. So these are financial projections. Besides, I need to mention here that in the 2004, our revenue was $2.9 million, and our EBITDA was about 1.1 USD. Okay, so these are financial projections in 2025 to 2029. So the figures are there. So our growth, okay, fine. So the returns and performance indicators are there under investment returns. Our projected ROI is between 35 to 40% over the next 3 years period. And we are looking at increasing our, scaling of our production to 45%. And farmer income should increase to 35%. And our annual increased crop yield should be 40% based on our past records. And we are looking at export revenue at 48%. I have mentioned briefly about our social impact. We are also looking at engaging 5,000 farmers with direct employment. I believe over 15,000 indirect jobs will be created. And then we are also looking at participation in agriculture by, I can see that. Okay. We are also supporting the food security in Nigeria through our support to smallholder farmers, especially women and youth. Okay, so this is our team. Michael Ode is our senior program manager, and we have Habila Hassan as our finance manager, and those are his qualifications. And we have the HR. No, this is not all about our team. We have a structure, governance structure, whereby all that it takes to have as an SME running. I do know that most SMEs don't have board of directors, but PVNL has a board now, and then we have the ICT, we have audit department, we have programs department, and any other department that will make PVNL to grow.
Awesome.
On that note, I say thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ezekiel. Please, can we give a rousing applause? Is that the best we can do, ladies and gentlemen? It's not easy to run a business on this side of town. Thank you so much. The next business we'll be spotlighting is Jet Farms NG. Jet Farms NG. and the team lead for Jet Farms, who will be presenting, Jerry Toby Olanrewaju. Once again, please, can we give him a round of applause as we invite Jerry Toby Olanrewaju, team lead, Jet Farms NG. You have 10 minutes. I know it's a lot to run through, but you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I think I'm the only one talking to myself. Good afternoon, myself. Yeah. Thank you very much for this amazing privilege. My name is Jerry Toby, and I am popularly called the Chief Farmer of Africa. If you go on your phone now, go check, Google it, the Chief Farmer of Africa. You'll find this humble, gentle guy called the Chief Farmer of Africa. The story is actually very simple. As far as I'm concerned here, one of everyone, at least 99.9% of everyone here has eaten today, except for the people that are on the mountain. And actually, it's a story of one thing that I've actually believed that is the future. After finishing university, I asked myself, do I want to become an investment banker? Did I want to go and work as a commercial banker, working at a commercial bank? Did I want to go and work as an engineer at the end of the day? But I said, no, there's something that is actually going to continue, and it's actually the future. That is food. And I know that everyone here actually will hit an investment into that sector. Doing a business in that sector is actually the future. Please, can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah, go to the first slide. Go back, go back. The first slide, please, help me out. Yeah, okay, so talking about, I would have loved to show the first page, and it's actually very important to show that Africa is actually in need of a very dear investment into the food ecosystem. And for us, we are not doing so much. We're doing a focused system. What is a staple where people actually will eat? What people are actually interested in? And our focus is on two products, rice and spices. Rice and spices. As far as I'm concerned, for every day or for every week, you actually need that product in your house. Rice and spices. If you are not eating rice, you are eating bread. If you are not eating bread, you are eating yam. But I know that yam is very expensive, but rice, at least in every 4 days, you eat rice. And can you go to the executive summary, please? Basically, the business for us at Jet Farms is we have a very combined experience in the management team of over 25 years experience. We're having full 8 food products currently. That's the ginger, the curry, the thyme, the chili pepper. You might wonder, oh, those are the normal things you use in your house. But why it is actually necessary for us discussing this is because people actually consume this thing every day. And it has actually been overlooked. But what we have decided to do is to ensure that we bring it as accessible, affordable to everyone. By the grace of God, we have actually had to produce over 10,000 metric tons in the past FY for us. Our product has reached over 7 countries. We started in 2024, in July 2024, and as I'm speaking to you, we have several countries having our products. We have had 5 strategic partnerships so far. Currently in Nigeria, we have over 8 states that are actually having our product. We have actually had some little revenue of over 40 million. Currently a little asset of over 25 million. And you might wonder how we can actually do this. In the next slide. Next slide, please. Not to discuss so much numbers, we can see the necessity of food and trade, the sectorial contribution of these things to the economy. And we can see that the crop production sector, which is actually what we talk about, the rice, is actually very important. And you can see that we have a number of import of rice. There's a lot of interest of the government in the rice sector because everybody actually eats rice. Please, can you go to the next slide quickly? Yes. we are requiring a certain amount of money for investment. And you might wonder why we're requiring it, because we actually have a future of ensuring one thing. And I want everybody to pay attention. I just want to get the attention of someone on this. Our vision is simple: to ensure that every home has our product. That is the goal. Every home has our product. Somebody met me yesterday and said, oh, I don't need spices, I don't cook. I said, okay, yes, I'm going to give you the product. And he said, okay, well, I cook Indomie. Yes, I have a product that deserves Indomie. I have a crayfish product. Oh, well, I don't really do anything. At least I'm so sure that if you're not even cooking, you have someone that is cooking for you, and someone actually has a product. In the past 12 months, we've actually been operating. One of the visions that has been carrying us thus far is to see that our product gets to every home. And so far, so good. We have gotten to 8,000 homes. You wonder how I tracked that. At every point, everybody gets to meet me. If you go to our social media page now, the More Food and Spices, you will see that ensuring that as far as you have met me, you have met our team, we want you to have our products. It is just necessary. And we see that we don't want you to actually say, okay, because, oh, I don't need spices now, I don't use spices, but you need rice. So if you are buying rice, you're buying our products. And so the next slide, please. Can you go to, as simple as what we need, our funding is actually very simple. We need 180 million naira. Somebody will say, I'm not asking for 2 billion. I'm not asking for 2 billion. I'm asking for just 180 million. If somebody, 2 persons can actually just contribute and just say, give this young guy. Actually, we're having a need for 70 million for expansion of our production line. We need 30 million for packaging equipment products. And we need just 50 million for the working capital. And basically 30 million for marketing. One thing we have realized is that it's very hard marketing our products, and we want to actually invest so much in marketing. Please, the next slide. The next slide. Because of my time, please, the next slide. Go. Yes, quickly. You might wonder how we're doing it. We have actually had opportunity to partner with several organizations. Those are the organizations we have worked with. We've worked with AFEX in the last 2-3 years. We've worked with IFA International, which actually have great interest in what we're doing. You might wonder what we're doing with NMA. Nigerian Medical Association actually loved our product and actually procure our product. So we will tell you that we have markets. We're in City Mart, we're in Just Right. The next place, please. Amazing. Who loves this? Please, I believe you clap for a young guy doing this. Thank you very much for people that clap. And for people that did not clap, I'm still expecting your clap. One of the things that we're actually working on, somebody met me and wondered, this young guy, oh, what are you guys doing and everything? I'm doing spice. But it's beyond spice. I actually sat down and studied. I went to ShopRite for 2 years. Every 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. after my work, I go and stand in the category section of spices. And I stand there and I ask people, why are you buying this spice? Somebody will wonder, why am I asking them? Yes, I was actually very confrontational sometimes. Like, why do you not pick this one? Why do you pick this one? Because, and I observed, when people come to shop like that, they actually want to see, oh, the branding, oh, I'm a loyal customer to this. And I was actually intentional about our branding. Then this is what we have done so well. We have done this. Currently, we want to actually have something like this, but we don't have. And that's the reason why we're asking for the money. We want to actually have our spices in this. Somebody will say, what is this? It's actually the future of what we're looking at. Have you imagined your rice like Indomie? Who has thought of that idea before? Please clap for me, sir. Thank you. So, please, the next slide quickly, because of our time. Because the man is looking at me here. The next slide, please. The next slide. Yeah, so basically, not to speak a lot of English. This is our model. But I want to round off with this. As far as you will continue to eat, and as far as you will actually want your food to be spiced up, and as far as you think that rice is actually a necessary commodity, I'm appealing to investors out here to look at what we are doing and to see how they can support us, to see how we can grow. Currently, I will be honest with you, we have grown our business with a bootstrapped money. That's family and friends. And we have grown from an investment of just 50,000 naira, starting with 50,000 naira, and we have gone into having an asset of 25 million. And we have already made a revenue of 40 million. And I want to tell you, this is just in just few years. This is actually commitment. This is actually consistency. This is actually a young guy below 30 thinking that in the next 20 years, he wants to control the rice sector, he wants to control the spice sector. If you're thinking the future, you're thinking food, if you're thinking the place of investing, think Jet Farms, think Demo. Thank you very much for the opportunity to do this. God bless you.
Think Jet Farms. Thank you very much. Chief Farmer of Africa. Very passionate. Yes, I Googled you just now while you were speaking, and I saw the title there, Chief Farmer of Africa. I would like to encourage us once again to please support the businesses that we're spotlighting. They're being added to the agenda for a reason so that you can see firsthand what young entrepreneurs are doing. So please, let's support the businesses. Our final spotlight today on this segment is Bravo Health Limited. Bravo Health Limited. And the person who will be speaking and making the presentation for Bravo is none other than its Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Austin Okogun. I think we can do much better. Ladies and gentlemen, these are businesses doing a lot with limited resources. So as he makes his way up, let's keep clapping until he gets here. You have 10 minutes, Dr. Austin.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Next slide, please. Let me go see my slides. This is my, okay, thank you. Next. All right, our company Bravo has been existing since 2017. And our main focus or purpose has been to make hospitals more data accountable by unlocking visibility, trust, and growth. Our vision is to automate and interconnect over 500 hospitals in Africa in the next 5 years, so as we can be able to create transparent, data-driven healthcare ecosystem. Next slide. Next, please. Well, all of us will imagine that every day, I will know that every day, the hospitals in Nigeria generate a lot of data. But many of these data are siloed. They are everywhere. And that makes it very difficult for them to plan. That blocks data visibility. And indeed, it makes it difficult for them to access capital. So that has created a lot of constraint in this health sector. That's supposed to be a very viable sector that holds a lot of potential for growth and impact. Next slide. So what we have done, from a data standpoint, the World Bank publication says that over 80% of hospitals in Nigeria actually still use paper till date. The remaining 20% are either using just one system or a connection of several systems. So there's some kind of a workflow fragmentation. But beyond that, there are about 10,900 private hospitals in Nigeria. Those hospitals, out of the 40,000 hospitals in Nigeria, those private hospitals actually account for 70% of healthcare service to Nigerians. So you have 40,000 hospitals, 25% are private, and 25% address the healthcare needs of 70% of the population. But interestingly, only less than 1% of those 10,000 hospitals have ever attracted any form of capital. So that tells you the kind of gap that is in there, even from a capital standpoint. So what we are doing in HealthWise, with our product called HealthWise, is to create an all-in-one software as a product solution. What it does is to combine clinical information with business information and patient data, all in one solution. Because very often, many hospitals can afford the MRO, but cannot even afford an ARP. And when you connect these two together, you don't get the right kind of outcome that you want. So you still have data challenges. So what we end up creating is an engine that turns out a lot of reliable data. And in that way, we can integrate workflows. So we solve a major problem. Next slide. This is what our product looks like. So there's dashboard for everybody. There is telemedicine for the patient and the patient app. the front end for the doctors, and also the back end, for the business people within the hospital setup. Next slide. Now, typically, we imagine a doctor in Nigeria, which is represented by Dr. Saze, who's running a small clinic hospital somewhere. This is in Benin City. And you can see how he's bothered by data conflicts from trying to use the electronic system and even keep some files, because sometimes some people have electronic medical records, but they still keep paper files for their accounting records and other kinds of records in the hospital. So that causes a lot of data conflict, and that's a major problem. So our target customers are actually hospital managers, and that's what I built this product for. Next slide. The market for hospital automation in Africa is estimated to be about $1.7 billion. Within West Africa, it may be about $425 million, and in Nigeria, about $300 million. $300 million because Nigeria has a lot of hospitals, so that's the market size. We want to see whether we can get 5% of this market share over the next 5 years with our product. Next slide. How do we make money? We have two plans, but basically it's an annual subscription payment model where we permit flexible payment, so people can even pay daily if you want. Daily, weekly, monthly, as you wish. No license fees. There's a 60-day freemium, which enables us to not only onboard them, but train and everything. So there are two plans. There's a premium plan, which is about 5.5 million naira at the moment, and also a standard plan. The premium plan has for bigger hospitals, while the standard plan is for smaller hospitals. And these are paid as annual subscriptions, the way you want to pay. But there are other upsides for us in terms of revenue that comes from those who desire additional specialty modules, or you want some kind of custom modules for yourself, or third-party integrations. We'll charge extra for that. Next slide. What is the landscape for competition like? Of course, Helium, Hyla, InterSwitch, Instar are all in the space amongst so many other companies trying to solve automation. But for us, we are focused on the bankability of hospitals. That's where we really looking at data, so to make us more bankable. And that's our unique selling proposition. Next slide. Our go-to-market strategy, digital marketing, conferences and exhibitions. We are doing some HMO partnership with the particular HMO now. We have aligned the software with the HMO platform so that the HMOs can see their patient encounter data on the go, real time, while the hospital can send their bills to the hospital also real time on the go. So that makes for seamless transmission of data. And that will to scale to other HMOs. What's our traction so far? We have about 17 hospital centers that are using the software with about 1,000 active users, 40 million in annual recurring revenue, and at the moment we are speaking to about 15 hospitals at various levels of adoption. Next slide. In the economics, our average annual customer acquisition costs about 3 million. The customer lifetime value 21.5 and 7.1 for the LTV to CAC ratio. We have very low churn rates, so our customer lifespan is about 5 years plus. Next slide. What's our roadmap for the next 18 months? We are hoping to complete the workflow integration of all the various softwares we are building. Our patient app will also transit to become like a CRM with CRM features. So in this app, you have telemedicine, you have messaging, and then you also have payment solutions. That enables patients to pay for their bills from anywhere. And of course, we're enhancing data analytics, particularly with AI, to move from just descriptive data to predictive data analysis. On the voice side, we want to enable voice to test. That will make life easy for physicians who, if you read the literature, you discover that after many hospitals who have embraced automation, one of the next complaints you see is that there's a lot of physician burnout because there's like double work. So we want to do a voice to test kind of feature that will help to address that. While we also embed multilingual features, because we're looking beyond Nigeria, looking at the French-speaking West Africa and other parts. Okay, go on, next slide. Now my team, there are about 8 developers, all full stack, 2 support staff. We already have a governing board in place. I myself have been in healthcare for the past 27 years, purely private practice. I've been very much interested in leading digital transformation and the system, transformation. In my other life, because I run other healthcare businesses, I've raised in 2 occasions about $11.8 million for that firm, and from debt and equity from private equity firms. The lead developer has been with us for about 10 years, very focused on healthcare automation, and he leads the team, amongst others. Next slide. What are we asking for? $250,000 as safe funds, catalytic safe funds. We want to spend about $50,000 on product development, another $50,000 on talent development. I've discovered that our team needs to acquire new skills, AI and the rest of them. $25,000 on marketing and sales. And then half of that money will go to, funds the first entry fee, for many of the hospitals will be taken up. Like I told you, affordability is a major problem apart from just the need for automation. So also need to address that. But over the next 18 months, we hope to increase from 17 to 100, at least 100, subscribers. 100 hospitals. And that will raise our annual recurring revenue to about 400 million naira from the current 40 million, which is about $250,000. But the upside for investors will be that beyond just helping us to automate and to make hospitals bankable, they can also be able to invest in those hospitals as they achieve that level of transparency in data. Next slide. I think this is where I stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please may we put our hands together one more time for all the businesses that have been spotlighted here today. And as we put our hands together, let's also appreciate the Impact Investors Foundation for doing this, always giving a platform to businesses and brands.
All right. I thought I was almost muted there. We're nearly at the end of this segment, and congratulations to the businesses that have been spotlighted. I trust that we have listened and we will take the necessary actions to encourage these businesses and support these businesses. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at that point where we will be proceeding to launch very shortly. And I would like to appreciate every single one of you in the room who have waited till this point. The event is not ending. Day 2 is not just ended yet. We have the dinner that's going to be happening. And it's our pleasure to invite somebody who's going to give us a call to action as we wrap up this segment of the event and look forward to the next segment. So, Choma.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know that we're not all about talk. We are about action. And here we believe in rolling up our sleeves and basically getting our hands dirty to do whatever is required to be done. So it's important for us to go home with the call to action. And for that, and also for the closing remarks and invitation to dinner and awards nights happening here. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome our CEO, Impact Investors Foundation. Let's welcome Ms. Glover as she comes forward.
Please keep clapping till she makes her way to the stage.
Wow, it's been an exciting 2 days, and I really want to thank each and every one of you for being here. You guys are the real MVP, so a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It'll be very appropriate for us to just step back and reflect on the conversations we've had over the last 2 days. We were very intentional about identifying new sets of people, industry leaders, professionals, government agencies to come together to ideate with a fresh pair of lenses to see our problems differently and to bring new solutions that will help us move the needle. So this is my call to action for each and every one of us to go back, and for us as an organization to keep encouraging the industry to move forward. Now we must act intentionally, collaboratively, and at scale And our conversations have revealed a clear roadmap for building a resilient, inclusive, and high-performing impact economy in Nigeria. So the first thing I think we must do is to mobilize domestic capital and scale innovative finance. So our development in Nigeria cannot depend solely on just external funding. And as figures have shown, FDI is on the decrease. The global economy worldwide are looking at their own countries first, with the American First policies, same thing we're hearing in Germany and also in Nigeria. We must ask ourselves this question: how do we scale domestic investment? We must unlock local liquidity from pension funds, corporates, diaspora savings to fuel national transformation. We call for the full operationalization of the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund. The journey has been too long, 5 whole years, in trying to get the government to see the opportunity that this fund will do in terms of catalyzing investment from both the private sector, particularly pension funds and other institutional investors, in a great blend with government finance. The scaling of local currency guarantees and the creation of sector-specific catalytic funds for food systems, renewable energy, the creative industry, the care economy. Every naira mobilized for impact is a step towards self-reliance, jobs, and shared prosperity to ensure that no Nigerian is left behind. The second we must look at is strengthening ESOs and pipeline of investable enterprises. We saw here this afternoon 3 very strong enterprises. And what do they all need? Capital, finance, and the right finance. Nigeria is not in need of enterprises. We have about 39 million businesses, and access to finance is a huge problem. Impact capital cannot thrive without investable businesses. We urge the institutionalization of the National ESO Collaborative, standardized performance metrics, and co-financing model that blend donor technical assistance with private investment. ESOs must become engines that move youth, women, and community-led ventures from incubation to investment readiness. The third action is to accelerate research industry collaboration. We heard yesterday that we must be more intentional in how researches are done. Research must be purposeful in addressing industry-specific challenges. So we must bridge this divide between innovation and investment through our collaborative, the Nigerian Impact Investing Research and Industry Collaborative. We must bring together the academia, universities, investors, and enterprises. We all need to co-create solutions that move from laboratories to markets. Innovation offices and research to impact funds must become national priorities, ensuring that ideas translate into value, enterprises, and employment. In countries like China, they invest massively in innovation, in research and development. I've learned that there's a whole city where you have packed EV vehicles, and these are vehicles that will never be used. They were tested until they have now become the world leaders in the production of EVs. Of the 44 million EVs that are currently in this world, we have 0.001% from Africa. That is really low. We must do something about that. That's just only one example. I wanted to present before you. For us to transform from an extractive economy to a knowledge-based economy, research to innovation, research to commercialization must be at the heart of this transformation. Hence, we're very intentional in setting up the Nigerian Impact and Investment Research Collaborative. I would like to invite you to join us. If you have a problem, how can we support you with ideas, empirical-based ideas that can help you solve that problem? And that's what research must do, and capital must find its way to help us scale through research. The fourth thing we must do is to build trust through data, measurements, and at last 2 days, particularly in the last panel conversation, that we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Or what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Investors need us to show evidence, and we must be intentional. Dependence, government-backed wholesale funds is what we need in Nigeria. We designed our wholesale impact investment fund in Nigeria, the $1 billion target of that fund, looking at what has been done in other countries. And the first country that launched theirs was the United Kingdom. And it was designed by the Better Society Capital. We learned how that has been catalyzed, how it was catalyzed from just merely £600 million by 4 high street banks and funding from the government. The government must participate. The government must de-risk. The government must catalyze growth. And we want to place a challenge to our government counterparts that are here today. You're representing the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. I want to say thank you for your commitment thus far. Thank you. Thank you. But we must do more. Why must we do more? When we look at the scale of the problems in Nigeria, we ask ourselves, are we doing enough? Are we innovating enough? Are we ideating enough to close the divide? There are 133 million Nigerians living in multi-dimensional poverty. That's a challenge, but that's also an opportunity. What are we going to do differently? So countries are innovating and solving their own problems. We must do the same in Nigeria. The social investment market has grown significantly from that 100 million investment. Yesterday we heard it was 75 billion pounds. My goodness. And we have all the resources in Nigeria. What can we do differently? So we looked at Israel, the discipline of linking research, capital, and policy for innovation. From Ghana, the value of measuring national compact for inclusion. We also learned in Ghana that the pension funds have 2% limit for investment in their AUMs. In Nigeria, 20% maximum, which has increased the pool of capital, making investment in alternative assets really huge for us. These are lessons that we can learn as a embed into impact investment at the heart of national planning and economic policy. We can do more. We can catalyze more with local pension funds. The sixth thing we must do is to champion climate, creativity, and care. For those of us who were here this morning, it was quite revealing to see how we have neglected the care industry. Some of us didn't know about the care industry. But none of us will deny that at some point in our life we receive care, or we are caregivers ourselves. And maximum potentials are achieved. So the summit calls for greater investment in climate-smart enterprises, sustainability reporting, and green finance instruments. We must also mainstream financing for the creative industries, very important. I really enjoyed that panel, eye-opening and revealing for us. Our nation's soft power is the creative industry, and we are still yet grappling to provide solution for that industry. We must move from talk. We must recognize that this is the strong power for us to transform Africa, own the narrative, and sell ourselves like no other will do. 7, we must institutionalize coordination and policy coherence. Policy is so important for us to strengthen our market infrastructure. We need policy to direct capital to where it must go. We need policy to increase the demand for impact capital. And we need policy to ensure that sectors that need impact capital receive the right kind of capital to help them catalyze growth. We call for the creation of a National Impact Council, co-chaired by the public and private sectors, to oversee reforms, track commitments, and publish quarterly State of Impact Economy report. Policy must provide clarity, incentives, and accountability for all ecosystems. And we at the Impact Investors Foundation and the National Advisory Board for Impact Investment will support that agency to ensure that impact investment is not just, permit me to use this word, a sexy word. Impact investment must be transformative. Impact investment must allow Nigeria or facilitate Nigeria to be among the big players. We've been the giant of Africa for too long, but we've been sleeping. But we must allow capital to be just. Capital must give everybody the opportunity. And finally, we talk about the impact economy, strengthen the impact economy. What does that mean to everyone? What does that mean to us all and for us as individuals? CIG, I call it. First, how do we consume as individuals? We must be driven by our choices to consume. We must consume responsibly. We must ask ourselves the sources of where we buy our products and services from. That's the first consciousness we must have. Secondly, investment. Investment must be intentional. Investment must be transformative. Investment must provide bottom lines, not only financial, but also impact. So this is a call to action for all investors. You must see impact investment as an investment strategy that can be used in any situation, any sector, any industry. It can be used across all asset classes, debt, equity, mezzanine, bond. Finally, government must be responsible in their spending. Governments spend public resources and they must spend it in a way that is helpful for the economy. Government must be our biggest outcome buyers. Government must be responsible in their procurement. Finally, in stabilizing our economy, the government has a role to play. They must ensure that we have sound fiscal and monetary policies, and they must help businesses like you to ensure that we have a net positive foreign exchange so that we can have access to foreign exchange at a rate that doesn't strangulate the ordinary business. Now, this is our collective commitment. Can we all rise, please? And let's also commit together. So posterity will hold this against us if we don't do this. So this is our commitment, and you're all part of it, including myself and the Impact Investors Foundation. Let this summit be remembered not just for its conversation, but for its commitment. We call on every government agency, investor, enterprise, development partner represented here. We are here to pledge one tangible action within the next 90 days. Are we all ready? To the investors, whether you invest, you must invest with intentionality to make an impact. You must measure, businesses, investors, you must measure your impact. Please commit to measuring your impact. It would help us as a country, as an economy. We must be transparent in how we report our impact. We must co-create and we must reform. Together, we will build a future where capital is intentional, enterprises are investable, and this is a call to action for ESOs here. We know you're small. You will not remain small because we will support you to ensure that you provide the market, provide investors with investable businesses. So this is a call to action for you to be committed to ensure that we deliver a pipeline of investment-ready businesses who can absorb impact capital. To our startup, to businesses, to everyone, we must be innovative. Innovation must be inclusive. And our impact, again, I iterate, must be measurable. So this is our charge, to move from dialogue to delivery. And each and every one of you are part of it with your one commitment, from promise to performance and from commitment to capital for Nigeria's sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our call to action. Thank you. Thank you very much. And see you tonight. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
Yes, for the CEO of the Impact Investors Foundation. What a call, Chioma, what a call. What a call to action. Nothing left to be said after that. Absolutely captured every single part, every single role. Please have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And every single portion that each stakeholder in the room and those who are watching and would get the opportunity to watch this in the days and weeks and months to come have to play in ensuring that we strengthen and scale the Nigerian impact economy. Thank you very much, Etemori, for that very, very instructive and moving call to action.
Very moving indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a collective commitment because we truly do understand the fact that all hands must be on deck if we are to actually put the actions and get the results that we require. It's really all about driving Nigeria's transformation through impact investment. And it's not just for IIF alone, it's not just for the public sector, it's also for the private sector. It's basically a public-private sector collaboration. And the essence of it as well is to ensure that we build collectively Nigeria, our world, our society. And when we talk about Nigeria, it's not just the land mass, it's the people. It's the economy. At the end of the day, it's pointing down to you and I and a better tomorrow for our children.
Absolutely. So for that commitment, a round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending and waiting till this moment. We're going into lunch shortly, but would like to just make some quick announcements and appreciate our partners at this event. Firstly, we would like to let you know that the dinner and awards will begin at 6 p.m. Nigeria time, not African time. 6 p.m. this evening, the dinner and awards would happen here. Secondly, would like to recognize and appreciate our strategic partners over this two-day event. We've had the National Advisory Board of Impact Investing, GSG Impact also, and of course, the organizers, Impact Investors Foundation, who have been joined and supported by Circuits, a strategic partner, thank you very much, GIZ, thank you very much, UK International Development, thank you very much. Of course, we've had Business Day and the Business Day Foundation, and then we have RISA Fund as well, who have been strategic partners. Would like to say a big thank you, and of course yourselves, gracious ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have engaged, who have asked questions, who have listened, who have also committed to ensuring that the necessary action will be taken. The conversations will be driven outside this room today to ensure that we can strengthen and scale our impact economy. It's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. We will have some soft entertainment from the one and only Torpedo. My name is Usaume Akenzua. It's been a pleasure steering this event alongside my delectable, wonderful co-host,
Chioma Agunobi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been our absolute pleasure. We would also like to encourage you, please do well to post videos, pictures across all social media platforms. Let the communication and conversations continue. Remember to use the hashtag
ACII2025. And please make sure that you give us your feedback. We have the feedback form that has a barcode on your name tag. So please scan the code and please fill the form. Don't just leave it, fill the form. Click submit after answering questions at the end of the form.
You're actually meant to be doing that now.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you turn on your tag, you find the QR code, kindly scan and fill the form. Your feedback is important. Data is key. Remember that we have stands. We have exhibition stands outside. Please do well to connect with the brands. You would also find samples of the spices from the great farmer himself outside. Chief African Farmer. Please do well to also try out his products and connect with all the other brands. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chioma Agunobi, and it has been my absolute delight to have done this with you. Looking forward to hanging out later tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be letting loose the party animals in us. So please come with your dancing shoes.
Absolutely. I will have my own on at 6 p.m. See you at 6. Thank you very much once again, and have yourself a good evening.
May we have lunch now?
Lunch is served.